The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Sure thing.
That's right.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Sold American.
Certainly, it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, let's go out to Beverly Hills to Jack Benny's house, where we find our star of stage, screen, and radio relaxing in the library.
Gee, it's nice to have a few hours to yourself with nothing to do. I think I'll read a book. See, there's some good ones on this shelf here. Here's one. Gertrude Eichelberger, Girl Plumber. Oh, I read that one. Gosh, it was touching. I'll never forget that part where Gertrude tenderly picked up a monkey wrench and bashed her husband's head in. But he had it coming to him. Imagine heating his beer with her soldering iron. Maybe there's another book Oh, here are some. The Rover Boys on a Marshmallow Hunt. Nah, I'm too old for that. Elsie Dinsmore's First Petticoat. Pictures, too. Nah, I'm too old for that. Forever Amber. Nah, I'm... No picture. This book's on the wrong shelf here. I better put it over here. Wait a minute, there's a book missing. Oh, yes, I remember. Ronald Coleman took that one 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks? Say, that little book is going to pay for itself in no time. Oh, here's one I haven't read. I Never Left Home. Must be by one of those new French authors. Bob Hope. Well, I'm not in the mood now, so maybe I'll... Say, here's a book I never saw before. Let's see. My Diary by Rochester Van Jones. Oh, what do you know? It's Rochester's diary. I think I'll take a look and see if... No, I better not. Oh, I'll just read a little bit. It can't hurt. Dear Diary, I take my pen in hand to tell you the little secrets that dwell in my heart. Isn't that cute? Let me see. March 8th. Dear Diary, last night I went to another meeting of the Central Avenue Roll Out the Barrel and Dice Club. I told Mr. Benny I was going to a lecture on meteorological phenomena. A lecture on meteorological phenomena. Look how he spelled lecture. Let's see. April 2nd. Dear Diary, 2 nights ago, I dreamed that Lena Horne fell madly in love with me. Last night, I dreamed she threw her arms around my neck and kissed me. Right now, I'm drinking Ovaltine as my dreams are getting better all the time. April 5th. Dear Diary, Mr. Benny is one of the kindest, most considerate, most generous bosses I ever had. Well, and he never gets mad when I ask him for a raise. I know this because I've asked him thousands of times. Well, I've always believed in free speech. I guess I've read enough of Rochester. Wow! Look at the list of girls' names and phone numbers he's got on the last page. Flossie Brown, Jefferson, 2957. Ethel, John... Boss! Oh, here he comes. I better jump up on the table and put his diary on the top shelf. Now, he'll never suspect that I've read...
Hello, boss. What are you doing up on the table?
Huh? Oh, there's a mosquito in the room.
A mosquito? Last time I caught you up on a table, it was a mouse.
When did you ever see me hide from a mouse?
The night you made me send for Frank Buck.
Rochester, what did you come in here for, anyway?
Your violin teacher called and said he'd be a few minutes late.
Oh, Professor LeBlanc. Yeah, he's going to give me a lesson today.
Oh, well, if that's the case, can I have the day off?
Why?
I want to go to a lecture on meteorological phenomena.
Rochester, you've been there once.
Well, this time I'm going to try to get even.
I thought so. Well, you can't go.
Okay. Then I better call my girl Flossie Brown and tell her I can't meet her after the lecture. Let's see, what's her phone number again?
Jefferson, 2957.
Boss, you saw that in my diary.
No, I didn't, Rochester. I guessed it.
Guessed it?
Yes.
You know, boss, it's possible to guess Jefferson 2. And with a little effort, you can guess Jefferson 29.
Rochester.
And under extreme coincidental and unusual conditions, you may even guess Jefferson 295.
Rochester.
But when you guess Jefferson 2957, that's another meteorological phenomenon.
All right, Rochester. I accidentally came across your diary. And by the way, thanks for saying all those nice things about me. You're absolutely right. I don't mind how many times you ask for a raise. You can ask me for a raise any time you want.
I know, boss, I know, but repetition ain't doing for me what it's doing for LSMFT.
Well, don't worry. Maybe someday you'll... Oh, that must be my music teacher. I'll get it.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, it's you, Mary. Come on in.
Say, Jack, here's a copy of Look magazine, and it's got your picture on the cover.
Look magazine? Let me see that. Oh, gosh, look at me. In a full-dress suit playing my violin. Say, Mary, I'd like to keep this magazine. How much does it cost?
Nothing. This week they're giving them away.
They are not. There it is right on top. 10 cents. And look, there's a story about me inside. See, it's about my career in show business.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for heaven's sake, look at this misprint. It says I played the Orpheum Theater here in 1867. Isn't that ridiculous?
Yeah, it was the Pantages.
And look, here's a picture taken when I was in the 3rd grade. That's me in the corner.
I should have known. Look at that dunce cap on you.
Mary, that's not a dunce cap. I had a very high forehead. Dunce cap.
Well, if that's your head, you must have got your hair cut with a pencil sharpener.
Pencil sharpener. Anyway, it's a very nice picture of me on the cover. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Take this magazine out and pin it on the bulletin board in front of the house.
Yes, sir. Shall I put it above or below the reviews on The Horn Blows at Midnight?
Put it right next to them. And while you're out there, throw those rocks back off the lawn. Jealous bunch of actors there.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I meant to tell you, your music teacher, Professor LeBlanc, is waiting for you in the den.
Professor LeBlanc? I didn't hear him come in.
Say, Jack, is that the same violin teacher you had last year?
No, Mary. He gave me 3 lessons and was drafted.
Boss, he gave you 3 lessons and enlisted.
Never mind. Mary, I got to go in the den and take my violin lesson. See you later. Ya-da-da-da-dum, da-dum, da-dum. That's funny. Told me he was drafted. I never could understand it.
Mockingbird was whistling a sentimental tune, and I didn't know enough to come in out of the moonlight. Sleigh ride in July. Oh, I must have been a setup for a sigh. A mockingbird was whistling a sentimental tune, and I didn't know enough come in out of the moonlight. So the big romance was only make-believe. Just a sleigh ride on a balmy summer eve. My dreams were safe all winter, and then to think that I was taken for a sleigh ride in
That was Larry Stevens singing Sleigh Ride in July. And now back to Jack Benny's house, where we find Jack taking violin lessons.
No, Monsieur Benny, no.
Did I do something wrong, Professor?
No, Monsieur Benny. Perhaps it is my fault. But do you mind if I tell you something?
No, of course not. After all, you're the teacher, and you probably know more about the violin than I do.
Thank you. Now, Monsieur Benny, you are holding in your hand a very delicate instrument.
Uh-huh.
The music from the violin is like the singing of the angels, like the murmur of the breeze, like the rippling of the brook. Now, play.
Gee, it does sound like that, doesn't it?
Monsieur Benny, perhaps if you held the violin upside down.
But, Professor, I can't play that way.
Let's try anything.
But, Professor, I don't think I'm good enough to do tricks yet.
Very well. We will try it again. And this time, I will help you. I will count off.
Okay.
Ready? 1, 2. Raise your little finger higher. Keep your nose up off the G string. A little softer while you're learning. Not so loud, my stomach's turning. Hold your bow so strokes are littler. They should make you play for Hitler. Monsieur Benny, The violin is an instrument that is supposed to soothe you, to calm you, to make you relax, to settle your nerves. The singing of the angels.
Professor.
The murmuring of the breeze. The rippling of the brook.
Professor.
Forgive me, Monsieur Benny. I lost my temper.
Oh.
I wish it was my hearing.
What?
Never mind. We will proceed with the next lesson. Intermezzo.
Intermezzo. That's what I like, that classical stuff.
Proceed, please.
Thank you.
No, Monsieur Benny, you must not go. You must go.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Diddly 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 diddly.
Is that what you want?
Monsieur Benny, you must diddle on your fiddle.
Oh.
Comprenez-vous?
Si, senor. Si.
Hiya, Jackson, what are you doing with that? Oh, no, it's spring, Jackson. The little birdies can't take that.
Phil, stop butting in. I'm taking a violin lesson.
Well, who's the character with the silly mustache?
Phil, please.
I am Professor André Leblanc, Monsieur Benny's music teacher.
Hi, Andy. What do you hear from Petrilla?
Professor, this is Phil Harris, my orchestra leader.
A fellow artiste. I greet you.
Funny, he didn't do that when I came in.
Well, that's just a French greeting, Jackson. They do that all the time.
Oh, well, Phil, sit down while I finish my lesson, will you?
Okay.
Now, Monsieur Benny, continue with intermezzo. Monsieur Benny, you are playing much too loud. Can't you play a little softer? Do you have a mute?
No, but I can put a glove on my left hand.
Why don't you throw a wet towel over the strings?
Now, Phil.
Please, Monsieur Harris. I am trying to teach Mr. Benny something. And you are driving me nuts, too.
Listen, now be quiet, Phil, will you?
Holy smoke, to think a cat had to die for this.
Boy!
Now what?
There was a phone call for you.
For me?
Yeah, it was a complaint that you're playing too loud and it's very disturbing.
Who phoned? One of the neighbors?
No, the San Francisco conference.
Stop making things up. I'm sorry, Professor.
Well, never mind. For today, the lesson is over. Through. Finish. Kaput. I will see you next week.
Oh. Well, okay, Professor, but tell me, do you think you can make a great violinist out of me?
Well, I think I can do something for you, but it will take time. How old are you?
Why?
How much time have we got left?
Now, wait a minute, Professor. I know you're a great teacher, but if you don't like the way I play the violin, why did you take the job?
I am working for that Yankee dollar.
Oh.
Well, you ain't gonna get it around here.
Rochester, you keep out of this. Well, I'll see you next week, Professor. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Monsieur Benny. 24 years, and all he knows is la 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 la. Hey, if I wasn't so hungry, I wouldn't come back.
Now, Phil, please go in the other room with Mary, will you? I want to practice a little more.
Say, Jackson, what's come over you all of a sudden? Practicing the violin and taking lessons and everything?
Nothing. I just want to get rusty, that's all.
Oh, no, you got something up your sleeve. Now, what is it?
I have nothing up my sleeve. Now, get out of here and let me practice, or I'll put you out.
You put me out?
Yes.
Let's see you do it. Okay, Jackson, I'll go quiet.
hello, Jack. Hello.
Oh, hello, Don. Hello, I'm practicing. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I will practice this some more.
You are getting better, Jack. Oh, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Don, let me practice.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4, so free and easy on the drawer.
Don, let me practice this. Will you cut it out?
Lucky Strikes, they are for me, and so is LSMFT.
Don, I'm practicing. Now, Don, why don't you... Oh, my goodness, look what time it is. Hey, kids, I gotta be leaving. I've got an appointment.
Where are you going, Jack?
Oh, just out for a little walk. I'll be back.
I knew you had something up your sleeve.
I haven't got anything up my sleeve. Can't a man have an appointment? I gotta run along. I'll see you later.
Well, what are you taking your violin with you for?
I'm taking it by the music store to have it fixed. Now, so long, fellas. I'll see you later.
Say, Phil, it's been quite a while. I wonder where he went.
Well, I don't know, Don, I'm sure.
And he took his violin with him. You believe what he said about taking it by the music store to have it fixed?
Now, the way he plays that thing, how could he tell if it was busted?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Maybe he had an appointment with his dentist.
No, he could have sent those.
Yeah. Very good.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait till he gets home.
Yeah, would you like to play some gin rummy, Mary?
No, I don't think so. I'm a little tired of gin.
How'd you like to shoot little craps, kid?
Oh, don't be silly, Phil. Let's listen to the radio.
Okay, I'll turn it on.
And now, ladies, once again, I bring you the latest news on rationing. On August 1st, a new shoe stamp becomes valid. This stamp should not be confused with stamps X, Y, and G, which become valid August 5th, whereas the new shoe stamp becomes valid August 1st, which is 2 days after stamps M, L, and O expire. This leaves you stamps H, I, and W, which are blue, and are not to be confused with the red stamps, which are Q, R, and J. These stamps are to be used to buy, but then your grocer doesn't have any, and they will no doubt expire before he gets some. However, your red stamps, which are called meat stamps, should be used to purchase butter in limited quantities, unless you prefer margarine, in which case you use stamps C, H, and E, which become valid after A, D, and Y become void before F, T, and H become valid. Now, ladies, if you have copied this information down and understand it, please send it to me as I am all balled up. Address your letters to All Balled Up in care of the station to which you are listening.
Oh, get something else, Phil.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you a Los Angeles pedestrian? Are you suffering from bumper fatigue? Does your head ring? And when you answer it, is it a wrong number? It is? Then you've got static in your attic. So why not try sympathy soothing syrup? And here's good news for people who can't sleep. Just mix 2 drops of sympathy soothing syrup with 1 quart of gin. Drink down this pleasant mixture, and when you go to bed, pull the cork up over you. But remember, use only sympathy soothing syrup. Sympathy spelled backwards is Yatapamis. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Yet, Yatapamis, yet, Yatapamis, yet, Yatapamis, drives your blues away.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago we got a letter from a man who was greatly helped by sympathy soothing syrup. And we have asked that man to come here tonight and tell you his own story. What is your name, sir?
Jack Benny.
Phil, did you hear that?
Yeah, so that's where he went, huh?
Mr. Benny, what is your profession?
I'm a violinist. And it just happens that I brought along my violin, and I'd like to
Now,
play...
Mr. Benny, how long ago did you start taking our product?
About 6 months ago. And at that time, I was very weak and run down. In fact, I used to get tired out from brushing my teeth. But after using 3 bottles of your sympathy soothing syrup, I can now brush my teeth without changing hands. And now, I'd
6 months ago, this man was an emaciated, dried-up little weakling.
Look,
A sickly, scrawny nincompoop.
Look, I wasn't
A
anything...
hollow shell without ambition or courage. A spineless little jerk.
Now, wait a minute.
But I wish you could see him now, standing here straight and tall, the bloom of health in his cheeks, and his body bulging with muscles.
Me?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this man who 6 months ago was a sickly, scrawny...
That's enough already. Please let me play my
Mr.
violin.
Benny, we want to thank you for coming up here tonight and hope you will continue to enjoy such excellent health.
Thank you, Mr. Sympathy. Now, I have a little selection that I'd
That
like...
concludes the interview. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word on behalf of my...
Tonight, folks, I'm going to play...
Get away from that microphone!
It's a very short number.
Will you please stop? I have a commercial to do.
But you told me if I came up here, I could play.
I did not. Now, here, take this bottle of sympathy soothing syrup and go.
You promised me the large sum.
I promise you nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, do you suffer from... Get away from that microphone! Ladies and gentlemen, do you suffer from droopy eyelids? Do you wheeze? Do you have stripes in your pipe? You do? Then why not try some sympathy soothing syrup? Remember, sympathy spelled backwards is your Daffodil. Ride your blues away.
Ladies and gentlemen, the news of Germany's collapse is bound to break any day now, and we will have cause for deep gratitude to our fighting men over there. But for thousands of other fighters in the Pacific, VE Day will be simply another day on which to fight, perhaps on which to die. The news of their comrades' victory in Europe will naturally raise their spirits. But we here at home can show our thanks by continuing our home front efforts for the victory yet to be won in the Pacific. We can prove to them that we will celebrate Germany's surrender by rededicating ourselves to the support of all wartime activities and giving them all we have for an early defeat of Japan. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend L.A. Speed Riggs.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
And this is Basil Rysdale. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
There's real deep-down smoking enjoyment in Lucky Strike. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Hey, kids, I'm back.
Where were you, Jack?
Yeah, Jackson, what was the big secret?
Well, if you must know, I made a guest appearance on a very high-class program.
You did?
Yes, and kids, I want to tell you that I was absolutely a sensation. I played a violin solo. They made me take 4 encores. Imagine 4 encores.
Jack,
What?
we heard that program.
Oh. Wasn't it lousy? Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And let's go out to Jack Benny's house where we find Jack and Rochester cleaning out the swimming pool.
Well, all the water's out.
Gosh, this pool sure can get dirty in a few months.
Maybe it would keep cleaner if it had a tile bottom.
Well,
Or even a cement bottom.
Well,
In fact, any kind of bottom would be better than this Mississippi mud.
Well, I would cement it, but I'm growing rice in the shallow end. Now, come on, let's start cleaning the pool. We begin down at the deep end.
Okay.
Watch your step going down the sloping part, because it's still wet and slippery. Ooh.
Congratulations, boss. 18 inches further than last year.
Rochester, help me up.
Okay.
Now, Rochester, pick up that stick and clean out the drain.
What stick?
That one up there on the edge of the pool.
Boss, put on your glasses. That's the diving board.
Oh. Anyway, let's get on with the scrubbing.
Okay, I'll go to the house and get a bucket full of water.
You don't have to go to the house for water. Just turn that handle up there.
But, boss, that's the one that fills the pool.
Don't worry. You turn the handle, and I'll hold this bucket under the pipe.
But, boss, that'll be...
Tut, tut, tut. Now go ahead and turn the handle. I've got the bucket.
Okay. Ready?
Yes. Turn it off. Turn it off. Turn it off. Rochester, I'm drowning. Everything's gone black.
You ain't drowning, boss. You got the bucket over your head.
Don't stand there saluting me. Take that bucket off my head.
Okay.
Come on now. Let's try to get... Now, look at that frog over there in the corner of the pool. Isn't he cute?
Yeah, he's sure big, too.
Hey, Rochester, help me catch him. He'd make a nice pet. I'd like to keep him.
Doggone anything that's green you like to save.
Hurry, he's hopping away there. Now I've got him cornered. Rochester, where did he go? Where is he?
Put the bucket on your head. You got him trapped.
On my head. Get him off. Get him off, quick.
Hold still. I'll get him.
Rochester, put down that broom. For heaven's sake, you could hurt me with that.
Hello, Jack. What's all the excitement?
Rochester, the next time...
Boss, Miss Livingston's here. Tip your frog.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mary. Right. Oh, darn it, he got away. And I wanted to keep him.
Oh, Jack, you've already got a turtle, a lizard, a garter snake, 2 crickets, and a caterpillar. What do you want all those things for?
Well, Mary, it's no fun coming home at night to an empty house. You know.
That reminds me of the first time we met.
Huh?
When you leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Come up to my apartment, babe, and I'll show you my insects."
Yeah. I was a sly one, wasn't I? Huh?
Some sly one, the way you chased me around the room with a butterfly net.
Oh, that was years ago. I've got a lasso now. Say, Mary, how do you like the way I'm fixing up my backyard?
Oh, it's swell, Jack.
And you know, Mary, as soon as the pool is filled, I want you to come over and swim every day.
Well, I'd like to, Jack, but I'm putting all my money into war bonds.
All right, but I don't charge anything for the shower.
No, but the price of towels is outrageous.
Rochester.
Rochester's right. You charge for everything. 5 cents for a sun chair, 7 cents for a beach umbrella, 10 cents for water wings.
Mary.
You've even got a meter on the diving board.
Now, Mary.
Why, last year you made more money out of your swimming pool than you did in radio.
Well, it was a very hot summer. And another thing. What are you laughing at?
You've got the only swimming pool that's listed on the New York Stock Exchange.
Stock exchange.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Larry.
Hiya, kid. Say, Larry, I've got good news for you. I'm fixing up my pool, and anytime you feel like swimming, come on over here.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Benny, but I can't swim.
Well, you can go wading.
Sure, and up to your neck, it's only 15 cents.
Yeah, I lose money on Gary Cooper. Say, Larry, I thought you'd be down at the studio rehearsing your song for the program.
Oh, I did that this morning. Would you like to hear it, Mr. Benny?
Sure. Go ahead, kid. I wonder how tall he is, anyway.
The breath of your sighs, share this dream that needed fulfilling. More and more I'm less and less unwilling to give up wanting more and more of you.
Very good, Larry. Now, if you want to stick around, you can help me fix
Hiya,
up...
Jackson. Hello, Livy.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Phil.
Hello, Mr. Harris.
Hiya, kid. How's the red-headed Sinatra today? Well, cleaning out the old pool, getting ready for business again, huh, Jackson?
Yep. Say, Phil, would you like your job back again this summer as lifeguard?
No, not after what happened last year.
What happened, Phil?
Every time somebody yelled for help before I could save them, I had to buy a ticket to get in the pool.
Well, I'm sorry, Phil, but I can't afford to pay you a lifeguard salary and let you swim for nothing. And anyway... Rochester, what are you doing?
I'm testing the diving board.
Good. Now, will you go in the house and call the printer? Tell him we want the tickets for Wednesday.
Yes, sir. Shall I tell him that this year we're going to pay him, or is he going to have to swim it out again?
Well, leave it up to him.
Yes, sir.
By the way, Phil, what did you come over here for?
Well, Jackson, I dropped by to ask you to do me a big favor.
A favor?
Yeah, you know the nightclub I'm running.
Oh, yes. How's it going?
Fine, and Jackson, tonight is celebrity night.
Oh, celebrity night, eh?
Yeah, and, well, I don't want to impose on you, but if you aren't doing anything, I thought that maybe you could come over
Certainly, Phil. Certainly, I'll be glad to. What shall I wear?
An apron. We're short of help.
Look, Phil, if you think
Hey,
that
Phil,
I'm...
who are the celebrities Jack's going to wait on?
Well, I'm not sure who's going to show up, but this afternoon I got on the phone. I called up Ronald Coleman, Spencer Tracy, Clark Gable, Van Johnson, Mark Twain, Bing Crosby, and...
Wait a minute, Phil. What, you called Mark Twain?
Yeah.
Phil, Mark Twain's been dead over 30 years.
Well, how do you like that? I must have had an old phone book.
Look, Phil, how long have you been having these celebrity nights?
Oh, I started last week, Jackson. I had a swell turnout, too. Charlie McCarthy was there.
You mean Charlie and Edgar Bergen?
No, Edgar was out of town, so Charlie came alone.
What?
And you want to know something, Jackson? He ain't so much. He sat there all evening and never opened his mouth.
Well, for heaven's sake, Charlie McCarthy is a dummy.
Look, Jackson, as long as they pay their check, I don't pry into their private affairs.
Well, thanks, Phil, but I don't think I want to come over to your club tonight.
Boss!
What is it, Rochester?
There's a gentleman here to see you, Mr. Kearns.
Oh, Mr. Kearns, the newspaper man. I'll be right in. Oh, hello, Mr. Kearns. How are you?
Oh, I'm just fine, Mr. Benny. And I want to tell you that my editor was very pleased with that last story you gave me.
Oh, you mean the one about how I found Phil Harris?
Mm-hmm. It was as interesting as the stories on how you found Mary Livingston and your butler, Rochester.
Oh, yeah, I found Mr. Harris in Vermont.
And now I want to do an article about
Right
Don
between
Wilson.
Vermouth and Vermont. You know, it's a little place there.
I said
Around
I want
Waukegan there. Pardon me, what did you say?
I said I want to do an article about Don Wilson. Tell me, how did you come to select Don as your announcer?
Don Wilson? Well, I'll tell you. The very first time I heard Don speak, I was impressed with his voice and delivery.
Oh, I see. And you thought he'd be good doing commercials, huh?
Anyway, I knew from the start that Don had a very good voice for radio.
And you've been proven right, Mr. Benny. You know, I've heard lots of people comment about his voice, his pronunciation, and his pear-shaped tones.
Yes, Don is the only announcer in radio with pear-shaped tones and a body to match. It works out swell.
Well, tell me, Mr. Benny, how did you discover Don Wilson?
Well, I found Don shortly after I started in radio. In fact, I was on for my second sponsor, the International Corset Company. Did you hear my program then?
No, but my mother told me about them.
Oh. Well, the way it happened was this. One day I got a call from my sponsor asking me to come down to his office. He said he wanted to talk to me. So I got into a taxi, picked up Mary and Phil. You see, they were with me at the time. And the three of us drove over to my sponsor's office.
Say, Jack, your sponsor really has a nice building here.
And he certainly believes in advertising.
Yeah, look at that big neon sign. The International Corset Company. We cover the globe. Well, there's no use standing out here. Let's, Phil, get away from those windows. Come on. There it is. I beg your pardon, miss. Would you tell Mr. Willoughby that Jack Benny is here to see him?
Well, Mr. Willoughby's expecting you, Mr. Benny. Go right through that door.
Thank you. Just follow me, kid.
Yes?
Mr. Willoughby, please.
Oh, you're Mr. Benny. Mr. Willoughby's expecting you. Go right through that door.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on, kid.
Yeah?
I'm here to see Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, you're Jack Benny.
Yes.
Mr. Willoughby's expecting you. Go right through that door.
Thank you. Come on, kid.
Yes?
Miss, I'm Jack Benny. Mr. Willoughby is expecting me.
Who's Mr. Willoughby?
Look, miss, isn't this the International Corset Company?
Yes?
Well, Mr. Willoughby is the president.
Oh, you mean Snoogey.
Snoogey?
Yes. Go right through that door.
Oh, well, all right. Come on, kid. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes, surprise?
Mr. Willoughby, I'm Jack Benny.
Oh, yes. Come right in.
I've got Mary and Phil with me.
Oh, splendid.
Hello, Mr. Willoughby.
Hiya, Bub. What do you hear from the hips?
Phil. Now, Mr. Willoughby, what is it you wanted to see me about?
Well, frankly, Jack, since you've been broadcasting for us, our company is losing money.
Losing money? But last week you said you had more orders than you can fill.
I said we had more corsets than we can fill.
Oh.
We've been selling corsets for 15 years, and this is the first time the company is feeling the pinch.
Oh, well, Mr. Willoughby, if people don't buy your product, what has my radio program got to do with it?
Look, Jack, we're paying you enough money. Why don't you stop reading the commercials and hire a good announcer?
Well, Mr. Willoughby, if you don't like the way I read the commercials, Phil Harris can do them.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson.
Here, Phil, read this commercial I dreamed up last night. Now, get this, Mr. Willoughby. The show opens with a big fanfare. Then we go into our theme song, dedicated to the modern miss who wears an international corset. Then, as the music of the theme song fades down, Phil steps up to the microphone and says...
This program is sponsored by the International Corset Company. We don't guarantee to take it off you, but we can pack it in so nobody will notice.
And you'll just love the new slogan, gather unto you what is yours. And then we also...
Wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. Those are the commercials I'm talking about.
Now, look, Mr. Willoughby, you can't blame my program if you're losing money. There must be something wrong with the product.
Something wrong with the international corset? Are you crazy?
Mr. Willoughby, I only
I know what you said.
But look...
Have you ever heard of the woman in the window?
Yes.
Well, before using our product, she couldn't even get in the house.
Hey, Mr. Willoughby, you asked for it. I've received hundreds of complaints about your corset.
Complaints?
Yes. The steel you use in the stays is defective. When someone wearing your corset bends over, the stays have a tendency to snap loose with a ping.
With a ping?
Yes.
I can't believe it. It's incredible. Why, Wait a minute. My secretary wears an international corset I'll buzz for. When she comes in, I'll ask her to bend down. And if the international corset is what you say...
What is it, Snoochie?
Ethel, would you mind picking up that pin on the rug?
What?
Ethel, would you mind bending over as though you're picking something up?
Oh, certainly.
There. Did you hear that, Mr. Willoughby? Ping!
No, it can't be. I don't believe it. Would you mind bending over again, Ethel?
Certainly.
There.
That's the first time I ever heard Ethel ping.
Mary.
All right, you win, Jack. You win. But I'll give you a proposition. I'll put better steel in my corsets if you'll get a good announcer to do the commercials.
Okay, Mr. Willoughby, it's a deal. Come on, Mary. Come on, Phil. Let's go.
Well, what are you going to do, Jack?
Yeah, where are you going to find an announcer?
I don't know where I'm going to find one, but I know what I want. I want someone with a voice that's different, a voice that has dignity, charm, and I won't stop looking until I find one. I'll find an announcer if it takes me 10 years.
And that's how you found Don Wilson?
It wasn't that easy, Mr. Kearns. I tried voices, deep ones, high ones, soft ones, loud ones. All right, you're next. Read this. The International Corset Company presents Jack Benny. Now, the show opens, and you say...
The International Corset Company presents Jack B.
Never mind. All right, Bud, you try it. The show opens, and you say...
The International Corset Company presents Jack Benny.
Now, cut that out, and you won't do it. All right, fella, you're next. Read this. The show opens, and you say...
The International Corset presents Jack.
Gee whiz, Jack, you've auditioned over 500 people.
Yeah, where are you taking us now?
I said I was going to find an announcer, and I will. We're going right in here.
Hey, Livy, look what it says on the door. The Acme Elocution School.
Oh, yeah. We can train your vocals so you won't sound like a yokel.
Come on, let's go in.
A with a U is...
A-U, A-U.
D with a U is...
D-U, D-U.
U-D-U-D-U-A-U-A. G with a U is...
G-U, G-U.
E with a U is... A-U-E-U-G-U-D-U. Very good, students. Very good.
Hey, Mary, what do you think?
P with a U is P-U-P-U.
Quiet.
Please, what's all this disturbance over here?
Oh, I'm sorry if we're intruding, but I'm Jack Benny. I'm looking for a radio announcer.
Well, you've come to the right place. Now, let's see. In this class, I have little Harry Von Zell, Billy Goodwin, Jimmy Wellington, and that fat boy over there is Donald Wilson.
Donald Wilson. Say, I like that name, and he looks like he might be just right for my program.
Certainly, Mr. Benny. I'll call him over. Oh, Donald, this is Jack Benny.
How do you do?
How with an H and an O and a U and an O and a D is a how-do-do.
What? Eat. Hi. Give me a piece of pie. Eat. Hi. Phil, cut that out. Eat. Vermont. Gee, I knew where our amount ahead of time, because this is 12 years ago. Now, Mr. Wilson, I'm considering you as an announcer for my program. And if you take the job, I hope everything turns out fine.
I'm sure with an S and a U and an I with an S-U-U-S-U-U-I-L.
Huh?
He said, I'm sure it will.
Oh.
Now, Donald, class is over, and you can speak naturally.
Thank you. And Mr. Benny, I also want to thank you for this wonderful opportunity because I understand there's a lot of money to be made in radio.
Not unless you own a swimming pool.
What?
P with an O and an O-O-L with an O-O-P and an O-P-A.
Mary, stop it. Now, Mr. Wilson, before we sign the contract, I want to hear you read this simple line. The International Corset Company presents Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. The International Corset Company presents the greatest comedian in the world.
Huh?
That inimitable, that incomparable, that handsome master of ceremony.
Mary, this guy's going to be great.
The greatest personality in show business today, that scintillating star, that virtuoso of the violin.
You don't have to go any further, Bob. You got the job.
Please, Bill, please. I want to hear him.
That sparkling wit of the airways, that lovable, laughable favorite of millions, Jack Benny.
And that, Mr. Kearns, is how I found Don Wilson. And he did his first announcing job while I was still working for the International Corset Company.
Well, that's a very interesting story, Mr. Benny. And I've been making notes so I could... Oh, darn it, I dropped my pencil.
Oh, yes. I'll pick it up for you.
Why, Mr. Benny, do you wear a...
Never mind. The interview is over. Goodbye.
There goes that song again. We used to call it our serenade. We fell in love when we heard it play. Over and over and over and over again. I still remember when I sang the words and they made you mine. I'd steal a kiss and repeat each line over and over and over and over, and then we drifted apart. You walked off with my heart. It's funny how one listen just starts me I'd soon forget that, yeah. I told myself when you said so long, but I was wrong. There goes that song again. There goes that song we called our serenade. We fell in love when we heard it played. Over and over and over and over, and then we drifted apart. You walked off with my heart. It's funny how one listen just starts me reminiscing. I told myself when you said so long, but I was wrong. There goes that song again.
concludes another program, folks, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Don.
It was very nice of you to tell that story about how I first came on your program.
Ah, that's fine. Thank you.
But I've been with you so many years now. Don't you think I ought to get a little more money?
What?
Money.
M with an O, with an N with an O, with an N-O, 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 no.
Thanks, Mary. Good night, folks.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
An American Forces Network first. For the first time on AFN, for their first appearance this season in the ETO, G.I. Joe gets set to hear the famed harmonica virtuoso Larry Adler and
We meet and the angels sing.
sweet singing, blues swinging Martha Tilton and Illinois' threat to Yasha Heifetz, Jack Benny. The European Division Band of the Air Transport Command, directed by Sergeant Jack Platt, opens the show with Hallelujah. Here's a reminder, fellows, the folks at home haven't forgotten us. USO Camp Shows, in cooperation with Special Service, is spending millions of dollars to bring these moments of enjoyment right to the farthest outpost of the world. Not only stars like Jack Benny, Larry Adler, and Martha Tilton travel the biggest vaudeville circuit the world has ever known, but hundreds of lesser theatrical people have spent years at the front entertaining us. Do we appreciate it? You bet we do. Jack Benny and his group have just arrived, and tomorrow they take off for a tour of many places in the ETO. Maybe you'll get to see them. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who got here Saturday by plane, and his stomach will arrive next Wednesday, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Turk, let me tell you something. You can kid all you want about me being plane sick, but the trip didn't bother me at all. The minute I got in the plane, I took 8 sleeping pills, and when I woke up yesterday, here I was in the South Pacific.
South Pacific? Why, Jack, you're in Paris.
What?
You're in Paris. You went to the South Pacific in 1944.
I did? Well, what year is this?
This is 1945.
Well, I'll be darned. Those pills sure work, don't they? Anyway, Turk, I was only kidding. I know I'm in Paris. Listen, I knew I was in Paris the minute I got off the plane and saw Piccadilly Circus. Yes? Yes, sir.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Piccadilly Square is in London.
All right, so I'm farsighted. You know, Turk, I've only been here 2 days, but I saw everything. The Arctic Triumph, the Eiffel Tower, and those cute dames riding bikes, you know. Cute girls on the bicycles. I saw everything.
Well, Jack, what do you think of the shops here in Paris?
The shops? Oh, they're very smart. I walked into a store yesterday, bought a complete French outfit. A beret, a flowing red tie, covert slacks, and a tan corduroy jacket with a loaf of bread to match. And it only cost me $100,000. You know, in France, nobody eats bread. They just carry it. You know? Say, Turk, how do you like the way the French people drive cars?
You're not kidding, Jack. They're worse than Hollywood.
Worse? First they run over you, then they back up and strafe you with the exhaust pipe. Then at night they come out with bright lights searching for you.
By the way, Jack, did you notice all the GIs in town here on pass?
Oh, you mean the combat men? Yeah. I saw one soldier wearing 3 battle stars, one for France, one for Germany, and one for the 11 o'clock Metro. He really was a hero. Well, here comes Larry Adler. Hello, Larry.
Hiya, Jack.
Say, Larry, I want you to meet the announcer of our program. This is PFC Hal Turkle. We call him Turk. He's an OD Don Wilson.
Hello, Turk. Glad to know you.
Hi, Adler.
Say, Larry, can you imagine when Turk introduced me tonight, he inferred that I was sick on the plane. That's a laugh, isn't it? Huh?
Well, you were sick, weren't you?
I was not.
What was that you were holding in your lap? The Davis Cup?
What are you laughing at? All right, don't be funny.
Say, Larry, how do you like Paris?
Oh, there's a great city, Turk, but there's one thing I cannot understand.
What's that?
Well, things are so bad here. I was walking down the Champs-Elysees. It's awful. Everybody's being dispossessed.
What do you mean, Larry?
Well, all the furniture is out on the street.
Those are sidewalk cafes. Yeah, I should have waited till you got your laugh. I'm very sorry. I thought mine was going to top it. What a jerk. Anyway. But those sidewalk cafes, you know, there's a great place to meet girls. I saw a gorgeous French girl sitting in one, so I walked over, sat down next to her, and ordered Van Rouge.
Van Rouge for the both of you?
No, she looked at me and ordered Van Johnson. Say, Larry, where were you last night? I was looking for you.
Oh, I went to the Folie Bergère, and boy, what
is it? Folie Bergère.
Folie Bergère, and don't be jealous. And boy, what a show.
Cute gals, huh?
Not only cute, but they come out wearing the most beautiful expressions. Hey, you know you've given me better lines than you've got.
I know. This is the last show you're going to get them.
The guy who designed...
This show is liable to run until Bob Hope gets it. What'd you say about the girls? What'd you say about the girls with the expression?
Oh, the girls. I'm glad you mentioned that. The guy who designs those costumes said he'd getting back to the script. What a gold break.
Well, look, why didn't you tell me, Larry? I'd have gone with you to the show.
Oh, I wish I had, Jack. One girl came out wearing a swell ensemble, a hat and shoes to match.
I mean, nothing in between?
Nothing in between?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Gloves.
She's a regular clothes horse. Well, what'd you do after the show?
Oh, I had a date with a star.
The star of the Follies Bergère? How'd you arrange that?
Beaucoup cigarettes.
What a sucker I am. I've been smoking mine. Say, Larry, how about a number on the harmonica? You know the boys here will go for that, huh?
All right, Jack, I'll play Begin the Begin.
Good, let's have it. Begin the Begin, played by Larry Adler. Larry, how about another number?
All right, Jack. This time I'm going to play one that was written by myself and our accompanist who's with us on the trip, David LeWinter. And we based it on a French theme. It's called La Bougie du Main et à la Bouche.
Oh, really? You speak French, then?
Yes.
Well, I speak French, too. I took lessons.
Well, where did you study? Berlitz?
No, Duffy's Tavern. Archie speaks French like a native, a Ubangi.
Well, if you've studied French, Jack, let me hear it. Say something.
Want me to say something in French?
In French.
Here's something I studied. Ma tante a mangé la fenêtre pendant que j'ai respiré l'ascenseur.
Well, that sounds very impressive, Jack. What does that mean in English?
My aunt ate the window while I inhaled the elevator.
What was that?
I said my aunt ate the window while I inhaled the elevator.
Well, Jack, that doesn't make sense. You can't inhale an elevator.
I can, too.
You cannot.
I can, too.
You cannot.
If my aunt can eat a window, I can inhale an elevator. I guess I got you there, Bob. Huh?
Well, Jack, there's no place in France where you can say a thing like that.
Oh, there isn't, eh? Have you ever been to Saint-Germain?
Yes.
Oh. Well, have you ever been to Chalon-sur-Saône?
Yes.
Oh. Well, have you ever been to South Bend, Indiana?
Well, no.
Well, until you've been there, Bud, don't go shooting off your mouth. You Americans think you know everything here. Go ahead, play that number. Burns me up.
That's David LeWinter on the piano. David's supposed to be accompanying me.
That was Larry Adler playing Ma tante a manger la fenêtre, pendant que j'ai respiré la ceinture, South Bend, written by Irving Berlin. That's the Berlin that's still standing. And now, oh, hello, Martha. Hey, fellas, here's Martha Tilton.
I couldn't get one for you. I've been to every TX in Paris, and they just didn't have one.
Well, gee, Martha, I was depending on you. We leave tomorrow.
I know. So I went to a department store, and here's what I got.
Let me see it. No, I can't wear that.
Well, why not? It's just as good as the other kind.
No, it's not OD. I'll be out of uniform. You know?
But, Jack, they just don't make OD shawls.
Well, I'll keep this one. I can wear it in the Jeep as a snood to keep my toupee on, you know? They always kid about my toupee, you know. They always say I have no hair. Isn't that silly? Look at no hair. I got hair home I haven't even used yet. Say, Martha, how about singing something?
All right, Jack.
Say, Martha, look, before you sing, there's something I want to ask you. I don't know whether this is the proper place, you know, to bring it up. You don't mind if I just sort of hint at this, you know. Well, Martha, you know, this is our first show together, you see, on this trip. And,
yes, Jack.
Well, I don't know where you're living, but do you mind if I take you home after the show?
Well, I can't see any harm in that.
Oh, I wish you could. Well, I'll tell you, sing a song and I'll meet you later. I gotta get my...
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never cared much for afterglow or candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lights down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to wander through the park, shadow boxing after dark. Then you came and caused the spark. That's a four-alarm fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. I call my sugar candy because I'm sweet on candy and candy's sweet on me. He understands me, my understanding candy, and candy's always candy when I need that there were for him, so I could love much more of him. He has taken my complete heart, got a sweet tooth for my sweetheart candy. It's gonna be just dandy the day I take my candy and make him mine, all mine. I wish that there were for him, so I could love much more of him. He has taken my complete heart, got a sweet tooth for my sweetheart candy. It's gonna be just dandy the day I take my candy and make him mine, all mine, and make my candy mine, all mine.
That was Martha Tilton, accompanied by the European Division Band of the Air Transport Command. Larry, how about doing another number now? And this time, if you don't mind, I'd like to make it a duet.
And if I
You
do?
on the harmonica and me on the violin. Okay?
You're the boss.
Darn right I'm the boy. I didn't get those chops for nothing, brother. Give me A.
Got athlete thumb. I had to get that line in, Ted.
That's close enough. Can we give him our medleys? Fascinating rhythm and putting on the wrist.
From the hit parade of 1914.
Right. Where'd you hear? Don't laugh, you guys. Wait a minute. Ready?
What's that for? All right.
Ida, sweet as apple cider.
That's the first time they've ever hated anything on a G-string. I ad-libbed it, and that's an order.
Great. Boy, am I hot.
You're hot, and I'm sweating it out.
Jack Benny, Martha Tilton, and Larry Adler leave tomorrow to tour military installations all around the ETO. Quite likely you'll see them, but if you miss them or they don't get to your post, there's Bob Hope, Jerry Colonna, Ed Gardner, the Archie of Duffy's Tavern, and hundreds of other outstanding acts, plus whole stage shows right from home. You're sure to see many of these shows. This is a service of the USO camp shows in cooperation with Special Services. Your Special Service officer will post the time and place of each show. You'll enjoy them. That was Sweet Lorraine, played by the European Division Band of the Air Transport Command under the direction of Sergeant Jack Platt. And now here is Jack Benny again.
Fellas, this has only been the beginning. We're coming out your way, and Martha and Larry and I, we're going to try to reach every one of you if possible. So long, guys, and we'll be seeing you.
Jack Benny Program.
Starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson.
Now, let's see. What do you think of Texas Sandman, Rochester?
He stands a pretty good chance, boss.
Yeah. How about Surdy?
A mighty good horse.
It's a shame that Busher is out of the race. She would have been the heavy favorite. She'd have been a cinch.
Wait a minute, boss. In horse racing, there's no such thing as a cinch. Remember what happened to me last year when I bet on a cinch?
Didn't he win?
Win. He came in last. When he finally did finish, he was disqualified for not having a jockey.
Oh, you mean the jockey was thrown off?
No, he starved to death.
Well, let's look at the racing form again. I don't know. I still like that long shot, Ligero Honey.
Oh, no, boss. You take Texas Sandman. He's by Shipton Sands II out of Swamp Queen.
Oh, you mean his mother and father? I still like Ligero Honey.
But, boss, take a horse like Surdy. He's by Mio de Arezzo out of Risky Miss.
Oh. What about Ligero Honey?
He's an orphan.
Well, so is Barbara Stanwyck, and she's doing all right. Believe me.
Barbara Stanwyck?
Yes. She won the Daily Double Indemnity. Say, that's a good one, isn't it? Double Indemnity. Oh, boy. That was good. I wish Miss Livingston and Mr. Harris were here to hear that one.
Yeah, I wish it was anybody but me.
Never mind. Come in. Gosh, I don't know. There's so many good horses in this race. There's Paper Boy, Bull Ray, Best Effort, Challenge Me.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Jack. I don't see that here.
Jack, I said hello.
Oh, hello, Mary. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to pick a horse in the big race tomorrow.
Oh, Jack, you shouldn't go to the races. You're such a hard loser.
I am not.
Go on. Last year when you went to the track, you had a vial of poison strapped to your leg.
Vial of poison. You're so clever. Say, Rochester, here's a horse.
Oh, say, Jack, I got a letter from Mama. She said she heard last week's program and thought it was great.
She did? Good.
She thought Ingrid Bergman was wonderful the way she played Gaslight.
Well, she was.
And Papa said you were as well as Charles Boyer.
Good. What did Mama say to that?
Nothing. She just gave Papa some black coffee and put him to bed.
Well, your mother wouldn't even like me if I was good. Now, here's a horse called Shuffle that... You know, Mary, I never saw anyone like your mother. She hates me, and I do everything in the world for her. I remember her on Christmas, her birthday, Mother's Day. What about that ocean trip I offered her to go to Europe?
A fine offer. You told her to join the WAC.
Well, if she couldn't pass her physical, it's not my fault. See, Challenge Me, Sickles' Choice. That's a good one. I'll tell you another thing, Mary. If your mother doesn't change her attitude toward me, I'm going to stop sending her my old slats. Now, let's see. Sickles' Choice, Challenge Me.
Now, Jack, Mama,
Wait a minute. Let me see. I wonder how much weight she carries.
240 pounds.
I'm not talking about your mother. Anyway, if she'd taken some of that off, she would have passed her physical. Let's see. Sickles' Choice. Come in. Next time you write a letter to your mother, tell her the... Well, hi, Larry.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Larry. How's married life?
Oh, fine, except that my wife can't cook very well.
What do you mean?
Well, we had some people over for dinner 2 weeks ago, and I don't think the meal agreed with them.
Why, what'd they say?
Nothing. They're still sitting there.
See, Sickles' Choice.
Mr. Benny, are we going to rehearse for the program?
As soon as the rest of them get here.
Then I'll go in by the piano and rehearse my song, Navajo Trail.
Okay. Sickles' Choice, Challenge Me. Corbett's writing Georgie Drum. Peterson.
about evening, when the sunlight's beginning to fail, I ride through the slumbering shadows along the Navajo Trail. When it's night and crickets are calling and coyotes are making a wail, I dream by a smoldering fire along the Navajo Trail. I love to lie and listen to the music when the wind is strumming a sagebrush guitar. When over yonder hill the moon is climbing, you'll always find me wishing on a star. Well, what do you know? It's morning already. There's the dawning so silver and pale. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail. It's time to climb into my saddle and ride the Navajo Trail.
Rochester, I've gone over this racing form 5 times, and I think you're right. It looks like Texas Sandman all the way.
Now you're talking, boss.
That settles it. Texas Sandman. I'm going out there tomorrow and put $2 right on his nose. That's what I'm going to do. You can give me your $1 now, Rochester. Hand it over.
Okay.
If the world comes to an end tomorrow, it's okay with me. I've seen everything.
What'd you say, Mary?
Nothing.
Now, Rochester, when I go to the track tomorrow, I'm going to wear my brown tweed suit. Is it pressed?
Yes, sir.
Good. By the way, I found out about you wearing my gray suit Wednesday night when I was out.
Me?
Yes, I found out all about it. Now, admit it. You did wear it, didn't you?
Yes, sir. Doggone, that parrot's been talking again.
He has not.
I'm sick and tired of the way that bird spies on me.
Rochester, my parrot doesn't spy on you.
Then how come his returned address is the house on 92nd Street?
Never mind that. Now, Rochester, the rest of the gang will be here soon. We're going to rehearse in the library. So be sure there are plenty of chairs in there.
Okay. Doggone that parrot. He tells the boss everything he sees. I wonder how long you'd have to cook a parrot before it's tender. Doggone, I'd like to hit him over the head with his own drumstick. Well, I'd better go and get the library fixed up. It's kind of dusty in here. Guess I'd better... Just look at him sitting in that cage watching me. I'd better get busy or he'll rat on me.
Hello.
I won't pay any attention to him.
Hey, Rochester.
I better move these chairs over here.
Hey, Rochester.
Child, quiet, blab 'em out. One of these days...
Rochester!
Yes, boss?
Answer the door!
Answer the door.
You better be quiet, Polly. Don't you tell me what to do. You know I've been around here longer than you have, and if you keep that up, I'm going to...
Shut up.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Rochester.
Hiya, Roch.
Hello, gentlemen. It's Mr. Harris and Mr. Wilson, boss.
Oh, come on in, fellas. Come on, Mary. Everybody's here. We better start rehearsing.
Okay.
Hello, Don, Phil. Say, you boys are a little late.
It's my fault, Jackson. I started playing with my little daughter, and I forgot all about the time.
Oh, that's all right, Phil.
Say, Phil, I saw your little daughter the other day, and that baby is sure growing. She looks just like Alice.
You ain't kidding, Mary. Last night she put on Alice's high-heeled shoes and one of her long dresses, and I couldn't tell them apart.
Honest?
Yeah, after dinner I threw Alice in the crib and took the kid to the Palladium.
Phil, you know that didn't happen.
Well, it was the kid or the nurse. Somebody went with me.
Now, let's forget it and start the rehearsal.
Jack, I wish that last week you'd have let me be Charles Boyer in that sketch with Ingrid Bergman.
Oh, fine. Fate Boyer.
No, I'm serious, Jack. Listen.
Don.
Let me take you in my arms and press you close.
Don, you're hurting me. Now, come on, we're late. Let's get on with the rehearsal.
Yeah, let's get started.
All right, kids, now here's the rehearsal. Now, Phil's band picks up right after the commercial. All right, hit it, Phil.
Can it be the breeze that fills the trees with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't the breeze. It's Jackson time. La, da, da, da.
That's it. Now... Then, after Don's introduction, I say thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And say, Mary, did you have a good time at the races yesterday? Well, go ahead, Mary. You got the next line.
Oh, Jack, I don't want to do that corny joke. It's awful.
It is not awful. I wrote it myself.
Well, just listen to the way it sounds. You say, did you have a good time at the races, Mary? And then I have to say, well, yes, except the horse I bet on was so slow the jockey had to get off and bush her.
Did you get it, Phil?
Yeah, I got it all over me.
Well, I like the gag, and it stays in.
Well, then everything that Fred Allen says about you is right.
Now, let's not talk any more about Boston's half-baked bean. We got to get on with this. Oh, there's the phone. We can never finish a rehearsal. Hello?
Hello, is my daddy there?
Your dad? Oh, is this Phil Harris's little girl?
Yes, and I want to talk to Hotshot.
Hotshot? Is that what your mommy called your daddy?
No, that's what he calls himself.
No.
Yes, Hotshot Harris with the heavenly hair.
Oh, no. Well, just a second, honey. I'll call your daddy. Hey, Hotshot, you're wanted on the phone.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Daddy.
Oh, hello, baby. Is there anything wrong?
Yes, Daddy, I just came back from the candy store.
Oh, well, what did you buy?
Nothing. They told me the check you gave me is no good.
What do they mean, no good? I made that check out properly, and I signed it, too.
I know, Daddy, but you put your X on the wrong line.
Oh, well, I'll straighten it out when I get home. Goodbye, sweetheart.
Goodbye, Hotshot.
Nothing wrong, is there, Phil?
No, let's get on with the rehearsal.
Oh, we are oceans apart. You're never out of my heart. I simply close my eyes and there you are. There in the dawn's early light, there in the still of the night, I look behind a star
Mary, you had the last line, and as soon as we...
Hi, Benny. Hello, everybody. Thought I'd drop in to see if I can get any ideas for a couple of publicity stories.
Oh, hello, Steve. Sit down. We're rehearsing.
Go right ahead. Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
Thanks, Steve. Now, Mary, let's forget the Busher joke and go on with...
Hey, Benny, I got a publicity campaign mapped out for you that's a dilly. I'm going to give you a new build-up. I'm going to play down Benny the comedian and play up Benny the glamour boy.
Me? Glamour boy?
Certainly. Your name should be in the gossip columns every day, tied up with a lot of dames. You know, the romantic angle.
But, Steve, I'm almost 37. But, huh?
Nobody let that get out of this room.
But, Steve...
Yes, Benny the romantic angle. That's it. I've got everything fixed up. Tomorrow night, you're going out with Lana Turner.
But will Lana Turner go out with me?
Why, sure. We're going to wrap a towel around your head and call you Turhan Benet.
Now, wait a minute.
When I get through with this campaign, Benny will be as famous as hot dogs or apple pie. Jack Benny will be the delight from the Bobby Sox Brigade. Jack Benny will be the...
Polly, sit down.
Just pretend I'm one of the family and make believe I'm not here at all.
I'm sorry, Steve. That was my parrot.
Oh, well, I got to get going anyway now, so I'll see you a little later. So long.
So long.
Say, Benny, don't let that 37 get out of this room. From now on, you're 25.
Oh, Steve, how can I look like 25?
What you haven't got in the flesh, I can get out of a jar. So long.
Steve, what happened?
You're 37 again. I dropped the jar.
Well, I'm glad he's gone. Now, come on, kids. Let's finish the rehearsal. Gosh, that was the most tiring rehearsal I ever went through. So many interruptions.
I hope I get a good night's sleep.
Gee, this bed feels good.
Well, I might as well take my shoes off.
This little piggy went to market. This little pig... Oh, I guess I'm too old for that. I was 25 for a few minutes there. Say, I wonder if... Where's the mirror? Say, I don't look so bad with this towel around my head. I'm the chic of Araby. Lana's love belongs to me.
I better turn out the light and get to bed.
Gee, I hope I do well at the track tomorrow.
I think Rochester was right. Texas Sandman looks like a good bet.
Of course, there's so many good horses that race, you can't tell.
Are you with it? That's a good show bet. Surdy. Sickles' choice.
Jack, have you placed your bet yet?
Yes, Mary. I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. And just to insure it, I bet $2 on Texas Sandman to show. I got a hunch Challenge Me is the horse. Who you betting on, Mary?
I put $50,000 on Rinso White.
Better be careful, Mary. A whole week's salary.
Oh, Jack, look. Look, Jack, there's a horse in this race called Buck Benny.
Where? Oh, yes, Buck Benny, named after me.
Hey, Jackson, who you betting on the 56th race?
Well, I'm thinking of Gypsy Rose Lee.
So am I, but who you betting on?
Well, I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next race, Texas Sandman will run with blinkers and a whip.
I must mark that down.
Sickles' Choice will run with blinkers and a whip.
I must make a note of that, too.
Buck Benny will run with glasses and a cane.
Mary, how do you spell cane?
WLXTYGR.
Isn't there an E in it? Or something? Hey, Mary, look, the horses are passing us now on the way to the track.
Yeah, and look at poor Busher. She can't be in the race because of a lame leg.
Yeah, isn't that a shame? I'm going over and give her a lump of sugar. Hello, Busher, old girl. You hurt your little footsie, didn't you, girlie? I'm so sorry you're not in the race. How do you feel, Busher?
Lousy.
Oh, yeah. Say, Busher, I put $85,000 on Challenge Me. What do you think of his chances?
With me out, they've all got a chance.
I guess so. Well, goodbye, Busher. I'll see you at Claudette's on New Year's. Gee, I'm sorry she hurt her foot there.
The horses are all in the starting gate. Steady. Steady now. And they're off.
Boy, look at them go. Challenge me!
As they hit the halfway mark, DISCHARGED by a length. El Lobo is second and Greensburg's on third.
Gosh, he's been there so long.
Challenge Me is fourth. Full rate is fifth, and here comes Mildred Pierce.
Mildred Pierce? You're not kidding.
They're all in a bunch as they're turning for home. So while they're all gathered together, I want to say a few words. Horses, do you ever suffer from a frail tail? Do you develop grit on your bit? Do you get floats from your oats? You do? Then why not try sympathy?
Gee, I didn't know that was good for horses, too.
They're coming down the home stretch. It's Gaslight leading by 2 lengths. Mary's mother is second.
Gee, Mary didn't tell me she was running today.
Autocrat is third. Hot Dog is fourth, and Mustard is coming through on the outside.
Gee!
And Challenge Me is coming out from behind.
Come on! Come on, Challenge Me! Come on! Come on!
Boss, wake up!
Come on,
dreaming. Wake up! Wake up!
Come on, challenge me. Huh? What?
You've been dreaming, boss.
I've been... Oh, yes. And gosh, what a dream that was. Oh, Rochester. Rochester, quick.
What?
Give me a sleeping pill. I gotta find out who won.
Jack, I still don't want to do that joke about Busher. I think it's terrible.
Well, that's all right, Mary. I don't want to hurt Busher's feelings anyway. She told me she feels awful.
What?
Busher told me that... Oh, never mind, never mind. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it.
Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
You bet. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. Year after year, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy this fine Lucky Strike tobacco to give you real deep-down smoking enjoyment. Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 46 sold American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, if you remember last week, Jack had a dream that he went to the racetrack and bet $85,000 on the winner, Challenge Me. So now we'd like to take you back about 6 days. It's Monday afternoon. Jack is in the library of his home talking with his press agent, Steve Bradley.
But, Steve, I don't know what the...
I'm telling you, Benny, if you don't go for this publicity stunt, you ought to have your head examined.
All right, Steve. What is it? Quiet, Polly. Steve, what is it?
Well, this going to be slapped on the front page of every newspaper in the country. By tomorrow afternoon, the whole world will be talking about Jack Benny. Why, you couldn't have gotten this much publicity if you'd married Margaret O'Brien.
All right, Steve, tell me, what is this big...
Hello.
Polly, quiet. Steve, you haven't told me what this is all about. For heaven's sake, what is this big story?
Benny, this is so big, it's even too big for me to tell you. What time is it?
4:30.
4:30. Turn on that radio. Erskine Johnson's on. I gave him the story, and I think he's going to break it today.
Turn on the radio, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Erskine Johnson in Hollywood. There's some very exciting news today from the film capital, and here's the hottest news of all. I've just learned that in the recent Gold Cup race at Hollywood Park, Jack Benny, famous tightwad of screen and radio, bet $85,000 on the winner challenge me. The price was $17.20 to win. This netted the comedian exactly $646,000. What a break for Benny.
Turn that off. Turn that off. Steve, are you crazy? Have you gone nuts? Have you lost your mind?
Now, Benny, don't get excited. Come down off of that bookcase and let me talk to you.
But Steve, don't you remember I told you it was all a dream? It didn't happen. I dreamt that I bet $85,000 on Challenge Me. Why, I wouldn't
Hold
bet...
it, Benny. Now, hold it. Nobody outside of this room knows it's a dream. Now, we're going to make them believe it really happened.
What?
It'll give you a new personality. Why, all your life you've been Benny the skinflint, Benny the cheapskate, Benny the miser. Benny the miser, Benny the miser.
Polly, be quiet.
Now, from now on, it's going to be Benny the spendthrift, the plunger, the sport, the Diamond Tim Brady of the 20th century. Everybody in America will be talking about the new Jack Benny.
Well, say, Steve, it might be something at that. I guess it wouldn't hurt if people thought it really happened.
Can't hurt a thing, not a thing. I got to run now, Benny, and look. Whenever you're out in public, I want you to light your lucky strikes with $10 bills.
$10 bills? But, Steve...
All right, use 5.
But I don't want to burn a $5 bill every time I go around.
Okay, use 1, but wrinkle them so nobody can see the numbers.
But even $1 bills, I don't want to go around...
Couldn't he use a red-hot penny?
Yeah, I have plenty of matches.
You've got to impress the public, Benny. Now, this will be in every Hollywood column. Luella Parsons, Jimmy Starr, Hedda Hopper, Harrison Carroll, Harry Crocker, and Benny. Be sure to listen to your radio every night this week. So long.
Gee, Rochester, you know, he may have something. This may turn out to be a great thing for me.
Yeah, your dreams are getting better all the time.
They sure are.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel Heater.
Oh, yes, there's big news tonight. There was nothing outstanding in the news last night. No one knows what the news will be tomorrow night. But, oh, yes, there's big news from Hollywood tonight. Jack Benny, the comedian, went out to Hollywood Park last Saturday and placed a bet of $85,000 on Challenge Me to win. Mind you, to win. Benny watched calmly as the horses ran and remained calm. The Challenge Me came up from far behind to calmly win the Gold Cup race. And the horse paid a big price. Jack Benny won $646,000. Oh, yes, there's one happy soul in Hollywood tonight. And now, just 30 seconds for my sponsor.
Rochester, tonight's the night we're supposed to listen to H.V. Kaltenborn.
Yes, sir, I'll turn it on.
Good evening, everybody. Well, we have several new developments in the news this evening. Yes. And those developments come particularly from Russia. But before I give you the news from Europe, here's a very interesting item from our own country. This man disclosed that Jack Benny, radio screen star, won $646,000 on Challenge Me in last Saturday's Gold Cup race in Hollywood. Benny, who has been known for years, is inclined to hoard his money. Yes, he placed a bet of $85,000 on the horse that won the race. This comes as quite a surprise to the nation. And now for the latest developments from Russia. It seems that...
Turn it off, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Rochester, isn't this terrific? All this publicity, and the only ones that know it was a dream are Steve Bradley, you, and me.
And me.
Quiet, Polly. Rochester, I'm going upstairs and shave before I go to bed. Don't forget to come up and tuck me in.
I won't, boss. I won't. Doggone, the boss should have stayed a baby. He's scared of the dark, likes milk, sucks his thumb, and sleeps with a teddy bear. Well, I guess he never... Uh-oh, there's the door.
Good evening. I'm a reporter with the Associated Press. You're Rochester, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Fine. You're just the one I wanted to get my story from. Now, let me ask you something. Have you noticed any change in Mr. Benny since he won all this money?
Well, no, except that now he's strongly in favor of a large army and navy.
Yes, I can understand that. Now, an interesting sidelight on this story would be how Mr. Benny carried this money home from the track.
Well, I don't know, but I imagine in the usual way, in his shoes.
He carries his money in his shoes?
Uh-huh. You can tell his financial condition by his height.
Really?
Yeah, when he reaches 6'5", he's on his way to the bank.
Well, Rochester, this is all very interesting, and I'd like to ask you one more question.
Yes, sir.
I imagine since Mr. Benny won $646,000, he throws his money away.
Yes, but not far. Not far.
Well, he probably doesn't want people to think he's a show-off. Thank you very much, Rochester.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, I better go up and tuck the boss in. Tomorrow's Saturday, he's got a rehearsal. I hope he's asleep or I'll have to tell him a story. Let's see, I did Little Red Riding Hood last night. Oh, well, I'll do the Three Little Bears. He never remembers that. Yeah, that's the one.
There's quite a crowd around NBC today, isn't there, Rochester?
Yes, sir. Have you got the scripts, boss?
I've got them. Let's go in.
Let's see your passes before you... Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, hello, Mike.
Congratulations, Mr. Benny. Sure, it's the luck of the Irish you had at the races.
No, you heard about me cleaning up on Challenge Me.
That I did. How does it feel?
Feel? Well, to tell you the truth, it doesn't make me feel any different. I haven't changed a bit.
I was afraid of that.
Uh-huh?
I mean, I was afraid of you changing.
Oh. Well, come on, Rochester. Let's go on inside. Funny how everyone in town knows about me winning that money. See, that Steve Bradley did a terrific job on the publicity. I'm the most talked of man in
Jack, congratulations. Let me give you a big kiss. You know, Jack, Jack.
Wait a minute, Mary. Gee, I'm all out of breath. You never kissed me like that before. Gee, you got lipstick all over my forehead.
Gosh, Jack, imagine you winning $646,000. The things you can do with that money.
Yeah. See, I can buy limousines, a yacht, a new flint for my cigarette lighter.
Gee, I can't understand it. How did you happen to bet $85,000?
Well, it's all I happen to have with me. I was wearing low shoes that day.
You know, Jack, there's one thing puzzling me. Last week when you told me about this, you said it was only a dream.
Oh, you see, Mary, I was too modest to admit the truth.
Well, I don't know. I've never seen you bet more than $2 on a horse.
Well...
And even then, you give the jockey sealed orders to be open at the first turn.
That's the same, Mary. I'm telling you the truth.
Hiya, Jackson. 646,000 pieces of federal lettuce. Congratulations, Mary. Kiss me, you dove.
were supposed to congratulate me.
I know, but it's more fun this way.
No lipstick on his forehead. He's got a bad aim.
You know, Jackson, I can't get over you betting $85,000 on a horse.
Why?
Well, you've been so cheap all your life. You must have a dual personality.
Bill, I'm the same guy I always was. There's no such a thing as a dual personality.
Certainly there is. There are two sides to everyone.
What?
I got two sides to me.
What do you mean?
Well, there's one side of me that likes bourbon, scotch, gin, beer, and pretzels.
Yeah?
And then there's the other side of me that don't like pretzels.
Bill, you've got three sides. There's another side of you don't like music. Now, come on, we got to rehearse.
Jack, what kind of show are we going to do this week?
Oh, I don't know, but I think I'd like to do another sketch like Gaslight. You know, the one we did 2 weeks ago with Ingrid Bergman.
Say, Jackson, I've been meaning to talk to you about that. That Ingrid Bergman dame puzzles me. I never knew that Ingrid was a girl's name.
Why not?
Well, last year when I didn't want to sign that new contract with you, that's what you call me.
That was ingrate. My goodness, can't you tell?
Well, hello, Mary.
Hi,
Bill.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Jack, and congratulations.
Well, Colonel Blimp.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I wish you'd stop making fun of my weight. It's not my fault.
It isn't that?
No, gosh, Jack, being fat's no fun. Only yesterday I went to the doctor about it, and he said that my excess weight was due to a rare illness known as Umnivarium digestibilis equinarius.
What does that mean in English?
I eat like a horse.
Don, I could have told you that without Latin, you know.
Oh, but Latin's a wonderful language, Jack. Remember those immortal words of Julius Caesar? So roundium, so fermius, so fully pactium.
You're right, Donium. And at Julius Caesar's funeral, when Mark Antony got up before the crowd and standing over the body said, "Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco." Even Julius got up and took a couple of puffs there. All right, kids, now let's start with
Say, boss, the telephone operator's been trying to reach you. You got a long-distance call from New York.
Oh. Well, I'll take it on this phone here.
Say, Mabel. Yeah? Mr. Benny's dressing room is flashing. I wonder what Stella Dallas wants now. I don't know. I'll find out. Hello?
Operator, this is Jack Benny. You have a long-distance call for me?
Just a second, Mr. Benny. I'll check on it. Say, Mabel, did you handle a long-distance call for Mr. Benny? Oh, yeah, New York was trying to get him. I'll plug in the long-distance operator. Say, Gertrude, ain't that Jack Benny an amazing character? Yeah. I'll never forget how he kept buying me candy bars and trying to lure me up to his apartment to show me his etchings. And finally, like a darn fool, I went, "Gee, what happened?" He showed me his etchings. You know, I don't... Hello, NBC. Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, I'll plug you in immediately. Gee, Mabel, my switchboard's all filled. Benny's on the first plug, Gildersleeve's on the second, and Greenberg's on third. You'd think that some... Yes? All right, I'll tell him. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, operator.
That long-distance call was canceled.
All right, thank you. All right, kids, now let's start the rehearsal. Where's Larry Stevens?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Oh, hello, kid.
Gee, $646,000. Oh, boy, could I use that money now that I'm married.
Why? What would you do with all that money, kid?
I'd go on a honeymoon.
But I thought you went on a honeymoon.
Yeah, but this time I'd take my wife with me.
Oh. Well, kid, someday you may be as smart as I am. Now, let's get on with the rehearsal. Now, Larry, you go over your song while we go in the other room and read the script.
Okay.
Now, come on, fellas. Let's go.
You came along You took my heart and found it free. Wonderful dreams, wonderful schemes from nowhere made every hour sweet as a flower for me. If you should go back to your nowhere, leaving with me a memory, I'll always wait for your return out of nowhere, hoping you'll bring your love to
How'd the rehearsal go tonight, Mr. Benny?
Fine, fine. Now remember, Rochester, don't you dare tell anybody that my winning all that money was only a dream.
Don't worry, boss. It'll be our little secret.
Boy, what a publicity stunt this is. That Steve Bradley certainly knows his business. He's really a genius. We're only a block from home now, Rochester. You can start putting on the brakes.
There you are, boss, right in front of the house.
More like it. Last night I had to walk back a block. Rochester, I'm going in. You put the car in the garage.
Yes, sir.
What time is it, Rochester?
11:15.
That late? 11:15, huh? Well, you can have the rest of the night off.
Thanks, boss. I'll run to the country for a rest.
Good night.
Good night.
Let's see. Where's my key? Oh, here. I have to get a longer keychain. This doorknob hurts my stomach. There. Gee, it's dark. Where's the light? Oh, here. Gee, I can't get over.
All right, Benny. Stick 'em up. Yipe! Come on, Benny. Get back in your shoes.
What? What is this?
It's a stick-up. Now listen, Benny. I want that $600,000 you won at the racetrack.
But I haven't got it. I didn't win any money. My press agent, Steve Bradley, he put it in the papers. It was just a publicity stunt. The joke's on you. See?
Now stop stalling, Benny. You keep your dough in a vault, and we're going down there and get it.
But I...
Get moving, and right straight for that vault or I'll drill you.
Yes, sir. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Huh?
No, Benny, I just want to get in that vault.
Yes, sir. Here we are.
Now, I got this gun right in my pocket, so no tricks.
Yes, sir. I'll open the door.
there?
Oh, it's me, Ed.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Who's that with you?
Oh, he's
I'm a friend of his.
Yes, Ed. He's a friend of mine.
Well, any friend of Mr. Benny's a friend of mine. Come on in, browse around.
Thanks.
Haven't seen you in a long time, Mr. Benny. How are things in the outside world?
Well, we won the war, and the boys are all coming home.
Good. I'll bet they'll give General Pershing a great reception.
No, Ed. You see, this
Cut out that chatter, Benny, and open that safe.
Yes, sir. Ed, I might as well tell you. This is a gangster, so don't make a false move.
Well, any friend of yours, a friend of mine.
Open that safe. Open that safe.
Yes, sir. Let's see. The combination is right to 45, left to 160,
Back to 15. Then left to 110. There.
I haven't heard anything like that since I broke out of San Quentin.
Look, mister. You can see for yourself. I haven't got $600,000. All I got in there is $10,000, and I need it.
$10,000?
Yes. Please believe me. The $85,000 I bet on the horse was only a dream. Look, that's all I've got. $10,000. You wouldn't take that from me, would you?
You're darn right I'll take it. Now, come on, hand it over.
My, this is thrilling.
Mister, please don't take
Hand
that.
over that 10 grand or I'll plug you.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
All right. Now, both of you stay right where you are. And I'm warning you, don't move.
I'll go after him, Mr. Benny.
No, Ed. Put down that bow and arrow. He's got a gun. Oh, my goodness. $10,000. $10,000 gone. Darn that Steve Bradley with his publicity. It's all his fault. If I told him once, I told him 1,000 times. I said, Steve, it didn't happen. It was a dream. I dreamt that I won $600,000. But no, he had to go for his wild, crazy, stupid publicity. Ladies and gentlemen, sometime between October 29th and December 8th, your doorbells will be rung by a Victory Loan volunteer. Answer the doorbell and welcome him or her, because these are the Americans who worked faithfully and hard to make previous bond drives so successful. Although the war is over, we haven't paid the bill for it, and the quota for this Victory Loan is $11 billion. We'll make it. And by we, I mean you and me, the Victory Volunteers. All of us. This will be the last victory drive, folks, so it's really our last chance to show these fighting men still in our hospitals and all our men and women in uniform that we know they finished their job, and we'll finish ours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel Heater and H.V. Kaltenborn were impersonated by Ollie O'Toole. Erskine Johnson was impersonated by Erskine Johnson. Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend Effie Boone.
American. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
Sure thing. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's programmer, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
There's fine smoking pleasure in fine tobacco, and Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Oh, my goodness. $10,000. There should be some action on this. I called the police hours ago. I'll turn on the radio. Maybe there's some news.
Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. There's a happy man in Hollywood tonight. Nobody knows how he felt last night. No one can tell how he'll feel tomorrow night. But, oh, yes, there's a happy soul in Hollywood tonight.
And he's
This is the national...
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Right you are. Yes, sir. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Sure thing. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco gives you real deep down smoking enjoyment. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49, sold American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, about 3 hours ago, Jack Benny left home for the studio. Rochester was driving him, and on the way they had a little tire trouble. So let's go back and find out what happened.
How much longer before you'll have the spare on, Rochester?
Just a couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes. Would have been fixed long ago if I'd have done it myself.
Hand me the wrench, will you, boss?
The wrench? Here.
That's the screwdriver.
Oh, the wrench. Here.
That's the pump.
Oh, here.
That's the hubcap.
Oh, you want the wrench? The wrench.
You're back to the screwdriver again.
Oh.
Let's go around again, boss. I need the rest.
What?
You know, boss, you just ain't mechanically minded.
I am, too.
Then why do you call me every morning to screw the cap back on your toothpaste?
Look, just hurry with the tire, will you?
I'm almost finished.
Good. I just can't understand having a blowout. A very good tire. It's a General.
I know, but you've run this General down to a buck private.
Stop being silly. That tire hasn't got so many holes in it.
It hasn't. Boss, the inner tube could be arrested for indecent exposure.
What?
Even the wheel is ashamed to go around with it.
Rochester, that's a terrible joke. An awful joke. What are you laughing at?
You always say that, and 2 weeks later it shows up on your program.
It does not. Now, come on, you're all through. Let's get going. You know, Rochester, one of the reasons I haven't fixed this car up is that I've been thinking of getting a new one.
Really, boss?
Yeah. I think this car has just about seen its best days.
I told you that the day you bought it.
I know.
Do you really think you'll buy a new car?
Well, it all depends on what they'll allow me for a trade-in on this car. How much do you think they'll appraise it for?
Boss, when a car gets this old, they don't appraise it, they weigh it.
Well, they'll have to give me a good price or I won't trade. We're pretty close to NBC. You better start looking for a parking place.
Why don't we go to a parking lot?
Rochester.
Sorry, boss. I'm letting my post-war plans get the best of me.
Here's a parking place right here in front of the studio.
Okay.
I'm going in. You stay here and watch the car.
Yes, sir. What an automobile. This is the car that made the Irishman stop smiling.
What?
And drove months mad.
Never mind. Just stay here and wait for me. Da-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-dee. Oh, hello, little boy.
Oh, Mr. Benny, may I have your autograph, please?
Why, certainly. There you are. Jack Benny.
Thank you. Say, Mr. Benny, are you really 37 years old?
Well, I will be in February. How old are you, Sonny?
5.
Only 5?
Well, I will be in June.
Well, goodbye, Sonny. I have to run along.
Jackson.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Am I late?
No, I just got here myself.
Are you Phil Harris?
Yeah, that's me. Do you want my autograph?
Gee, I'd sure like to have it.
Okay, hand me your book. There you are. Phil Harris.
Thank you. Gee, aren't there supposed to be 2 R's in Harris?
I don't know, kid. I spell it different every time.
Come on, Phil. Let's go.
Hey, Jackson, what's that you got under your arm?
Oh, it's a box of candy I'm giving Mary. Just a little surprise. You know, she was so nice to me when I was in the hospital last week. Come on, let's go in. You know, Phil, on the program today, I wish you played...
Hiya, Jack. Hello, Philzy.
Well, Cass Daly.
Hiya, Cass.
Well, glad to see you, Cass. You know, you're doing a swell job on the Fitch bandwagon.
Well, thanks. And say, Jack, I'm glad I met you and Phil.
Yeah?
I'd like to invite you to a party I'm giving Saturday night. Gosh, I've asked everybody in Hollywood. Clark Gable, Van Johnson, Bing Crosby, Cary Grant, Gary Cooper, Fred McMurray.
But, Cass, they're all men. Aren't you inviting any girls?
You're new around here, ain't you, bud?
Oh, I see.
Hey, Cass, you're a regular female wolf, ain't you?
Well, you know my sponsor's motto. If the shoe fits, wear it. I said it, and I'm glad.
Why? What's wrong, Cass? See you later.
So long, Jack.
You know, Phil, it's fun coming down to the broadcast every week. You see the old gang like Cass Daly and all the others.
Yeah. You know, Jackson, Cass lives out in my neighborhood.
She does?
Yeah. You only get to see her once a week, but I get to see Cass daily. Oh, Harris, you said it and nobody's glad.
Phil, how can you think of all those corny jokes?
I don't know, Jackson. They just come to me.
Well, isn't there someplace you can hide? You know, Phil, those are the kind of jokes that made the Irishman stop smiling and drove months mad. If Rochester thinks I'm going to wait 2 weeks, he's crazy. No, sir.
What did you say, Jackson?
Nothing. Hey, there's Larry rehearsing along. Come on, Phil, let's go over to my dressing room, will you? Come on.
I'm I'm as restless as a willow in a windstorm. Be spring.
Say, Phil, the kid's voice is improving all the time, isn't it?
Yeah, and how do you like the way my band accompanies them?
Very good, Phil, very good. But look, isn't that a new guitar player you've got over there?
Where?
Right over there, sitting on the stool. Isn't he new?
No, that's Frankie. We just washed him.
Oh. Well, Phil, why don't you use soap on the rest of them? You might find some pretty good musicians under there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Phil, you better. Phil, you better rehearse your number now. I'm going over to Mary's dressing room and give her this box of candy.
Okay.
Ya-da-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum, dum-da-dee-da. Gee, Mary would be surprised to get this candy. Da-dum. I'll disguise my voice.
Who is it?
It's the man you're deliriously and madly in love with.
Oh, you can't fool me. Come on in, Charlie.
Charlie? Mary, I demand an explanation.
Jack, I knew it was you all the time.
Oh.
And stop pouting.
Pouting? Listen, sister, I never let any girl upset me.
Oh, no. What about the time your girlfriend, Gladys Abisco, returned those socks you knitted for her?
Mary, you know I don't knit socks for girls. I knitted those for myself. Well, I did.
Well, why didn't you give them to Gladys?
Because they were too big for me. That's why. Anyway, Mary, I stopped off on the way to the studio and bought you this box of candy. Here.
Candy? Gee, thanks. Why'd you do that?
God, you were so nice to me when I was in the hospital last week.
Oh, it was nothing.
It was, too. You came to see me every day, and that's a sign you love me.
Oh, it is not.
It is, too. I know you. You try to act like you don't, but deep down inside, you think I'm peachy.
Oh, sure. I think you're ginger peachy with whipped cream and a cherry on top, a root toot toot, and a tutti fruit.
You've been around Harris too long. Listen, you can joke all you want to, Mary, but it's the little things you do that show me how you really feel. Like last night when I took you for a drive. That was a nice thing you did.
Well, we ran out of gas. Somebody had to get out and push.
Well, you didn't have to push so fast. I got a ticket. Anyway, Mary, now that I brought you a box of candy, you going to give me a little kiss?
Oh, for heaven's sake. Every time a man brings a girl a box of candy, he wants a kiss. It's the same thing with my sister, Babe.
It isn't the same. She brings the candy. Anyway, what are you stalling about? Give me a little kiss. Huh?
Jack, I'm not stalling, but take a look at yourself in the mirror. Why didn't you shave?
Oh, I don't think I need a shave.
You do, too.
Well, maybe a little. I can wait till tomorrow.
Jack, I never saw anyone like you. If it's hair, you hate to lose it.
I'll get cleaned up later. I got to run back to my dressing room now and get ready for the show. So long.
So long. Oh, Jack, I meant to tell you, sometime when you're thinking of using a guest star, why not get Boris Karloff?
Boris Karloff?
Yeah, I heard him on Fred Allen's program last week, and he was wonderful.
Well, what do you know? Boris Karloff and Fred Allen on the same program. That's like two totem poles broadcasting from the La Brea tar pit. I'll see you later, Mary.
Okay.
I can't get over it. Karloff and Allen on the same program. That's like two totem poles. Oh, I said that. I must stop parking my gum on my glasses. As gruesome as he is, I can't understand how
Oh,
Karloff...
hello, Jack. What are you mumbling about?
Oh, hello, Don. Say, did you hear Fred Allen's program last week?
Yes. Oh, you know, he had the most terrific joke about you.
He did, huh? What was it?
He said the Lone Ranger wanted to follow your program because there was enough corn on it to feed his horse.
That's the first time I ever saw a man laugh himself out of a job. What a joke. Anyway, Allen's certainly the right comedian to be on a tea program. Tender Leaf presents Tender Head.
Oh, Jack, I can't understand why you always pick on Allen. I think he's a nice guy.
Don, you've been with me 15 years. What do you know about a nice guy? What makes you think Allen's so nice? Do you like his jokes?
No, but I like his smokes.
What?
He's a Lucky Strike fan. Fred smokes Lucky Strikes because he knows they're made of the lighter, the finer, the naturally milder tobacco.
But...
He knows that LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco.
But...
Yes, Jack, even the butts are so round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
I know, Don, I know. Look, I'll see you later. I got to go back to my dressing room. Gee, that was a pretty good gag I thought of. Tender Leaf presents Tender Head. I'm solid tonight. Well, I guess I better put my tie on and... Gee, Mary's right. I do need a shave. I wonder if I've got time to... Yeah, I'll call the studio barber and have him come up. Operator!
Oh, Mabel. What is it, Gertrude? Look at your switchboard. Mr. Benny's dressing room is flashing. Oh, yeah. I wonder what sweet Leilani wants now. I'll find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. The studio barber? One moment, I'll connect you. Say, Gertrude, did you see that box of candy Mr. Benny had when he came in the studio? Yeah. I wonder who he bought it for. I don't know, but the piece he gave me was lousy. You know, Gertrude, I'll never forget when Mr. Benny first went on the air. Oh, were you the operator then? No, my mother was. Gee, did your mother tell you all about him? Yeah, but not till I was 14. You know, Mabel, I heard that on his first program, Mr. Benny came to the studio wearing spats, top hat, white tie, cutaway coat, and a cane. Did he get any laughs? Yeah, he forgot his pants. Gee, in those days, he was even cornier than Phil Harris. Yeah, and that ain't easy. You said it. Oh, Mabel, Mr. Benny is flashing you again. Yes, Mr. Benny?
I'm through with my call.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Mabel, may I talk to Gertrude for a minute?
It won't do you any good. She thought the candy was lousy.
Oh, well, never mind. Goodbye. That Mabel is cute. I wonder if her mother ever told her about me. Gee, those nights out on Sunset Boulevard where the Trocadero is now. Gosh, how time flies. Gee, I wish that barber would get here. I called him 10 minutes ago.
Say, Jack,
What is it, Mary?
I just went over the script, and do I have to do this awful joke in here?
What awful joke?
This one here where you say to me, Mary, why is a cat that walks on the beach like St. Nicholas?
Well,
And then I have to say, because it has sandy claws.
well, Mary, you just don't get it. It's too subtle. You see, Sandy Claus, beach, cat.
I wouldn't do that joke if I had 9 lives.
Well, then I'll give it to Phil Harris. He'll think I'm doing him a favor.
Yeah, do that.
Yeah, see you later. Can't understand why she doesn't like that cat joke. Got screams when I was headlined at the Palace in Cucamonga. Come in.
I'm here to shave you, sir.
Oh, are you the barber?
Well, what do you think I am with this razor in my hand? The star of Spellbound?
I always have to run into him.
Now, let's see if I have everything. Soap, brush, razor, and plasma.
Plasma?
I may cut you.
Oh, well, be careful, will you?
Don't worry. Now, first, I'll sharpen my razor.
Oh, why? I always have to...
My, this razor strop seems to be full of wrinkles.
That's my arm.
Oh, yes, so it is. Leathery old limb, isn't it?
Look, why don't you just... Just a second, Barber. Come in.
It's me, Mr. Benny Flanagan, the detective.
Oh, come in, Mr. Flanagan. Sit down over here.
Thanks. Who's there? Oh. It always sounds like I'm being followed.
Tell me, Inspector, have you got any clues about the man who robbed me of the $10,000 and came back and beat me up?
No, I'm here to settle an argument. My captain says that the description you gave of the crook was that he had a cauliflower ear, scar on his cheek, a broken nose, and a little wart in his chin. But I said that you said that the crook had a cauliflower ear, scar on his neck, a broken nose, and a little mole on his chin.
Well, you were right, Inspector.
Yeah, I know it was a little mole instead of a little wart.
Well, I'm glad we cleared that up.
All right, I'm ready to shave you now.
Okay.
Who's he, Mr. Benny, your barber?
Well, who do you think he is with that razor in his hand? The star of Spellbound?
Say, that's very clever.
Thank you.
All right, stop bowing and shave me.
Okay, but I need some hot water.
You can get hot water out of that wash bowl there.
Yes, sir. This is the first dressing room I've ever seen with 6 wash bowls.
This dressing room is only temporary. They've been promising me a new one for 10 years. Now, Inspector, did you find any clues that... Barber, you got the hot water. Why don't you shave me?
I'm making tea.
Oh. Now, Inspector, did you find any other clues that would lead to the capture of the hold-up man?
Well, I found one man that was wearing brass knuckles, and his fingerprints was exactly the same as the ones we found on your vault.
Well, that was the man. Why didn't you arrest him?
I didn't have the heart. He was my brother.
I don't care if he was your brother or not. It was your duty to arrest him.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
He's sending me through detective college.
On my money?
A little from you, a little from somebody else, a little from me.
From you?
Oh, yeah, he steals from me, too.
Flanagan, get out of here. Get out.
Okay. You're just mad because I got a little education.
Get out! This is all Steve Bradley's fault. What a publicity man. If I get robbed, the least he can do is get me a good detective.
Mr. Benny, I'm ready now. Would you like a close shave or a light shave?
What's the difference?
With a light shave, I take one step back.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Just shave me and get it over with. Oh, what's that now? Come in.
Hi, Benny. Hello. Long time no see.
Oh, hello, Bradley. Fine press agent you are.
What's the matter? What's wrong? What's bothering you?
What's bothering me, look. I had a dream that I won $600,000 at the racetrack, and you and your publicity made everybody believe it was true.
Yes.
And then what happens? I get robbed of $10,000. The same man comes back and beats me up.
Yeah, but Benny,
And then you put a detective on the case who doesn't know Greenberg from third base. Why shouldn't I be mad? What are you laughing at?
Well, the whole thing was a frame-up. I hired a man who robbed you of that $10,000 so it hit the newspapers, and you'd get a lot of publicity.
Publicity? You mean that...
Why, certainly, Benny. That crook was just an actor, and I gave him $200 to rob you.
Yeah, but how about him coming back and beating me up?
Now, don't worry about it, Benny. He threw that in for nothing.
All right, Steve, stop being funny and give me my $10,000.
Not so fast. I got another great idea.
Steve, I've had enough of your crazy ideas. Now give me my money.
Now, wait a minute, Benny. This idea's sensation. It'll sweep the country. Nothing like it has ever been done before.
Now, Steve, just a minute.
I've got an idea for a contest, and we'll give away your $10,000 as prizes.
You're going to give away my $10,000? Put
down that razor, Benny, and listen to me.
All right, but talk fast.
I can't tell you all about this contest till next week. I've got to get all the details worked out. But believe me, Benny, it'll be the most sensational thing you ever heard of. This will be the best way I've ever spent your money.
But, Steve!
So long, Benny. So long. I'll see you next Sunday.
I never saw such a guy. What kind of a contest can that be where I'll have to give away prizes that'll cost me $10,000? Well, I'm not going to worry about it.
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me.
Barber, shave me. Don't pull them out.
Okay. That was the last one anyway.
I wonder what Steve has on his mind. What kind of a contest can it be? Oh, well, I'll find out next Sunday.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to listen in next Sunday and find out what this contest is all about. Is it true that Jack Benny is going to be forced to give away $10,000 in prizes? Pick him up, Mary. Yes, folks, $10,000 in prizes, so be sure to tune in next Sunday for all the details.
Ladies and gentlemen, Christmas is just 1 month away, and if our gifts are to reach their destinations on time, we should mail them early. So let's all cooperate and mail Christmas packages now or by December 10th at the latest. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend F.E. Boone.
At 49 sold American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Mr. Alexander G. Irvin, independent tobacco warehouseman of Reedsville, North Carolina, said,
As a tobacco man, I can tell you why Lucky Strike is a milder, better-tasting cigarette. Lucky Strike buys the mild, fragrant tobacco that makes for top smoking enjoyment. That's why I've smoked Lucky's for 11 years.
Quote, Lucky Strike buys the mild, fragrant tobacco that makes for top smoking enjoyment. Unquote. Yes, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45 sold American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Gee, Mary, I wonder what this contest can be that Steve Bradley has in mind.
I don't know, but he's crazy enough to do anything.
That's what worries me. Gee, if I'd have listened to him, it would have been me instead of Itchy stuck in that tunnel. Oh, well, we'll just have to wait and find out. Good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI Los Angeles. KFI Los Angeles. KFI Los Angeles. KFI Los Angeles.
KFI Los Angeles. Spellbound. David O. Selznick presents Ingrid Bergman and Gregory Peck in the screen's most masterful achievement in suspense, Alfred Hitchcock's Spellbound. See Spellbound today, Grauman's Chinese, Lowe's State, Fox, Uptown. The Jack Benny Program, presented by
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
That's right.
You bet.
And how?
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49, American.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what Mr. Joseph Cuthrell, independent tobacco auctioneer of Kinston, North Carolina, said.
No cigarette is any better than the tobacco that's bought for it. And at market after market, I've seen Lucky Strike consistently buy fine tobacco. Tobacco that is sweet as a nut, better aroma, thoroughly ripe and thoroughly mellow. So when it comes to my own cigarette, I naturally choose Lucky's.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the star of our program, a man who has successfully run the gamut of show business from A to Z, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was the nicest introduction you've ever given me. And you're absolutely right. My career has covered show business from A to Z.
From actor to zombie.
Mary, that wasn't a nice thing to... Mary, what's a zombie?
A zombie is a man who came to a fork in the road. He went one way and his blood went the other.
What? That's right, Jack. A zombie is a man with hollow eyes, a vacant stare, and although he's really dead, he still walks around.
So that's... Mary, how many times have I told you not to mention Fred Allen on this program? I mean, especially so early. Let me get rolling first. You know.
Oh, Jack, you and Alan, I think it's about time you two stop picking on each other.
Well, it isn't as simple as that. This grudge goes way back to our vaudeville days. Alan was always mad because the audience used to throw things at him and they never threw anything at me.
What are you talking about? You learned how to play tennis by hitting the tomatoes back with your violin.
Tennis? Mary, you know that isn't true.
Then why did they book your act into Forest Hills?
They wanted a little music because Helen Wills was moody. Ad-lib with me, will you, sister? All right, what are you laughing at?
People don't throw things at you.
They don't.
Look what happened a few weeks ago when you played your violin at the Hollywood Bowl.
Mary.
At the end of the concert, you had so much fruit in your hair, you looked like Carmen Miranda.
Oh, stop making up a lot of things. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm from the San Fernando Valley Gazette.
Oh, are you a reporter?
Well, what do you think I am with this pencil in my ear? A desk set?
I always have to run into him. Well, what is it you want, Mr.
Schlagelmeyer.
Schlagelmeyer?
When you say that, smile.
Oh.
My paper sent me here to get a story about that contest you mentioned last week.
Well, Mr. Schlagelmeyer, I don't know any more about that contest than you do. Right now I'm waiting for my press agent to come over and give us all the details.
Oh, well, then I'll hang around and take a few notes.
Well, we're trying to do a program, so why don't you just sit down, Mr. Schlagelmeyer?
Westbrook Schlagelmeyer.
All right. You know, Mary, people have been phoning me all week about this contest.
Well, Jack, what kind of a contest is it going to be?
I wish I knew. The whole thing is Steve Bradley's idea. Imagine me giving away $10,000.
I can't imagine it either.
That would jar San Fernando right out of the valley.
Schmagelmeyer, please. Anyway, it isn't that I care about the money.
I believe that, Jack. I think the whole idea about you being cheap is just a gag.
A gag, huh? Let me tell you something, Don. Jack doesn't trust anybody.
What?
When he goes to bed at night, he puts his money in his mouth and rubs alum on his lips.
I only did that once. Now, let's get on with the...
Pardon me. How do you spell alum?
A-L... Schlagelmeyer. This is not for publication.
Oh, Jack, what are you worried about? He's from such a small paper, the San Fernando Gazette. That has no circulation.
I beg your pardon, madam. My column is syndicated throughout.
Throughout what?
Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Listen, Schlaggy, I have a 93-year-old grandmother who has better circulation than you have. Now, please, let us get on with the program. Phil, get your band ready, and we'll have a... Phil.
Huh? You talking to me, Jackson?
Yeah, it's time for your band number.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Jackson, but you know how it is with these mystery magazines. You start reading, and then you can't put it down.
Oh, you're reading a mystery magazine. What's the name of it?
Who's Gordon?
Who's Gordon?
Yeah, see, it says so right here on the cover.
Phil, that's House and Garden. Who's Gordon? Look, Phil, just play a number, will you?
Okay, Jackson, okay. But first, I'd like to know more about that contest. What's it all about?
Phil, I don't know what it's about myself. It seems some silly idea my press agent has. He wants me to give away $10,000.
Jack giving away $10,000 like trying to strain the overalls out of Mrs. Murphy's chowder.
Oh, stop.
I wouldn't say that, Livy. I was out with Jackson the other night, and he picked up the check.
He did?
Yeah, he looked at it, added it up, it was correct, and handed it to me.
Now, listen.
Don't get conceited, Phil. He does that with everybody.
All right, kids, all right. Are you through?
No, I've got one.
You sit down.
You're just mad because my haircut is rounder than yours.
It is not. Now, will you please be quiet and let us get on with the... Oh, I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Is my daddy there?
Your daddy? Oh, this must be Phil Harris's little girl. How are you, darling?
Fine.
And how's your mother?
She's fine, too. Right now she's in the living room sewing.
Sewing? Oh, is Mommy making you a cute little dress?
No, she's mending the rip on Daddy's pool table.
Oh, I see.
Can I talk to my daddy now?
Yes, darling. Phil, it's for you. It's your little daughter.
Oh, thanks, Jackson. Hand me the phone. Hello, honey.
Hello, hotshot.
Look, how come you call me while I'm on the air, honey?
Well, Mommy made me call. She said I have to tell you I was a bad girl today.
No.
Yeah. I was playing around the phonograph and I pushed over a whole bunch of records.
But, baby, I've told you dozens of times never to go near those recordings. Now, did you break any of them?
Yes, I broke 26 records of. That's what I like about the South.
Oh, honey, that's awful.
I broke them right in the part that goes ham hocks and turnip greens, you and me, and New Orleans, and that's what I like about the South. Yeah.
Yes, sir, that's my girl that said that. You know, darling, when you were a little tiny baby, I used to sing you to sleep with that song.
Uh-huh, I could hardly wait to grow up.
Yeah, well, you better hang up now, sweetheart.
All right. Oh, Daddy, I've been listening to the program, and is Mr. Benny really going to give away $10,000?
Yes, darling, I think so.
This I gotta see.
Well, you'll find out. Look, darling, you better hang up now, and remember, your date Big Daddy loves your ittle bitty babykins.
Oh, Daddy, you're so silly.
Yeah. Well, goodbye, honey.
Goodbye, hotshot.
Gee, she must be a cute kid.
She certainly is, Jack. I saw her the other day at the farmer's market with Alice. They were buying a head of cabbage.
Oh, gee, Livy, I wish I hadn't heard that. Now I know what I'm going to get for Christmas.
A head of cabbage for Christmas? That's ridiculous.
No, it ain't. I've got everything else.
You got a cabbage head, too.
You know, Phil, I wish I'd had a chance to talk to Alice because I know the perfect gift for Christmas.
We know, Don, we know. A carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes.
No, Jack, that's not it at all.
What? Not a carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes?
No, certainly not.
But, Don, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Well, I know that, but the way I look at it is...
Think, man, think. LS, MFT.
I can't help it. My mind's made up.
But, Don, what could be better for Christmas, for a Christmas gift than a carton of Lucky Strike cigarettes?
2 cartons, 1 for each stocking.
Oh, gee. Oh, boy. For a minute, I thought I was going to...
Jack, stop looking at your Social Security.
You know, it wouldn't hurt if we rehearsed this program. Phil, go ahead and play a number, will you? Okay, come on. Just Beyond the Rainbow from the newest Broadway hit, Are You With It? Played by Phil Harris and his 18 gentlemen. And now, folks...
Thanks, Jackson. I'm glad you called my boys gentlemen.
Well, I can't call them musicians. And now, folks...
Say, Jack, talking about Are You With It, didn't 2 of your writers write that show?
Yeah.
Well, you ought to be proud. What are you mad about?
Look, I give them the summer off. They go to New York, write a hit show, come back and make my life miserable.
What do you mean, Jack?
Every time they come in with a radio script and I happen to say that joke isn't funny, they tear out the page and jam it down my throat. They can stop already. I'm getting so round, so firm, so fully packed. When they say that's a belly laugh, they're not kidding.
Well, Jack, if you feel that way about your writers, why don't you get rid of them?
I can't. They've got me signed for 2 years yet. Oh, well.
Pardon me, how do you spell throat?
Schlag, will you please sit down? Now what? Hello?
Hello? I'd like to get some information about the contest you talked about last week.
Look, fella, I don't know anything about the contest yet. I've got to wait until my press agent gets here.
Well, when you get all the dope, will you please call me at MGM?
Oh, Metro Goldwyn Mayer?
No, Moe's Gypsy Motel.
Look, just listen in and you'll hear it. Goodbye. Wish people wouldn't bother me in the middle of a show. I'm going to tell the operator not to let any more calls come through.
Oh, Mabel, what is it, Gertrude? Look at your switchboard. Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Oh, yeah, I wonder what Lady Esther wants now. I'll find out. Yes, Mr. Benny. All right, no more calls unless they're important. What? No, I'm busy tonight. Say, Mabel, I wonder what kind of a contest he's going to have. Yeah, I can't imagine Mr. Benny giving away $10,000. Neither can I. I'll bet he marries the winner. But supposing a man wins it? If I know Mr. Benny, he'll dress up like Charlie's aunt, have an early ceremony, and make a quick trip to Reno. Yeah, I'll bet he would. Say, Gertrude, I wonder what Mr. Benny puts on his lips. Why? I went out with them once, kissed them goodnight, and I couldn't open my mouth for 3 days. Why, Mabel Flapsaddle, you just made that up. No, Gertrude, it's the truth. Cross my switchboard and hope to dial Van Johnson. Gee, Van Johnson, what a face. 2 baby blue eyes gazing out through a cluster of beautiful freckles. Stop talking about him. My nostrils are twitching. You know, Gertrude, he's the answer to National Broadcasting Company. I'm sorry, but Mr. Benny cannot be disturbed. You're welcome.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Hello?
You had a call, Mr. Benny, but I didn't let them disturb you.
Well, thanks. Thanks a lot. That Mabel Flapsaddle is so silly. Hasn't got a brain in her snood.
Say, Jack, I wish your press agent, Steve Bradley, would get here. I'm kind of anxious to know about that contest.
So am I. I can't understand what's keeping... Oh, my goodness. How many times do I have to tell that operator to... Look, if you don't stop calling, I won't take you dancing anymore.
Oh, boss, come now.
What?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Now he tells me. What do you want, Rochester?
I called to tell you there's been a little excitement here at the house.
Excitement? What happened?
Well, the milkman turned his truck into our driveway and it got loose from him and ran all over the front yard.
Did he hit anything?
You know that big willow tree by the house?
Yes?
Well, it's really got something to weep about now.
Oh, my goodness.
Then he bounced off the tree and knocked over the bird bath.
The bird bath?
Yeah, and I just hung up clean guest towels.
Wouldn't you know it? What else happened?
Then he crashed into the front of the house and broke milk bottles all over the place.
You mean my front lawn is covered with broken milk bottles?
Milk bottles, policemen, and cats.
Holy smoke, I can imagine what my lawn looks like.
Yeah, you ought to see those cats lapping up the milk and spitting out the grass.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Not only that, a cocker spaniel ran up on the lawn and jumped right into the middle of everything.
Good. Did the Cocker Spaniel chase the cats off?
Chase them off. They're using his ears for napkins.
Rochester, stop being funny.
Do you really want me to?
No, go on. Anyway, I don't believe a word of this.
It's true, boss. It happened about 2 hours ago.
Well, what's on the lawn now?
Broken bottles and fat cats.
Roll them off, and I'll be home right after the broadcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye, that is.
I never saw anything like it. Every time I leave the house, something happens.
What happened now?
A delivery truck got loose on my front lawn and broke about 100-quart bottle.
No, Jackson, no.
Phil, it was milk.
Oh.
I knew it wouldn't worry you too much in there. Anyway, when I get home, I've got a lot of things. Oh, come in. Hi, buddy. Hello, everybody. Hello. It's me, Bradley, Steve Bradley. Well, Steve, it's about time you got here. I've been up in the air all week about this contest idea of yours. Now, wait till you hear this. Sit down, everybody. Sit down. Let me do the talking. Now, about this contest, Benny, this is the greatest thing to hit radio since LS was introduced to MFT. All right. What is it?
Pardon me. How do you spell MFT?
Quiet, Slob. Go ahead, Steve. All right, listen, Benny, and listen carefully. Yes. What's the contest? I'm coming to that. Now, for years, programs have been having contests. They ask the listeners to write letters on why I like this, why I like that, why I like so-and-so, why I like such and such. People are tired of that stuff. I got something brand new, something that people will enjoy. All right, what is it? We're going to ask people all over this country to write in letters in 25 words or less. Yes? Telling us why they can't stand Jack Benny. What? Steve, would you mind repeating that? Gladly. We're going to ask people to write in letters finishing this simple sentence. I can't stand Jack Benny because... Steve, look at me. Look at me! Have you lost your mind? Have you gone crazy asking people to do that? Why, people like me. They love me. Wait a minute, Benny, wait a minute. What? How many people listen to you every Sunday? Well, about 30 million. And how many people are there in the United States? Well, about 130 million. There you are. That means that 100 million people don't like you. What? 100 million people don't like me? And that's only in this country. But, Steve, you mean to say that 100 million people don't like me?
100,000,001.
Huh?
Don't let this smile fool you.
Slob.
How do you spell fool?
Sit down. Get you, Benny. This contest will sweep the nation. But, Steve, gee, I don't mind if people write in letters why they like Jack Benny, but you've got that awful phrase in there, I can't stand Jack Benny. I mean, can't stand is too hard.
Hey, Jackson, how about despise?
You stay out. Mary, you talk to Steve, will you? Tell him how crazy this whole idea is. I can't do a contest like that.
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. Maybe it's not so bad. At least it's different.
But, Mary, all those people saying they can't stand me.
Well, look at Fred Allen. He's been saying that for years.
Well, he knows me. I mean, Allen, he should know better.
But, Jackson, there are a lot of other people that feel like Fred Allen does.
Certainly. Now, this will give them a chance to put down on paper what they've been thinking for 14 years. And for that, I should give away $10,000? I've got an old bridge lamp I'm not using. I mean, wouldn't that be... No, Benny, it's got to be $10,000, and what's more, it's going to be in victory bonds. Oh. Well, I like the idea of victory bonds, but... Oh, Mary, I can't go through with a thing like this.
Why not, Jack? I think it's a wonderful idea.
Me too, Jackson.
I like it very much.
I love it, but it's too easy.
I don't know what to do. I mean, it's so horrible. Steve, give me the details again, will you? All right, listen. People write in letters. I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 25 words or less.
Do you think they can get it all in 25 words?
Yeah. All right, then I'll write 50 words. 50 words?
Well, that lets me out.
I don't know. This sounds so ridiculous. $10,000 for writing a letter. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
Jack, put down that pencil. You can't be in it.
Can't they write it in on dollar bills or something? Well, if I'm going to give away victory bonds, I've got as much right to try and win as anybody else. Anyway, I'm not going through it.
Oh, yes, you are. Go ahead, Wilson. Read that announcement I gave you.
But, Steve, let's talk it over a little more.
Too late for that. Go ahead, Wilson. Read it.
Oh.
Okay. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this contest is actually taking place and starts right now.
But, Steve...
Now, listen closely. Here are the details. To enter this contest, all you have to do is write a letter completing this sentence in 50 words or less. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
But, Don...
$10,000 in victory bonds will be awarded for the letters containing the best stated and most convincing reasons.
Mary, do something, will you?
Quiet, Jack. I'm taking this down.
Oh. I'm sorry.
The first prize will be $2,500 in victory bonds. The second prize, $1,500 in victory bonds. The third prize, a $1,000 victory bond.
Look.
And there are 50 additional prizes of $100 victory bonds each. These are all par value bonds. They're worth their face value when you receive them.
Look, how can I go through with this?
All letters become the property of Jack Benny, and no letters will be returned. The decision of the judges will be final, and the supreme judge will be the Honorable Fred Allen.
Fred Allen?
And his decision will be final.
Oh, no. No, I mean, how can they do this to me? I'm really a nice guy. I grow flowers. I pat little kids on the head. I give milk to cats. How can they do this to me?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this contest is open to everybody except the employees of the American Tobacco Company, its agents, the National Broadcasting Company, and Jack Benny's relatives.
My father will kill me. This is awful. I mean,
All you have to do is complete this sentence in 50 words or less. I can't stand Jack Benny because.
Oh, my God.
Then mail your letter to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California.
God.
Remember, the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. This contest is subject to all federal and state laws and regulations. The termination date of the contest will be announced on a subsequent program.
Oh, wait a minute, Don. Suppose there's a tie.
Yeah, Steve, suppose there's a tie.
That's impossible, Benny. People can't stand you for different reasons.
I know.
In case of a tie, duplicate prizes will be awarded.
Duplicate prizes? Mary, Phil, say something.
Okay, play, boys.
I ought to have my head examined.
How do you spell examine?
Oh, sit down!
Ladies and gentlemen, thousands of thoughtful and grateful Americans are giving Christmas presents to hospitalized servicemen this year. There's one important thing to think of in selecting a gift. It should be appropriate. How can we determine what's appropriate and what isn't? By consulting the camp and hospital committee of your local Red Cross chapter. They'll tell you what types of gifts will best fit the needs of the men. And please remember, if you're mailing the present, do it by December 10th or earlier, if possible.
Jack
Thank
Benny
you.
will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's it. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
You said it. LSMFT.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And this is Basil Rysdale for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Phil, I'll rub his wrist while you pour that cold water on his forehead.
Okay. Oh.
He's coming around, Phil. Do you feel better, Jack?
Yes, I guess so.
Say, look, Jackson, 3,000 letters came in yesterday telling why they couldn't stand you.
That's my regular fan mail. That don't count. Mary, I'm too weak. You say it.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Thanks.
Don't delay, folks. Write those letters tonight. Finish the sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 50 words or less. And mail it to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it. Why, sure. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
For your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. The kind of tobacco that means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
At 47 out of 49, American.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, last Sunday, Steve Bradley, Jack Benny's press agent, forced Jack into having a contest. You listeners were asked to write in letters completing this simple sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because. And believe me, folks, the letters have been pouring in. So let's go out to Jack's house in Beverly Hills, where the whole gang is helping Jack open the mail.
Just look at all those letters. I don't know why I let Steve Bradley force me into this contest. It's only been on a week. I bet I've received over 1 million insults already.
Jack, stop exaggerating. You haven't even received 500,000 insults.
I have, too.
Oh, don't be so egotistical.
Never mind, Phil. Just keep sorting those letters. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Here's a letter from a lady right here in Los Angeles.
A letter from... What does she say?
She says, I can't stand Jack Benny because he's got the only house in Beverly Hills without mice. If they can't stand him, how can I?
She just made that up. My house is full of mice. So there, I won't give her a prize, believe me.
Well, Mr. Benny, here's a letter from Senator Claghorn.
Senator Claghorn?
Yeah, he's on Fred Allen's program.
Oh. What does the senator say, Larry?
He says, I can't stand Jack Benny because he's so corny when he sits down to dinner, he butters his ears. His ears, that is.
What?
That's a joke, son.
Now, wait a minute.
You're letting them get past you tonight.
Now, cut that out.
I don't care anything about him. About him, that is. Now, let's open
Hey,
some...
Jackson, look, here's a letter from a guy who likes you.
Likes me?
Jack, have you been writing in?
No, I haven't, and don't be funny. You know, there are people who like me. Go ahead, Phil. Read that letter.
Okay, now where's the place? Oh, here it is. I think Jack Benny is the most big-hearted man I know.
Big-hearted?
Yeah, see?
Phil, that's pig-headed. I had to tell him yet. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss.
Are you reading any of the contest mail?
Yeah, lots of it.
Good.
You know, boss, 2 more letters and I'll be convinced that I'm working for the wrong man.
Now, wait a minute, Rochester. A lot of these letters are very nice.
Of course they are. Listen to this one. I can't stand Jack Benny because he's such a spendthrift.
See? Read that again, Mary.
I can't stand Jack Benny because he's such a spendthrift. Signed, Sandy McGregor.
Oh.
And there's 3 cents due on it.
3 cents due. That guy's tighter than Don Wilson in an armchair. Now, kids, we've been all working pretty hard. Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Now, kids, I know we've been working pretty hard, but let's try and...
Oh, boss, don't forget you got a dinner engagement tonight.
Yes, I know.
A dinner engagement? Where are you going, Jack?
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman invited me to dinner tonight. They live right next door, you know.
You invited to the Colemans?
Yes, what's so strange about that? We've been neighbors for about 12 years. Of course, for a while, my success in pictures sort of came between us. You see, Coleman wanted the lead in The Horn Blows at Midnight, but they gave it to me. You see, at his age, they didn't want him to stay up that late. What are you giggling about?
I saw the picture, and you should have gone to bed earlier, too.
Oh, I don't know.
Can't stand Jack Benny.
Polly, you can't enter the contest. You're a relative. Anyway, Mary, I better hurry. If Ronnie and Benita took the trouble of sending me an invitation, I don't want to keep them waiting.
Hey, Jackson, look, you mean they sent you an invitation and they live right next door?
Well, that's the dignified thing to do.
You know, I think that dignified stuff is put on the way Coleman keeps giving out with that phony English accent.
What are you talking about? Ronald Coleman's English accent isn't phony.
It isn't, huh? Well, I happen to know that he was born in London.
Phil, where do you think London is?
It's right near Waxahachie, Texas.
Phil, I know about the London in Texas, but it so happens that now, see, now there's a London in England.
Oh, Lend-Lease, huh?
Yes, we get it back in 1956. What a guy.
Say, Jack, I'd like to see that invitation you got from the Colemans.
It's right here in my pocket. And I wish Rochester would be a little more careful with the mail. Fortunately, I found it lying out on the back porch.
Let me see it.
Here it is.
Dear Jack, glad to know you are safely back in America. Benita and I would love to have you for cocktails and dinner Sunday evening. We'll expect you around 8. Ronald Coleman.
There you are.
But what does he mean, back in America?
My trip overseas last summer.
Oh, yeah. I still can't understand it.
Say, boss, you better start getting dressed. It's 7:15.
All right, Rochester, lay out my clothes.
Okay, do you want your tuxedo or your tweed, twill, garbardine, herringbone, serge, Palm Beach, flannel, plaid, corduroy, worsted?
Well...
Jack, I didn't know you had so many suits.
It's all one suit.
One suit?
Yeah, Taylor was here, left his book of samples, and Mr. Benny hates to see anything go to waste.
Rochester.
Hey, Jackson, if you wear that suit, you'll look like the man who came to dinner and got a lot of it on you.
Don't worry about it. Rochester, the Colemans always dress for dinner, so lay out my tuxedo.
Boss, you better not wear that tuxedo. It's awful tight on you.
Never mind. I'm going to wear it anyway.
Okay, but if you bend over, you're going to have a white Christmas.
Now be careful. Now, go in the other room and lay out my clothes.
Okay, which shirt do you want to wear? The plain one or the one that lights up and spells LSMFT?
The plain white one tonight.
That's good. The battery's down in the other one anyway.
Well, I have to go through just to get dressed for a dinner engagement. Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. How's the contest going?
Fine. Come on in, Don. And, say, what's that sticking out behind you?
An armchair. I couldn't get it off this morning.
Oh, then I was right about it.
Jack, how about the contest? Have you really been getting a lot of mail?
Oh, certainly.
You ought to see some of the letters, Don. People have so many reasons why they can't stand Jack, and we haven't even heard from Mama yet.
Your mother can't be in it.
Say, Jack, a couple of contest letters came to my house, too, and I brought them over.
Good.
Here's one I'd like to read to you. It's from J.P. Wilkinson of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Now, what's he got to say?
Here it is. I've been smoking Lucky Strikes for 25 years because I live down here where they grow the tobacco. And I've seen Lucky's year after year buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Shona?
As you all know, LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike, means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. The draw, that is.
Don, we all know that, but what's this letter got to do with the contest?
Oh, I'm coming to that, Jack. It's in the P.S.
Oh.
Here it is. I can't stand Jack Benny because he's made of the sadder, the weaker, the naturally cornier jokes.
Don, that letter's more than 50 words, so it doesn't count. Well, I got to go and get dressed, kids.
Where are you going, Jack?
I'm invited to Ronald Coleman's house for dinner.
You are?
Well, what's so surprising about that? I've been invited to the best homes in Beverly Hills. Only last week I was a guest at Gary Cooper's birthday party.
If you were a guest, why did you have to wait on tables?
I just did that for a gag.
A gag, huh? Then why did the guests put tips under their plates?
They did that for a gag, too.
Then why did you keep the tips?
I can go along with a gag, sister. Now, you kids finish sorting the mail. I got to run upstairs and get dressed. Come on, Rochester.
Birdies take one look at her and stop their singing to call. Oh, and incidentally, there's one more thing to tell. If your eyes are open and you think you're seeing a dream, it's Lily Bell.
shoulders are a little tight. How do I look in my tuxedo, Rochester?
Fine, boss, fine.
I wonder if... Oh, darn it, I dropped my glove.
Don't bend over. I'll get 'em. I'll get 'em.
Oh, yes, thanks.
Boss, you better get going. It's 8 o'clock.
No, Rochester, I think I'll be 5 minutes late. It'll make a better impression on the Colemans. I'll bet that Ronnie and Benita are more nervous than I am.
Oh, Ronnie! Ronnie, where are you?
Right here in the library, Benita.
Hey, darling, shouldn't you be dressed? You know we're having a guest for dinner.
A guest tonight? Who?
Well, you remember? Jack. Jack Wellington from London.
Oh, yeah. Yes, I forgot. Good old Wellington. Then you did mail him the note I wrote.
No, I couldn't find the note anywhere. I think it must have blown out of the window. Well, I phoned him instead. He'll be here in a minute.
Why, splendid, splendid.
Well, aren't you going to dress?
Oh, no, not for Wellington. No, this turtleneck sweater is all right. He likes informality.
Oh, well, then I won't bother either. I said, look, could you come and help me choose the wine for dinner?
Yes, in a moment, dear, as soon as I finish this letter. Now, let me see. I can't stand Jack Benny because...
Darling, you're not entering that silly contest, are you?
Oh, I certainly am.
But, Ronnie, why?
Well, I don't particularly dislike Jack Benny under normal conditions, but for victory bonds, it's not too difficult.
But, darling, he's our next-door neighbor.
Well, I know. Think of the advantage that gives us. All the other people just hear him on the radio. But we can look out of our window and get enough reasons to win all the prizes.
Well, I suppose you're right. Well, just this morning I heard Mr. Benny shouting at that valet of his. What's the valet's name again? Oh, you know, it's the same as a city in England.
Liverpool?
No, Manchester.
Oh, yes, Manchester, yes.
Anyway, Mr. Benny was shouting at the top of his voice about his coffee being weak. And Manchester was shouting back something about he'd been telling him for years that you were only supposed to use the coffee grounds once. That's a promotion.
Yes, I've heard some of those sessions. But they're mild when you compare them to the ones with that Phil Harris fellow.
Phil Harris?
Yes, the way he comes up the sidewalk every morning yelling, "Okay, Jackson, don't be a mug. Harris is here, so bring out the jug." What a remarkable fellow. Say, does he have some connection with Jack Benny's program?
Oh, yes. I understand he leads the orchestra.
Oh, he's a musician.
No, he just leads the orchestra.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Coleman?
Yes, Sherwood?
Mr. Jack Wellington has arrived.
Oh, good.
Oh, come on, Ronnie.
Hello,
Jack!
Wellington, old boy.
Hello, Ronnie. Benita. It's so nice of you to have me over for dinner. I came direct from the tennis court. I hope you don't mind my being in just slacks and a slip over.
No, of course not. We hate formality.
Tell me, Benita, what are all those mail bags doing in front of the house next door?
Oh, that's Jack Benny's house. He's running a contest.
Jack Benny? Isn't that the fellow that's on the wireless?
Yes.
You know, I just can't stand him. He's so...
Wait. Don't say it. Don't waste it. Write it down. Write it down.
What?
Well, that's the contest. Now, we'll tell you about it later.
You Americans do have a peculiar sense of humor.
Well, come on, Ronnie. Get behind the bar and mix us a cocktail.
All right.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Coleman.
Yes, Sherwood?
There's a gentleman at the door to see you, sir. Here's his card.
His card? Huh. Jack Benny, star of stage, screen, and radio. And will sing Oh Promise Me at Weddings. Has own tuxedo. But Jack Benny here? Well, what in the world could he possibly want?
Maybe it's about his lawnmower. Remember you borrowed it?
Yes, but I returned it.
Well, maybe he wants to give you back the deposit you left on it.
Well, Sherwood, look, tell him I'll call later, and we have a guest for dinner.
But Mr. Coleman, he said that you were expecting him for dinner.
For dinner? Benita, did you invite Jack Benny for dinner?
No. Are you sure you didn't?
I'm positive.
I say, Ronnie, is this the eccentric chap you were telling me about that's having the contest?
Yes. Well, his coming here is obviously a mistake, but we may as well make the best of an awkward situation. Sherwood, show Mr. Benny in, and then set another place for dinner.
Very good, sir. Follow me, Mr. Benny.
Thank you, thank you.
May I take your hat, sir?
No, this is the collapsible type. I just fold it up and put it in my pocket.
As you wish, sir.
Well. Hello, Ronnie, Benita.
Hello, Jack. Come in.
Yes. Come in.
We're just about to have a cocktail.
Mr. Benny, this is our friend Jack Wellington.
Pleased to meet you, old chap.
Well, I didn't expect anyone else to be here, but that's just like the Colemans. Always room for one more. Yes, sir.
Ronnie.
Oh, yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, the cocktails are ready. A toast. Benita, your health. Wellington, happy days. Benny, good luck.
Too hard. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break the glass.
Oh, and that set was 150 years old.
Well, I'm glad I didn't break any of your new stuff. Well, I'll just sit here and read a magazine while you three go and dress. I'll wait.
Oh, no. Jack, old boy, this is just an informal gathering.
Oh. Mr. Wellington, you're from England, aren't you?
Yes, I am, old fellow.
Yeah, tell me, Wellington, how are things over there?
Well, it's very exciting right now. Getting things going again. Especially recently with the new elections and all.
Yes, I'd love to get away to England if my schedule would permit. I'd like to be there in the spring.
Yes, at that time of the year, everything's so beautiful, especially the Thames.
Yes, the jolly old Thames.
I always take them whenever my stomach's upset. They're very good, you know.
Benita, are you sure you didn't invite him?
I'm positive, darling.
Oh, Benita, I remember your suggesting that I reread Charles Darwin's Origin of Species. I found it even more elevating on the second reading.
That's true in so many cases. I've just reread the H.G. Wells Anatomy of Frustration.
Well, I'm rather a dull scholar. I'm just starting on the outline of history for the first time.
Have any of you noticed the frightful mess Little Orphan Annie's in? The poor little blighter. Yes, sir. Yup. Why they picked Alabama to play the Yes, sir.
Yep.
You said it.
Pardon me, but dinner is served?
Thank you, Sherwood.
Come along, let's go into the dining room.
Okay.
No, Mr. Benny, you're not supposed to take my arm.
Oh.
I say, Benny, old boy, you don't take my arm either.
Well, fellas, I ought to take somebody's arm. Well, here we are in the dining room. Ah, chow. Let's sit down. Boy, that was a swell dinner.
Mr. Benny, excuse me, but the way you're teetering from side to side, is that chair uncomfortable?
No, the chair's fine. It's all my fault, silly me. I forgot to take the mothballs out of my pants. Yes, sir, that certainly was a wonderful meal. Yes, sir.
Well, let's getting kind of late.
Oh, my goodness, I didn't realize what time it was.
My, yes, it is getting rather late.
It's only 9:30. Yes, sir. Yup. Time marches on.
Yes, sir.
Yup.
Well, I guess I better be running along. Time for me to go home. Good night, Mr. Wellington. Very happy to have met you.
Good night, old boy, and with my luck, we'll probably meet again.
Yes, thank you. Good night, Benita and Ronnie. I had a lovely time. Thanks so much for inviting me.
Oh, you're very welcome, I'm sure.
Yes, we were happy to have you.
Thank you.
I'll show you to the door, Jack.
Thank you. Well, good night, Ronnie, old boy. I had a swell time. Say, I'm awfully sorry about Wellington.
Wellington? What do you mean?
Oh, I know you're loyal to your friends, but isn't it awful the way a guy like him can throw a damper on a party?
You know, Jack, there's a lot of truth in what you say.
You're telling me, huh? Well, goodbye. I'm not out yet.
Pardon me.
Well, good night, Ronnie.
Good night.
Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum, da-dum. Gee, they're nice people, the Colemans. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-dum. That Wellington seems to be a nice chap, too. Can't understand him just dropping in uninvited. Oh, well. Yada-dee-da-dum, da-dee-da-dum. Oh, darn it, I dropped my gloves. Can it be the breeze that fills the trees with Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman for appearing on my program, and I would also like...
Oh, just a minute, Jack. I've got to read this announcement about the contest.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Ladies and gentlemen, the contest is still on. Prizes totaling $10,000 in victory bonds will be awarded for the letters containing the best stated and most convincing reasons. Just complete this simple sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 50 words or less, and mail your letter to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. Added to our board of judges will be Goodman Ace of Easy Aces and Peter Lorre.
Him I can't stand.
And the supreme and final judge will be the Honorable Fred Allen.
Him I can't stand either.
The contest will end at midnight, December 24th. The decision of the judges will be final, and all letters become the property of Jack Benny, including the rights to publish. This contest is open to everybody except the employees of the American Tobacco Company, its agents, and the National Broadcasting Company. It is also subject to all federal and state laws and regulations. Jack will be back in a minute, but first, here is someone else who can't stand him, my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, sir. LSMFT.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen really know tobacco. And at the tobacco auctions they attend, they can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for the makers of Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Many things may change with the years, but here's one thing you can depend on always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, during this week, the USO Camp Shows will celebrate its 4th anniversary. I'm sure all of us know that what USO camp shows meant to our men and women overseas. Just the other day, I was glad to learn that there are more units overseas now than ever before, and they'll continue sending their shows as long as our men are over there. I was privileged to wear the USO camp show's uniform for 3 overseas trips, and I know all the people in the entertainment field, as well as those who are not, congratulate USO camp shows on its 4th anniversary. Thank you and good night, everybody.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it. Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 47, audibility 49, American.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
When it comes to real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember these 5 words. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
And for that Christmas present, remember...
LSMFT.
Suggestion, a carton of cigarettes for Christmas. No gift offers so much for so little. So say Merry Christmas with a carton of Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks ago, Jack Benny had dinner at Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman's house. And tonight, as a typical good neighbor, Jack has invited the Colemans over to his house. So let's go out to Beverly Hills, where we find Jack preparing for the arrival of his distinguished guests.
Well, I'm almost dressed, Rochester. How do I look in my, how do I look in my striped pants and swallowtail coat?
You look like a master of ceremonies at Forest Lawn.
I do not. Now, Rochester, when you're serving dinner tonight, remember, serve the tomato juice first, then the salad, then the meat, and then the vegetables.
I'm glad you brought that up, boss. I wanted to ask you about the peas.
What about the peas?
Do you want me to spoon them out or count them out?
Spoon them out tonight. There's nothing too good for the Colemans. And don't forget, for dessert, we're having a flaming plum pudding.
How do you fix it, boss?
Well, you take the plum pudding and put it in a bowl. Then you take a pint of brandy, good brandy, real old brandy, and you pour it over the pudding.
Continue, boss. You fascinate me.
Then you take a match and set fire to the brandy.
You what?
You take a match and set fire to the brandy.
Boss, I doubt if I'll have the heart.
Well, just do as I tell you. See you later. Jingle bell, jingle dum da ding, dum 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 dum. Gee, I hope the gang got all those contest letters cleaned up. I don't want the Colemans to find out that so many people can't stand me. Well, kids, are you about finished with the mail?
We're all through, Jack, except for those entries over there in the corner.
Why haven't you opened those?
They're still ticking.
Ticking? You mean... Hey, there's one that's smoking. Quick, Don, throw it out the window.
Okay.
I wonder why the... Fine Christmas spirit. That thing could have...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Who are you?
I was just passing by and something blew me in.
Oh, well, Merry Christmas.
The same to you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, kids, we've got to get all these letters read because the contest ends tomorrow night, December 24th, you know.
Say, Jack, listen to this letter I just opened. I think it's from a Scotch girl.
A Scotch girl? What does it say?
I can't stand Jack Benny because his nose is warmer than mine. Signed, Lassie.
Oh, she's just mad because she read that big story about me in Newsweek. Anyway, kids, never mind the rest of those letters. Mr. and Mrs. Coleman will be here for dinner soon. I also invited their friend, Jack Wellington. So please be on your best behavior. Especially you, Phil.
Me?
Yes, you. Just for tonight, don't bring your jug to the table with you. Please.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Have you ever tried eating that meat straight?
I know it's awful, Phil, but do it just as a favor to me. And another thing, Phil. When you take the jacket off the baked potato, you're not supposed to go... It's only a potato. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
Don, when Rochester offers you a third helping, try to refuse, will you? Or at least say well before you dive in. And Mary...
Oh, Jack, don't try to tell me anything about eating.
You better listen to him, Libby. He was eating 30 years before you were born.
Phil, your Christmas present isn't so big that I can't carry it back to the store. So don't try to do... Oh, hello, Polly. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Isn't that cute? Say, kids, don't you think my Christmas tree is a beauty? Look how big it is.
It sure is, Mr. Benny. Where did you get it?
Well...
I'll tell you, kid. A man drove through Beverly Hills with that tree laying on top of his car, and Jackson was right behind him.
Phil.
Jackson knew about the sharp curve in the road, and the man didn't.
Phil, please. Christmas trees are very sentimental to me. In fact, I used to go out in the woods and cut down my own tree. But I gave that up.
Yeah, it's so hard to find one with packages under it.
Yeah. Anyway, this is the best Christmas tree I've ever had.
And look at all those presents. Say, Mr. Benny, what's in that great big box over there all tied up with that red and green ribbon?
That's there every year, kid. It's a decoy.
It is not.
Oh, boss!
What is it, Rochester?
For dinner tonight, do you want French bread, raisin bread, or English muffins?
English muffins. Are they the real English muffins?
Are they? I cut one of them open and found 2 tickets to a cricket match.
Well, you can't go. You've got work to do. And by the way, I hired an English butler to help me serve tonight, so the Colmans will feel at home. He should be here any minute. Gosh, I bet right now Ronnie and Benita are sitting on pins and needles waiting to leave their house.
Oh, Ronnie! Ronnie, where are you?
Right here in the library, Benita.
Hey, darling, it's almost 8 o'clock. It's time for us to go over to Mr. Benny's house. Have you forgotten?
Oh, no. I haven't forgotten. It's been on my mind all week. Perhaps we can phone and make some excuse.
No, darling, we can't do that. He's probably gone to a great deal of trouble preparing dinner. In fact, just this afternoon, his butler... what's his butler's name again?
Manchester?
Manchester. Well, he came to the back door and wanted to borrow some sugar, so I gave him a saucerful.
You gave him a saucerful?
Yes, they already have all our cups.
Yes, I wondered why Sherwood served my afternoon tea in a Dixie cup. But I guess you're right, Benita. Maybe we should go. I'll never forget when Benny invited us to his house 3 years ago and we didn't show up. You know, it made him so angry he wrote a letter to Britain asking for his bundle back.
Yes, well, he's probably sensitive. Well, it's getting late. You better start dressing.
Oh, yes, and I mustn't forget to take Jack Benny's shoes back to him.
His shoes?
Yes, he slipped them off when he was having dinner here 2 weeks ago. You know, I've never seen such interesting shoes. There's so many secret pockets in them. And there's a little device in there where you wiggle your toes and it makes change.
Shoes belong to Mr. Benny. I should have known they weren't yours when I saw the box spring in the arch support.
Yeah, I noticed that, too. By the way, Benita, who's invited to the dinner besides us?
Well, I understand there'll be Mary Livingston. She's on his program, you know.
Mary Livingston. Didn't she at one time work behind the stocking counter at the May Company?
Yes, and I can't understand her giving up a good job like that. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, besides Mary Livingston, there'll be that Phil Harris fellow.
Oh, yes. Ham hocks and turnip greens. Say, Benita, couldn't we phone and say that Uncle Oswald is ill and that we have to go and visit him?
You can't do that. After all, Mr. Benny lives right next door. He'll see our lights and know we're home.
Oh, yes. Even that 30-foot fence doesn't keep him from peeping in on it. Creeping along his side of the fence with a periscope. A most remarkable fellow.
I do hope Mr. Benny doesn't insist on playing that violin tonight.
Why, Benita, why did you have to bring that up? For 10 years I've been plagued with love in bloom. I've hoped, I've wished, yes, even prayed for a minor disaster, a fire, a tornado, even termites, anything. But destroy that violin.
Darling.
Well, if he can't be stopped, then in the name of heaven, let him play right. Give him the will. Give him the strength. Give him the talent to hit that high note.
Perhaps he's got short fingers.
Well, every day for 10 years, it's been love in bloom. And now it's a new one. Kiss me once and kiss me twice and da-da-da-da-da. Dreadful. Well, I'm sorry, dear, but I didn't mean to lose my temper.
Well, cheer up, darling. I'm sure we'll have a lovely evening at Mr. Benny's.
Yeah, I hope so.
Perhaps he'll eat a lot and fall asleep early.
Jack, do you want to come in the dining room and see if the table looks all right?
In a minute, Mary. I'm busy.
Oh, Jack. Jack, you're not going to play your violin tonight.
I am, too. The Colmans are pretty high-class people. They don't go places just to eat. Now, let me practice. I'll have to get a new string.
That was the door buzzer.
Oh, say, maybe that's the... Never mind, Rochester, I'll get it. Yes? Oh, yes. yes, you're the English butler I ordered. Have you had much experience at serving?
Yes,
Well, good. Go right in the kitchen and get started. What's your name? What was that? Oh. Well, tonight, I'll just call you Nottingham.
Jack, who is that?
It was the English butler I hired. For tonight, I'm calling him Nottingham. Do you think that's English enough?
Why don't you call him the White Cliffs of Dover?
No, that's too long. Maybe
Hey, Jackson, why don't you call him Heathcliff?
Heathcliff?
Sure, you're trying to pull a bluff. Oh, Phil said they ought to hang you up instead of your stocking.
You can say that again. Oh, that must be the Colmans now.
I'll get it.
No, Rochester, that's why I got the English butler. Nottingham, answer the door, please.
Good evening. Mr. Benny is expecting us.
Oh, come on. Call the waiting room, the drawing room.
What was that?
Come in, sir. I haven't called the waiting room, the drawing room.
Oh, you're the fellow who sells the tobacco.
Ronnie, Benita, I'm glad you came so early.
Hello, Jack, old boy.
So good of you to have us over.
Oh, it's a pleasure indeed. Nottingham, take Mr. and Mrs. Coleman's hat, coat, and canoe. Thank you.
You know, Jack, I just made an awful mistake. I didn't know you had a second butler.
Oh, yes, he's English, you know.
But his English accent is so thick.
Well, he's been there twice. Twice, you know.
Well, if he ever goes back again, he'll choke to death.
Yes. Come, let's go into the drawing room.
By the way, Mr. Benny, where is Manchester?
What? What did you say?
Where is Manchester?
Oh, Manchester. Well, you go out Sepulveda Boulevard, through Culver City, you turn left at the second traffic light.
Jack, Benita means Manchester, your butler.
Oh, that's Rochester. Rochester.
Let Nottingham do it.
I'm not talking to you. Benita, my butler's name is Rochester. He's in the kitchen getting dinner ready. Come, let's go into the drawing room. I want you to meet my associates. Here we are, Mr. and Mrs. Coleman. This is my radio cast.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Coleman?
Hiya, Ronnie. Benita, what do you hear from the tea and crumpets?
Well, you know, Ronnie, Phil's such an unruly blighter. You should excuse the expression. By the way, Ronnie, I have a little surprise for you this evening. I also invited your friend, Jack Wellington, to dinner.
Wellington? Splendid. Did you hear that, Benita?
Yes, isn't that nice?
Sit down, folks. We'll have cocktails in just a few minutes. I hope you'll pardon the way my house looks, but I've been so busy opening mail.
Oh, that reminds me. How is your I Can't Stand Jack Benny radio contest coming along?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Of course, it ends tomorrow night. So, Benita, if you want to get your letter in, be sure it's postmarked before midnight, December 24th.
You know, Jack just received a citation in Congress because of all the national unity his I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest is promoting.
Was that national unity?
Yes, it's the first time in history that the Republicans and Democrats agree on the same thing.
Yes, sir, that's me. Yep.
Oh, Ronnie, look at that Christmas tree. Isn't it beautiful?
Yes, it certainly is.
I suppose you folks have a nice Christmas tree, too.
Well, we bought a nice tree, but while we were driving home, a peculiar thing happened. Yes, Ronnie made a sharp turn, and that's the last we saw of it.
Oh, that's a shame. Well,
How about some cocktails? What would you like, Ronnie?
Oh, nothing right now, thanks, Jack, but after dinner, perhaps a little B&B.
Oh, so will I. For dinner, I always have an S&S.
S&S. Now, what's that?
Half soda and half sympathy soothing syrup.
Yes, it's awfully good. What? Oh, he must mean that Wellington is here. Oh, come right in. Come right in.
Hello, Benny, old boy. Ronnie Benito.
Wellington.
Mr. Benny told us you were coming.
Mr. Wellington, this is my radio gang here. It's Mary, Phil, Don, and Larry. Well, we're all here now.
Hey, Wellington, you lost half your glasses.
Phil, that's a monocle. Half his glasses.
Say, Wellington, I should tell you, we had a letter from Wickersham the other day.
Wickersham? Well, how is the old duffer?
Oh, he sounded cheerful enough. What a sense of humor he has.
Yeah, Willie, that reminds me. Why don't you tell Mr. Benny and his friends that amusing anecdote Wickersham always tells at dinner parties?
Oh, yes. Now, let's see. Now, how does that go?
While you're thinking about it, I can play a solo on my...
Oh, I have it.
Good.
Good. Go ahead, Willie. Tell that amusing story.
Well, it seems that there was a rather old codger in London who was somewhat hard of hearing, and he was riding on a westbound tram toward...
No, Wellington. It was an eastbound tram.
Oh, yes. He was riding on an eastbound tram.
He was going to Trafalgar Square, so it must have been a southbound tram.
By Jove, Benita, you're right. It was a southbound tram. Well, anyway, he wanted to get off at Wembley Station.
You see, Jack, Wembley is the station where the tram stops.
Oh, good. I thought the man wanted to jump off.
Well, anyway, this old codger turned to the woman standing next to him and said...
Wasn't it a man standing next to him?
No, it was... By Jove, it was a man.
Anybody here care to shoot a game of pool?
Mary.
Anyway, he turned to the man standing next to him and inquired, is this Wembley? And the man said...
No, wait. You forgot to mention that the second chap was hard of hearing, too.
Oh, yes, that's important. Well, he turned to this stranger and asked, is this Wembley? And the stranger, who was hard of hearing, said, no, this isn't Wembley, this is Thursday. So the old codger... I say, did I tell you that this old codger was also hard of hearing?
Oh, yes, you told them that when you mentioned it was a westbound tram.
Southbound.
Oh, yes, Trafalgar Square, that's right.
So the old codger who was hard of hearing said Thursday, so am I. Let's get off and have a drink.
Southbound tram, Trafalgar Square.
Oh, it was a very amusing story, Mr. Wellington. Very funny. Would you folks care for a cigarette?
Yes,
Thank you.
Southbound tram, Trafalgar Square, Trafalgar...
You see, these cigarettes I just gave you are Lucky Strikes. They're made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it now?
He got off at Wembley Station because he was hard of hearing, so he didn't...
And you notice that Lucky Strikes are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
How enchanting.
Yeah, please go on, Mr. Wilson.
And the second chap got off the tram because it was so fully packed. No, that was a woman, by Jove. That's right.
And that's the reason LSMFT is so popular. LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Amazing.
Yes, just think of it. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Deucedly clever, isn't it?
So when the stranger said, this is Thursday, the man who was hard of hearing said, so am I. Let's get off and have a drink. Oh, yes, Thursday. Thirsty. That is a clever anecdote. Yes, sir. Oh, that's a hootie. Oh, here come the cocktails. Set them right over here, Nottingham.
Oh.
Well, folks, dinner will be ready pretty soon, and I can't tell you how happy I am that you were all able to come over, particularly at this time so close to Christmas.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
And since it is so close to Christmas, I think it would be nice if we had Larry Stevens sing an appropriate song.
Oh, good.
By all means.
Are you ready, Larry?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Go right ahead. Here, let me sit next to you, Mary.
amid despair. We slumber safely till the morrow, though in by men at past reviled. Oh, maiden, see a maiden sorrow. Oh, mother, hear a suppliant child. Ave
That was very nice, Larry. Now, folks, let's all have a cocktail before we go into dinner.
Well, that's fine. And, Jack, if you don't mind, I'd like to propose a toast.
Of course, Ronnie. We'd love to have you do it.
I propose a toast to the world. A world which has just survived the bloodiest and costliest of all human conflicts. A world which was so nearly led back to the dark ages of oppression and slavery by cruel and greedy men who traded in hate. It seems impossible that there could be any more suffering than mankind has just endured. But it is possible, and it will happen if we lose sight of the lessons so bitterly learned. Let us remember that men everywhere are our neighbors, and their right to life and freedom is as precious to them as ours is to us. So here's a toast to all the people in the world. May we, by working together for a lofty purpose and with God's help, achieve the goal that mankind for 20 centuries has striven for. Peace on earth, goodwill to men.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry
Thanks again to Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman and their friend Mr. Wellington for spending the evening with us. And I and my whole gang want to wish everybody everywhere a very Merry Christmas. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the contest ends tomorrow, December 24th at midnight. If you haven't sent in your entry, do it now. Just complete this sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 50 words or less, and mail your letter to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. Prizes would total $10,000 in victory bonds, and in case of a tie, duplicate prizes will be awarded. The Board of Judges include Goodman Ace of the Easy Aces and Peter Lorre. And the supreme and final judge will be the Honorable Fred Allen. The decision of the judges will be final, and all letters become the property of Jack Benny, including the rights to publish. This contest is open to everyone except the employees of the American Tobacco Company, its agents, and the National Broadcasting Company. It is subject to all federal and state laws and regulations.
This
is the National Broadcasting Company. The Jack Benny Program.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Of course.
That's it.
Right you are.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
American.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And speaking of tobacco, here's what Mr. John William Hill, Jr., independent tobacco buyer of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, said.
I've seen Lucky Strike buy ripe, naturally mild tobacco. And I know that when this tobacco goes into a cigarette, it means real smoking enjoyment. So when it comes to buying a cigarette for myself, I naturally add these things together and choose Lucky's.
Quote, I've seen Lucky Strike buy ripe, naturally mild tobacco. Unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the contest ended at midnight December 24th. However, there were so many people that couldn't stand Jack Benny. It will take a couple of weeks to finish reading all the letters, and the winners will be announced shortly afterwards. So let's go out to Jack's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack, Mary, and Rochester busily sorting the latest entries.
Gosh, the way this mail has been pouring in the last few days.
Yeah, there sure is a lot of it, boys.
Yes, sir. Quiet, Polly. Daddy's working. Look at this mail. It's absolutely amazing how many people can't stand me.
Yeah, and Jack, look at this pile of letters over here. 48,000 of them. They're all from St. Joe.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. There must be some mistake. They love me in St. Joe. You remember when I was there last year, they put up a statue of me in the public park.
Well, they're sending it back. There's a hunk of granite in each envelope.
Oh, Mary, you're just making that up.
No, I'm not. Here's a note in one of the letters.
What does it say?
We're sending back all of Mr. Benny's statue except the ears. We're keeping those for bird baths.
Let me see that note. It doesn't say that at all. Gee, it does at that. What am I going to do with all these pieces of my statue?
Well, why don't you glue them together and set it out on your front lawn?
No, I'd look silly out on the lawn without any ears.
Well, maybe a couple of snails will crawl up and go to sleep in the right places.
No, you can't depend on it. Well, come on, let's try.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
Polly, Christmas is over. Now I gotta teach her to say Happy New Year. Polly, now listen, Polly. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
No. It's Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
No, Polly. Now listen, Polly. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Come on now, Polly, say it. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Atta girl. Isn't it wonderful how you can train 'em, Mary?
It sure is.
And now, Polly, a very Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
Smart parrot.
Well, she's just a little nervous since I told her that the carrier pigeon she's engaged to is coming back from overseas. He'd be here now, but he couldn't get a train out of San Francisco. He may have to fly. Now, let's see. We got to finish sorting the... Rochester, why did you tear up that letter?
This one was a mistake, boss. It said, I can't stand Rochester.
Who signed that?
The gas man.
Well, we haven't heard from him in about 5 years. Mary, what are you laughing at?
Get this letter. I can't stand Jack Benny because he plays the violin. Signed, a dead cat.
That's probably from somebody. Probably from somebody who doesn't like me.
Could be.
Certainly, huh?
Oh, boss, you won't believe it.
What is it, Rochester?
Here's a letter from the Big Three.
The Big Three? Well, what does it say?
We couldn't stand Jack Benny before the contest. Signed Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Oh, they just think they're smart because they're on the way to Palm Springs. Anyway, there's the phone.
I'll get it.
No, Rochester, you stay with the mail. I'll have Nottingham answer it.
Nottingham? Jack, have you still got that English butler around here? I thought you only hired him for last week to impress the Colmans.
Well, we're so busy with the mail, I kept him on to help out. Nottingham, answer the door. Isn't he classy? He even puts on his coat to answer the phone.
Please tell me it's gonna...
Nottingham, who was that? Oh. All right, Mary, now we'll have...
Jack, what did Nottingham say?
He said my lawyer was on the phone.
I thought he said the grocer.
No, Mary. Grocer is growful. He used to confuse me at first, too. You know?
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Livy. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Phil. Glad you came over.
Say, Phil, did you have a nice Christmas?
Well, Liv, I got a lot of presents. And look at this. Here's what the boys in my band gave me.
What is it?
Well, it's one of them new fountain pens, and it's guaranteed to write 2 years without having to refill it.
Well, what good is it to you? You can't write.
A lot of things can happen in 2 years, Bob.
Yeah, I hope so.
And while I'm thinking of it, Jackson, I want to thank you for the present you gave me.
Well...
What was it, Phil?
A pair of black and pink lounging pajamas with a bare midriff. And they're a little snug, but I wore them all day.
Phil, those were for Alice. A bare midriff.
Phil, surely Alice must have known those pajamas were for her.
Yeah, but I looked so cute in them, she just hated to tell me.
Oh, brother.
Say, Livy, what did Jackson give you for Christmas?
I gave her a fur muff. There it is over on the chair there. It's sable.
It's rabbit.
It is not. It's sable.
Rabbit. I wore it at the farmer's market yesterday, and it snapped at a head of lettuce.
Well, a lot of sables are vegetarians, too. Believe me, Phil, the muff I gave Mary is sable.
It's rabbit.
Would I pay $19 for rabbit? Would I?
You wouldn't pay $19 for $20.
I would, too. Now, Phil, as long as you're here, stick around and help us read some contest letters.
Jackson, you know better than that.
All right, then open the envelopes. At least you've got muscle. Come on, open the envelopes. Gosh, I never saw so many contest letters. Take 2 weeks before we can finish reading them.
Hey, Jackson, listen to this letter.
Phil, stop showing off. We know you can't read.
This one's got pictures on it.
Oh.
Now, the first 6 words must be, I can't stand Jack Benny because.
Yeah?
And then there's a picture of your face and the body of a jackass.
There is?
Yeah. You know, Jackson, if you didn't need to shave that jackass, it'd look pretty good.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
Nottingham would like to see you.
Well, have him come in here.
He can't at the moment. He's indisposed. He's standing in the kitchen in his shorts and socks.
My goodness, what happened?
Well, after lunch, we decided to idle away a few minutes in a game of chance.
Rochester, you didn't gamble with Nottingham.
I won everything but his English accent.
What?
I'd have got that, but he wouldn't open his mouth.
Well, I think that's awful. Imagine leaving him standing there in his BVDs.
I got an IOU on those.
Well, I want you to go in there and give Nottingham his clothes back.
Okay.
Imagine anybody doing
Hiya,
that.
Rochester.
Hello, Mr. Wilson.
Hey, Don!
Hello, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas.
No, Polly. Polly, it's Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
Happy?
That's it. Happy?
Happy?
Happy what?
Happy what?
I wish that carrier pigeon would get here. Don, how did you happen to be around this neighborhood?
Well, I just wanted to drop in and thank everybody for their Christmas gift.
Hey, Donzie, what did Jackson give you?
Well, Jack didn't give me anything for Christmas because he gave me a birthday present, and he thought my birthday was too close to Christmas.
When is your birthday, Don?
The 23rd of August.
Well, what did Jack give you for your birthday?
A rabbit's foot.
No wonder my muff limped.
Never mind. And as long as we're on the subject of presents, what about that gift you kids all chipped in and bought me?
Well, we thought it was a good idea, Jackson. Something you could use.
Something I could use. A fluorescent toupee so people can see me at night. When I sing Rise and Shine, I'm not kidding. Some gift.
Merry Christmas.
Polly, it's Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I'm going to train that bird if I have to get...
Jack, no, with a whip and a chair.
Well, I'll talk to him when we're alone.
Say, Jack, I'm kind of thirsty. May I have a glass of water?
A glass of water? Sure, Don. Go right out in the kitchen.
Okay, thanks. Oh, kiss me once and kiss me twice and LSMFT. It's such a great, great smoke. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so easy on the draw. It's such a great, great smoke. Lucky's have tobacco that is milder. It's wonderful the way I make this rhyme. Boo-boo-boo-boo-boo.
Hey, kids, listen to Don.
So smoke it once and smoke it twice and smoke it once again. You'll have a grand, grand time.
He means with Lucky.
Grand, grand time.
Don, that was wonderful. I didn't know you could sing like that.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, kid. When'd you get here?
Well, I came in right in between Smoke It Once and Smoke It Twice.
Well, I'm glad you came over. You can help us with the mail.
Well, I have to run along. I just dropped by to wish you a Happy New Year.
Oh, same to you, kid. By the way, Larry, I got a lot of compliments on your song last week.
Well, thank you. I've got another one I'm working on for next week.
You have? Well, come on. Let's hear it.
Yeah, sing it for us, Larry. Come on.
Okay.
Smoke it once and smoke it twice.
Holly, Larry's going to sing now.
I'm glad I waited for you. But then, what else could I do? Yes, there were one or two I used to date with, but they always knew I used them to wait with. I'm glad I waited for you. I'm glad my heart waited too. That favorite dream of mine
was swell, Larry. I'm glad you picked that one. Now, kids, let's try and get the rest of this contest mail finished so we can try... Nottingham, answer the door.
Hello, Bradley's the name. Steve Bradley. I'm Mr. Benny's press agent, and I'm here to see him.
Hello, Mr. Benny's bringing on.
Huh? What'd you say?
Mr. Benny's bringing on.
Well, thanks, and a Happy New Year to you, too. Yeah, I'll go right in and see Benny.
Oh, it's you, Steve.
Well, hello. Long time no see. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Steve. Happy New Year.
Well, Benny, guess you know why I'm here. The contest is over.
Yes, I know.
Now, all we have to do now is finish reading the letters, pick the winners, and then award the $10,000 in prizes.
10,000... Steve, look, Steve, wouldn't it be more sporting to forget about anything so commercial as money and keep the whole thing on an amateur basis? Wouldn't it? Huh? Wouldn't it?
Benny, are you crazy? You can't do a thing like that.
Well, I don't see why we...
Look, let me put it to you this way. Which do you value more, $10,000 or your reputation?
Better put it to him another way.
Oh, well, all right.
Boy, Benny, now just hand me over that $10,000 and I'll buy the victory bonds for the prizes.
But, Steve, we don't know the winners yet. We still got mail to read.
Yeah, I know, but you don't want anything to hold us up. I gotta go out now and buy those bonds and have them ready.
Okay. I'll have to go down to my vault and get the money. Before I go, I want you all to repeat the oath after me. I promise not to reveal that Jack Benny has a secret vault hidden in his home.
I promise not to reveal that Jack Benny has a secret vault hidden in his home.
And if I should tell anyone, either consciously or unconsciously...
And if I should tell anyone, either consciously or unconsciously...
May I lose my umbrella during the rainy season.
May I lose my umbrella during the rainy season.
Now, everybody bow their heads while I... while I go down in the vault. Tore my pants on the barbed wire. Now, I better be careful about those landmines.
Halt! Who goes there? Friend or foe?
Friend.
What's the password?
Greenberg's on third.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
That's right, Ed. And here's a little present for you.
A present for me?
Yes, Ed. Last week was Christmas.
Oh, did you have a nice New Year's?
No, Ed. You see, it isn't New Year's yet. You see, New Year's comes after Christmas, you see.
Oh, I've been away from it so long I kind of forgot.
Oh, yes. You know, Ed, this year things are going to be a lot better. They're starting to make automobiles again.
Automobiles?
Yes. Yeah, they're like buggies, you see, with motors in them. You know, you drive them down the street.
Well, won't they frighten the buffalo?
No. You see, buffalo are extinct. There are very few of them around anymore. Well, I got to get into my vault now.
Shall I turn my back?
No, Ed. You're bonded. Now, let's see. The combination is right to 45. Left to 160. Back to 15. Then left to 110. There. I'm glad the factories are reconverting. Now I'll be able to buy a louder burglar alarm.
Mr. Benny, how much money are you putting in?
I'm not putting anything in, Ed. I'm taking some out.
My, this is thrilling.
Well, so long, Ed. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Whoopee.
Well, goodbye. All right, Steve. Here's the money for the prizes.
Thanks, Benny. See you next week. Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, Steve. Happy New Year.
Well, kids, that's that. Just think, another year almost gone. Boy, how they roll around. Imagine it'll soon be 1946. I wonder what the new year will bring. I wonder what new things will come out. Science is certainly wonderful. Heliocopters, jet propulsion, atomic energy. It's amazing. I wonder what they'll... it's kind of late. I wonder who that can be. Oh, hello.
Hello, you're Jack Benny, aren't you?
Why, yes, little boy. Who are you?
I'm the New Year.
The New Year?
But all the other little New Years have always come on January 1st. You're early.
Maybe he's trying to pick up a couple of tickets for the Rose Bowl game.
Don't be silly, Phil. Maybe there's something wrong with our calendar.
No, I came early because 1946 looks like it's going to be a good year, and I'm raring to go. Got a lot of work to do. Automobiles, prefabricated houses, vacuum cleaners, fluorescent toupees.
Oh, yes.
How about nylon stockings?
There'll be plenty of those.
Oh, good. I was lucky to get this pair I'm wearing. They make my legs look so nice. See?
Well.
Hey, this kid's really ahead of time.
Well, look, Sonny, how about radio in 1946? That is, what I mean is television. What are my chances in television?
Would you really like to know?
Yes.
Sit down, Mr. Benny.
Thank you. Well, all right, kid, I can take it. I mean, tell me, what are my chances in television?
Well, first of all, tell me, how old are you, Mr. Benny?
Sit down, kid.
Quiet. What did you say, Sonny?
I said, how old are you?
37.
37?
That's a joke, son.
It is not. Now, what were you going to say about...
Oh, Jack, look out the window. There's an old man coming up the walk.
Yeah, and he looks like Father Time.
Father Time? What is this, anyway?
Hello.
Hey, you're not Father Time, are you?
Father Time? I don't know what you're talking about, Bub. I'm looking for my grandson. I was told to come in here.
Oh, you mean...
He was supposed to be in a New Year's play the kids are giving at the schoolhouse, but they run away.
Oh, so that's it.
Hiya, Grandpop.
Oh, so there you are, you little shaver. Come on back to the schoolhouse. The people are waiting for the New Year. Come on, let's get going.
Let go of my ear.
Yeah, take it easy on the little fella.
I just told you, Bubby's my grandson. He's in a school play. He ain't for real New Year.
Well, he sure fooled me. So he's going to be in the school play, huh? But isn't he a little old to be wearing those diapers?
He just got out of the army and he can't buy any clothes.
Oh, fine. Well, take him along then. Goodbye, Grandpa. So long, Sonny.
So long. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Sonny. Happy New Year.
Oh, boy, what a cute kid. Gee, I remember when I was his age. I was in a little New Year's play at school, too. You know, I was so good.
Well, so long, Jackson. I got to beat it.
Yeah, me too.
Happy New Year, Mr. Benny.
Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Anyway, Mary, I was so good in this school play that I held the audience spellbound. In fact, just recently they made a picture of it, you know. I'll never forget how cute. I'll never forget how cute I was in that play. In fact, you know, that's what gave me the idea that someday I'd be
Well, I gotta go. Happy New Year, Jack.
Happy New Year, Mary. Anyway, I'll never forget it. Yeah, I walked out on the stage wearing a little pair of wings, and across my chest was a banner saying, Happy New Year, 1912. And when I spoke my first line...
Boss, who are you talking to?
Huh? Oh, they've all gone. Sit down, Rochester. Yeah, Rochester. I walked out on the stage and I looked so cute with my long curls and blue eyes and dimpled cheeks. And when I got all through, there was so much applause that the teacher came right over and kissed me. She said, Jackie, you're the best New Year's Eve we ever had. Ladies and gentlemen, while history will point to 1945 as the year of victory, 1946 will be the start of a new era. An era in which people the world over must live together in peace and mutual respect. We want a lot more than just battles in this war. We want a realization that all men everywhere want to live out their lives in peace and freedom. While there are many different points of view of how this peace should be secured, the important thing is that all mankind wants it, and it will be accomplished. There's no place for hate, greed, suspicion, and prejudice in a world that has the atomic bomb. The old era is dead, and 1946 is the beginning of the new one. The era of Wendell Willkie's One World. Happy New Year, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all know the contest is over, but on account of the vast amount of letters that still have to be read, we will announce the winners as soon as possible. Now, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend, F.E. Boone.
American. Remember this, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
Sure thing. LSMFT.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Happy New Year to everybody all over the world from all of us.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Of course.
You said it.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
At 49 American.
Year after year, at market after market, independent tobacco experts present at the auctions can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. ripe, rich tobacco, fine Lucky Strike tobacco. That means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
Profit by the experience of tobacco experts. Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our first program of the new year, I'd like to bring you a man who has made two important resolutions. The first resolution was to give every member of his cast a raise. The second resolution was to forget the first one. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I thought that was a very unfunny introduction.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I happen to think it was very funny.
Well, I don't care what you think. You know, you may not know this, Don, but you can get brand new, shiny 1946 announcers without waiting for Detroit to make up its mind. You know, I wouldn't mind having a thin announcer for a change. I'm getting pretty sick of looking at a pot that big without flowers in it. So just... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Happy New Year, Don.
Well, same to you, Mary.
Hey, what about me? Aren't you going to thank me for the swell time I showed you New Year's Eve at that nightclub?
Yeah, but next time, let's not go home at 11:30.
Now, Mary, you know very well that we didn't get home till daybreak. Boy, was I raring.
You should have seen him, Don. Jack drank one bottle of Coca-Cola, jumped up on the chandelier, beat his chest, and yelled, "Look at me, I'm Tarzan."
Yes, sir.
And he fooled everybody if he hadn't opened his shirt.
Oh, yeah? Well, how about that Tarzan yell I gave?
That wasn't a Tarzan yell. You sat on a hot light bulb.
Now, Mary.
And then he drank another bottle of Coca-Cola without a chaser yet.
Guy can have a little fun, can't he? Anyway, I was the life of the party.
You were nothing but a big show-off.
I was not a show-off.
Then why did you ask the waiter to throw you out?
I just did that for a gag. Now, Mary, you know very well we had a marvelous time. We danced all evening.
Okay, I had a marvelous time.
You're darn tootin'.
Say, Mary, is Jack a good dancer?
I don't know. It's the first time I ever did the minuet.
Oh, stop, will you? You've done the minuet before.
Yeah, but not while the band was playing Cow Cow Boogie.
Mary, now, on New Year's Eve, you gotta let yourself go.
Say, Jack, what'd you do at the stroke of 12?
What did he do? He said Happy New Year, took an aspirin, and passed out.
Well, I wasn't out long, sister. And, Don, when I came to, I went around and kissed every woman in the place.
You did?
Yeah. And Mary was so jealous, she tried to stop me.
I wasn't jealous. I was only trying to tell you the place was closed and those women were mopping up.
I was wondering why they all wore upsweep hairdos. Anyway, let's forget about me. How about you, Don? Did you have a good time New Year's Eve?
I sure did, Jack. At the stroke of 12, I crawled out of the fireplace and filled all the stockings with toys.
Filled the stockings with toys? On New Year's Eve? Don, you were 7 days late.
I know. I was stuck in the chimney.
See, well, that's terrible. You could have fallen down and hurt yourself.
Yes, but I was lucky enough to catch the flu.
Well, I'm glad you what?
I was in the chimney, but I was lucky enough to catch the flu.
Don, I have an arrangement with Abbott and Costello. We leave them alone, and they leave us alone. So let's try it. Well, hello, Larry. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Jack.
Jack? Why, Larry, what's come over you? You've always called me Mr. Benny.
Well, don't you remember? On New Year's Eve, you said I could stop calling you Mr. Benny and call you Jack.
When did I tell you that?
Right after your second Coke.
You mean before the aspirin tablet? Well, Larry, I still like the idea of you calling me Mr. Benny. I mean, it adds a little dignity to the program and shows you have respect for me.
Do you want me to call you Mr. Benny, too?
No, that won't be necessary, Mary.
Gee, I can call him Jack.
And now, folks...
Wait till the girls at the May Company hear about this.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get smart, Miss Livingston.
Oh, do call me Mary.
Now, cut that out! Come on, Larry, let's have your song. Now, Mary, you behave yourself, will you?
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high. And somewhere a bird who is bound he'll be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Maybe it's more than the earth, shiny and silvery blue. Maybe the reason I'm feeling this way has something to do with you. It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound he'll be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Falling in
Grand Night for Singing, sung by Larry Stevens. And very good, Larry. By the way, kid, you made a record of that song, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Well, it's a great number. I'd like to have one of those records, Larry.
Well, why don't you buy one, Mr. Benny? It only costs 75 cents.
Well, I thought about buying one, kid, but you see, I just wanted your song, and the record has something else on the other side, you see, so I didn't feel like paying for both sides.
Maybe they'll slice it for you.
No, I asked them. And you should have heard.
Hello, Donzie. How you, Livy? And a good evening to you, Mr. Benny.
What? Mr. Benny, Phil, what's that?
One of my New Year's resolutions. Respect for the boss. I made it on New Year's Eve.
Well, that's a nice resolution.
They told me I made it, and I'm going to keep it.
I thought so. Phil, I never saw a guy like you. You keep going to parties, but you never know what happens. You can't even remember if you've had a good time.
Jackson, when I get up the next morning, brush my teeth, and the bristles fall out of the toothbrush, I know I had a good time.
Oh.
Hey, look, how about you, Jackson? Did you have fun New Year's Eve?
Yes, Phil. I went over to the...
That's all, Jackson. If you can remember, you didn't have fun.
Well, I can't remember all of it. And, Phil, as long as you're making resolutions, you could have made another one. During this new year, why don't you learn something about music?
You mean I should be like Stokowski?
No, Phil, no. All I ask is when you look at your music stand and see a piece of paper that has lines across it and little black dots all over it, don't turn to your boys and say, there's a spy around here, this stuff is in code. Little as they know, it embarrasses.
All right, Jackson, all right. That'll be another one of my resolutions.
Oh, speaking of resolutions, Jack, I made a resolution that during 1946 I'm going to find new ways to tell people about Lucky Strike cigarettes.
You are, kiddo?
Yes. Instead of saying LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, I'm going to say it backwards.
What?
I'm going to say TFMSL stands for Tobacco Fine means Strike Lucky.
But, Don, isn't that a bit ridiculous?
Well, Jack, at least it's different. Remember how I always used to say Lucky Strikes are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw?
Uh-huh.
Well, listen to it this way. Draw the on easy and free so, packed fully so, firm so, round so.
Well, mouth my shut. Packed so, firm so, round so.
Rinso.
Happy little walk. Mary! Don, if I were you, I'd forget about doing the commercial backward. Just do it the regular way.
Well, okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will have a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra who will play it not backwards, not forwards, but in their usual manner. They'll start in the middle and blast both ways. All right, Phil, let's...
Oh, wait a minute, Jack.
What is it, Mary?
I meant to tell you that the way over here I stopped off at your house, and while I was there, Fred Allen called.
Fred Allen, huh? Well, what did the dead end of Allen's Alley have to say?
I haven't heard such language since Mama stepped on Papa's bare foot with her track shoes on.
Well, Mary, Allen didn't have to use that kind of language, even if he was talking about me.
It wasn't his fault, Jack. He was reading one of those contest letters.
No. He's just jealous because more people hate me than him. That's all.
What about the contest, Jack? Have the winners been picked yet?
Not yet, Don. The judges are reading the letters as fast as they can. But on Sunday, January 27th, 3 weeks from tonight, we'll announce the winners. 3 weeks from tonight. It won't be very long until I'll be paying off the prizes.
Hey, Jackson, as long as you're paying off, how about that little bet I won from you on the Rose Bowl game?
Phil, I didn't see the game, so the bet's off. I mean, how do I know that USC lost? Huh?
Are you kidding? The score was printed in every newspaper in the country.
So what? Last Wednesday I picked up the newspaper on my front lawn and it said no rain today. Paper was so wet I could hardly read it. So don't be too sure about USC losing.
Jackson, are you crazy? 90,000 people were at that game and saw Alabama win.
I don't care if 100,000 people saw. I'm not taking the word of a lot of strangers. That's the way rumors get started. I'm not taking anybody's word.
That's why Jack went to Europe last summer. He wanted to make sure the war was over.
Yeah.
He hasn't been to Japan yet, so he's still got his house blacked out.
Mary, let's drop the whole... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, you know I'm on the air. What did you call for?
It's about Nottingham, your New English butler. He must be crazy.
What's the matter now?
When you left the house this morning, did you tell him to take the Christmas tree off the grand piano, cut it up into little pieces, and burn it?
Yeah, did it fit in the fireplace?
Oh, but the keyboard.
What, Rochester, do you mean to say that Nottingham damaged my grand piano?
Damaged it? Boss, you know in front where it says Steinway and Sons?
Yes?
Well, the fellow's in business for himself now.
Oh, my God. Rochester, why didn't you stop him?
Stop him, schmop him. He wouldn't listen to me.
Well, my grand piano, it's ruined.
I told you I saved the keyboard.
The keyboard? Why would you just save that?
Boss, you know how I feel about ivory.
I should have known. Well, Rochester, did anything else happen?
Not until the fireman got there.
The fireman?
Yeah, when Nottingham threw the pan in the fireplace, the flames shot up all over the roof.
Well, did the firemen put it out?
They sure did. I went outside and watched them. They climbed up a ladder, stuck a hose down the chimney, and turned it on full force.
Uh-huh.
And, boss, I couldn't understand how a chimney could hold so much water till I opened the front door.
What?
That tide hit me so hard I thought Frank Thomas was coaching it.
Don't tell me the house was flooded.
Flooded? You know that picture of Whistler's mother you got in the library?
Yes?
Well, the frame's still there, but she's in the living room diving for pennies.
Rochester, stop with the jokes. Did you save my parrot?
Boss, the last time I saw your parrot, he was sailing down the hall in your derby hat shouting, Mr. Christian, come here!
Oh, don't be so silly. Now, let the water out the back door. We might as well water the garden while we've got it.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
What happened, Jack?
What always happens when I leave the house? Come on, Phil, let's have a band number. Snow, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jackson, come on. How about paying me that dough you owe me on the Rose Bowl game?
Phil, I told you I didn't see the game.
But, Jack, you said you went to the Rose Bowl. How come you didn't see the game?
Well...
I'll tell you, Don.
He wouldn't be interested.
Yes, I would. What happened, Mary?
Oh.
Well, Jack had tickets for the game, and he told Phil and me to meet him in front of Tunnel 16 at 1:30.
1:30.
Well, when Phil and I got to the bowl, Jack wasn't there yet. So we waited and waited. You should have seen the crowd down. There were thousands of people pushing and shoving. Come on, Phil, let's go in.
We can't, Libby. We got to wait for Jackson. He's got the tickets. Why didn't he come with us?
Well, you know how romantic Jack is. He's bringing his girlfriend, Gladys Zabisco, to the game.
Yeah, she's a pretty cute kid when she's all dressed up. You know, I think Jackson's kind of stuck on that little waitress.
Yeah, but he's getting indifferent now that meat rationing is over. You know him.
Hey, Mary, look. Here comes Jackson and Gladys now.
Gee, Gladys, I never saw you look so nice. You're sure pretty when you get all dolled up.
Thanks, Speedy.
I mean it. Boy, am I lucky I met you.
Ain't it the truth?
That's fate for you. You know, I'd never have met you if I hadn't been hungry that night. Gee, I'll never forget. I was driving along looking for a place to eat, and I drove right past Ciro's and the Trocadero and the Macambo. And it was just fate that made me turn into Simon's Drive-In. And there, like a vision of loveliness, you came toward me. Gee, you smelled so good.
Yeah, it was chicken gumbo night.
Uh-huh. 25 cents a bowl. A meal in itself. Oh, look, Gladys, there's Mary and Phil. Well, here we are, kids. Gladys, you know Mary, don't you?
Sure. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Gladys. Gee, that's a pretty fur. Did you trap it yourself?
I should say not. Speedy ran over it on the way out here.
Gladys.
Hit it again, Jackson. It's still wiggling.
Don't be funny. Gladys meant that it slipped off her shoulder and ran over it accidentally. Didn't you, Gladys?
You tell him, big boy. You got the lips for it.
Yeah. Come on, kids. Here's our gate. Let's go in.
Tickets. Hold your own stubs, please.
Here you are.
Oh, hello, Gladys.
Hello, Eddie.
What's the special tonight?
Beef soup and boiled potatoes.
Oh, come on, Gladys. Forget business for a while.
Okay, Speedy.
Here's tunnel 16 over this way, Jackson.
Now, let's stick together.
Say, Gladys, you still working at the Shamrock Cafe?
No, I'm back at the drive-in. Speedy thought I ought to be outside where it's healthier.
Darn right. What's the use of being in California if you can't enjoy the sun?
Yeah, but I sure wish I could get off the night shift.
You will, honey. Just save your tips. That's all.
I do, but every time I get a little ahead, you want to go to a movie or something.
Well, it won't always be that way.
Hey, look who's here. Hiya, Gladys. Happy New Year.
Same to you, Lefty.
Lefty? You know everybody, don't you?
That's Lefty Flanagan. What a sport. He always orders a la carte.
Don't talk to him.
But Lefty's a big tipper.
Oh. Hiya, Lefty. Now, let's see. Where do we...
Hey, look, there's a hot dog stand. Let's make with a mustard.
Yeah, want a hot dog, Gladys?
I'm not hungry right now. You can get me one when we're inside.
Better get one now, Gladys. You know Seedy.
That's Speedy. All right, I'll go over and buy the hot dog. You kids wait here so you won't get lost, huh? Hey, mister, 4 hot dogs, please.
Yes, sir. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like him, and they're all red hot. Well, puppies coming up.
How much are they?
3 cents apiece.
3 cents?
Uh-huh.
Why do you sell them so cheap?
Taste them.
Oh, say, do they look? They do look like pretty tough weenies.
Tough. What suitcase handles they would make.
Well, they still look good to me. Give me 4.
What kind of mustard do you want on them?
What kind?
Well, I got strong, mild, and Christmas night.
Oh, mild, I guess.
Okay, here you are. 4 hot dogs covered with mild mustard.
Thanks. Gee, they're kind of messy. Haven't you got some rolls to put them in?
With rolls, it's 5 cents. With pickles, it's 10 cents. With relish, it's 15 cents. And with bicarbonate of soda, you couldn't afford it.
Well, just give me the roll.
Here you are.
Thank you.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, just the way you like them, and they're all red.
Here you are, kids. Take your hot dog.
Thanks. Gee, I'm thirsty. What are we going to drink with our hot dog?
Here you are, Gladys.
Put that back in your pocket. Now, let's go in.
Stubs, please. Let's see the numbers on your stubs.
Here you are.
Right this way. Just follow me. Oh, hello, Gladys.
Why, hello, Nick. How are things?
Fine. I'm on parole now.
Come on. Show us our seats. Hey, listen to the cheering section.
L-S-N-F-T, L-S-N-F-T, L-U-C-K-I-E-S, Lucky!
Say, these seats are okay, aren't they, kids?
Yeah, right on the 40-yard line.
Hey, Jackson, care to make a little bet on the game?
Okay, Phil, you take Alabama, I'll take USC.
Hiya, pal. Is this seat taken, old pal?
Oh, great. Look, mister, how about sitting someplace else?
No, thanks. I never touch it.
This would happen to me.
How much dough you want to bet, Jackson?
How much dough? Any amount you say, brother. Just name it.
Okay, $50.
$50? Okay, it's a bet.
We must be sitting higher than I thought.
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing.
Peanuts, popcorn, chewing gum, peanuts, popcorn. Hello, Gladys, chewing gum.
Oh, hello, Raven.
For goodness sake, Gladys, must you say hello?
Quiet. I want to hear the game.
The game hasn't started yet.
No, thanks. I never touch it.
Gee, they're a husky bunch of fellas.
Yeah, listen to that crowd.
Here they come running right past us.
team always eat at the drive-in. They voted me Miss Pigskin of 1945.
I don't care what they voted you.
Gosh, what a crowd.
Yeah, I'll bet there's 90,000 people here.
Oh, that's terrible. 90,000 people without a home.
What are you talking about?
This housing shortage is terrible.
Look, they've got homes. They're here for the game.
Oh, you're just saying that because I'm your pal.
You're not my pal. I never saw you before in my life.
No, thanks. I'll never touch it.
I don't know why I always have to
Hey,
watch...
Jackson, look, here comes the Alabama team.
Hey, those Alabama fellows look pretty good, don't they, Gladys?
They sure do.
Gladys, you all! That's the last straw. I'm leaving. I'm not even going to stay and see the game. And let me tell you something else, Gladys. You and I are through. Our engagement is broken. Goodbye.
But, Speedy, if you're breaking our engagement, what about the ring?
I'm not giving it back to you. Goodbye.
So there you are, Don. That's exactly what happened at the Rose Bowl on New Year's Day.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, 3 weeks from tonight on January 27th, we will announce the winners of the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest. Now, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speedy Riggs.
What do auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, men who know tobacco best, say about Lucky Strike? Well, just listen to the words of Mr. Thomas Jefferson Green, independent tobacco auctioneer of Walnut Cove, North Carolina. He said,
For many years, I've noticed that at the different markets where I've been auctioneering, Lucky Strike has bought tobacco that was ripe and mild. So for my own cigarette, naturally, I picked Lucky Strike. Been smoking them for 21 years.
Independent tobacco experts like Mr. Green surely know that it takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
A fact known the world over. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
Mary, I wish you'd stop telling Don everything that happens to me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. I won't do it again.
Okay. Say, Mary, how would you like to go out to dinner now, and later we'll go dancing?
No, not while you're wearing Gladys's ring.
Well, I can't get it off. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
At 49, American.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Yes, sir.
Sure thing.
That's right.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So take a tip from a real tobacco expert, Mr. Charles L. Belvin, independent tobacco buyer of Durham, North Carolina, who said,
I've spent 13 years buying tobacco. The advantage I have over most smokers when it comes to selecting a cigarette is that I know tobacco so well. And at auction after auction, I have seen Lucky Strike buy quality tobacco. That's why I've smoked Lucky's myself for 12 years.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So, for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, Jack Benny rehearses his radio program on Saturday afternoons. So let's go back to yesterday and pick up Jack and Mary on their way to the studio. Rochester is driving them.
Gee, Mary, it's a lovely day, isn't it?
It sure is.
Yes, sir. Give me California anytime. It's so nice and balmy.
Yeah.
The air smells so good. You know, it's wonderful driving in weather like this.
Uh-huh. Jack, let's put the top down.
I wouldn't dare. I tried that one. Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Why are you driving so slowly?
I'm behind a big beer truck.
Beer truck? Why don't you pass them?
There's a loose case on the back, and the driver looks like the careless type.
Well, go on and pass them. There aren't very many big bumps on this street, anyway. By the way, Rochester, did you take my dirty clothes to the laundry this morning?
I sure did.
And did you tell them about the lipstick on the collars of my white shirts?
Yes, sir.
Lipstick on your shirt?
Mr. Benny puts it there himself to impress the girls at the laundry.
I do not. I got that at the Palladium. And while I'm thinking about it, I hope you told the laundry about my 2 pairs of shorts they lost.
Uh-huh. They're going to get those back to you. They put them in Barbara Stanwyck's bundle.
They sent my shorts to Barbara Stanwyck? How could they make a silly mistake like that?
I guess the ruffles fooled them.
Those aren't ruffles. They're pleats.
Pleats?
Yes, pleats.
Okay. Horizontal pleats.
Stop being silly. And another thing, I hope you didn't forget to tell the laundry about my weak ankles.
I told them.
Weak ankles? What's that got to do with the laundry?
They put more starch in my socks. A little faster, Rochester. We'll be late for rehearsal. Say, Mary, when we rehearse our program today, I want you to...
Oh, look, Jack, look. The Bells of St. Mary's is playing at the theater there. Oh, I sure want to see it.
Me too. I hear it's wonderful.
That's what everybody says. Jack, what picture do you think will win the Academy Award?
It's hard to say. There were several outstanding pictures. Lost Weekend, The Bells of St. Mary's, Spellbound, The Horn Blows at Midnight. And then there's...
Oh, wait a minute, Jack. You don't think you got a chance to win the Academy Award for that picture, do you?
I don't see why not. You know, I should have won it for my sensational acting in To Be or Not to Be.
Well, why didn't you win?
That is the question.
Rochester. No kidding, Mary. I'll never forget that scene when I threw the cloak over my left shoulder and said, to be or not to be. That is the question.
Jack.
Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune or to take arms.
Jack, we're driving. Sit down.
Oh.
Jack, the people on the sidewalk are applauding.
Oh, yeah. To be or not to be. Jealous?
I'm not jealous. I'm embarrassed.
I'm mortified.
Well, you don't have to be. Anyway, that picture was one time I should have won the Academy Award.
Well, this year I think Ray Milland has a good chance to win it for his performance in Lost Weekend.
Well, Ray was good in that picture, but I thought the plot was awfully flimsy.
What are you talking about? It was a terrific plot. A fellow starts drinking and loses a whole weekend.
So what? Phil Harris has been doing that for 15 years. He thinks Monday comes right after Friday. Anyway, I'll bet I'll win the award when I make my next picture.
What's it going to be?
A biography, the story of my life. Right from the time I was a baby.
Did they have babies in those days?
No, Mary. They picked me off a mulberry bush. And don't be so smart. You know, they dramatized my life last Sunday on that program called Freedom of Opportunity.
I know, I heard it. Jack, is it true that when you were 15 years old, your father wanted you to be a concert violinist?
Yes, that's true, Mary, but inwardly I was fighting against it. In fact, I didn't realize it until my first performance. There I was, out on that concert stage, playing the Mendelssohn Concerto in E minor. And right in the middle of the number, something came over me.
Tomato juice.
No, something besides that. But who knows, if I'd have stuck to the violin, I might have been another Heifetz or an Isaac Stern or a Joseph Szigeti. By the way, Mary, Szigeti is giving a concert tonight in my hometown, Waukegan. I wish I could be there.
If this wind keeps up, you've got a good chance.
Oh, it isn't so windy today.
I don't know. This is the first time I ever coasted uphill.
Well, reef in the sail. We're at NBC. Come on, Mary. Rochester, while we're rehearsing, take the car down to the corner filling station and have the oil changed.
Okay, boss, but I don't think they'll do it the way you want it.
What does he want, Rochester?
He wants to trade the old oil in.
All right, have it changed anyway, but take the old oil home.
Yes, sir.
Come on, Mary.
Jack, you must be kidding. You don't really take your old motor oil home.
Certainly, I can use it around the house.
Oh, I thought that salad dressing had a lot of carbon in it.
That was pepper. Here we are, Mary. I wonder what studio we're supposed to... Well, here comes Charlie McCarthy. Hello, Charlie.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Do.
Hello, Charlie.
Mary Livingston, why, you great, big, beautiful doll, you.
Now, Charlie, you behave yourself.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Benny, but when you're as short as I am, you get nylon happy.
Well, we'll see you later, Charlie. Come on, Mary. Come on.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny. Goodbye.
You know, Mary, it's amazing how he gets around without Bergen. Yeah, I wish I'd asked my producer what studio we're rehearsing in.
Jack.
What? Oh, it's Edgar Bergen.
Hello, Mary. Jack, have you seen Charlie?
Yes, he just went down the hall.
Thanks. You know, every time I turn my back, he runs away.
Say, Jack.
What?
It's amazing how he gets around without McCarthy.
Now, let's see. Maybe we're rehearsing here in Studio G. This might be it.
No, gentlemen. Now let's try it once more.
This is it, Mary. Phil's rehearsing his gentleman.
Now, come on, fellas. Nice and smooth this time, with a little class to it. You know, lots of dignity. Okay, are you ready? A one, a two, a root, toot, 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 I hear that.
Dignity.
Yeah. Okay, boys, you can relax now. Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Livy.
Hello, Phil.
Hi, Phil.
How'd you like that number we just played, Jackson?
Pretty good, Phil. What's the name of it?
I don't know. Hey, Frankie, what was the name of that tune we just played?
I don't know. Hey, Yeti, what was that tune we just played?
That was Stardust.
It was Stardust, Jackson.
No, it wasn't Phil. I know how Stardust goes.
Hey, fellas, Jackson says it wasn't Stardust.
Hey, maybe it was Chicory Chick Chala Chala.
Nah, that's a new one. We ain't learned it yet.
All right, fellas, it really doesn't matter.
It does to us, Jackson. We're musicians.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. Now, Phil, we've got to start rehearsing the script, so tell your boys to take a rest for a while.
Okay. All right, gentlemen, you can go.
Some musicians.
Oh, look! Somebody bent my saxophone.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Amazing how much noise they can make in their bare feet. Now, is everybody here? Where's Don Wilson?
Here I am, Jack.
And where's Larry?
Here I am, right behind Mr. Wilson.
Well, come around where I can see you. Now, kids, I've got a great thing to do on the program tomorrow.
What is it, Jack?
Well, I went to the movies last night and saw 20th Century Fox's picture, State Fair. And I enjoyed it so much that I've written a radio version of it. And believe me, it took some tricky writing. Now, Mary, in this play, you're going to be my wife. And guess what I'm going to be?
What?
Your husband.
Some tricky writing.
Well, Mary, nowadays it's nice to know who your husband's going to be. Look what happened with Pappy Boyington. Phil, you're going to be my neighbor, Zeke Martin.
Zeke?
Yes.
I hope I got a brother named Hyde.
Why?
Then we can play hide and seek. Oh, Harris, you're 6'1" and you're all mine.
I know, that's what gives me the courage to go on. Now, Larry, you're going to be my son, Cy.
Well, gee, Mr. Benny, I'm much too old to be your son.
Thanks, kid. Now, Don, you're going to play the part of Blue Boy, my prize-winning hog.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. I don't want to play the part of a hog. I won't have any lines.
Believe me, Don, you've got just the right line. Now, remember, your name is Blue Boy, and you're going to win the blue ribbon.
Jack, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to play the part of a hog.
Don, you made your stomach, now lie on it. Now, remember, kids, in this play, we go to the Pomona Fair. Phil, have your musicians come in and tell them to be quiet.
Okay. All right, fellas, come on in. And be quiet.
That's better. Now, as the scene opens... Now, as our scene opens... We find Lem Peabody and his wife at home preparing for the fair. All right, let's rehearse it. Curtain. Music.
Reuben, I've been thinking what a strange world this would be if all the men folks were transported far beyond the...
Hey, Ma, what are you doing?
Fixing the mincemeat. You know, I'm aiming to win first prize at the fair this year. I'm the best cook in the county.
You sure are, Ma.
Look what happened last year. When the judge tasted my cooking, I knew I was going to be the winner.
Yep. Too bad he dropped dead before he could announce it.
I'll never forget his last words as he lay there looking up at me.
What did he say, Ma?
He said, I've been judging pies for nigh on to 50 years, but this one's out of this world, and I'm a-going with it.
No other judge could make that statement. You know, Ma, I've been worried all week. I can't make up my mind which hog to take to the fair.
Why, Pa, I thought you decided to take Blue Boy.
I did, but you know my other hog, Esmeralda, is a lot smarter. Well, I guess I'll go down to the pen and look 'em over. See you later, Ma.
Reuben, Reuben, I've been thinking what a strange world this would be if we had no Betty Grable or no LSMFT. Luckies, Luckies, I've been smoking. They're the bestest smoke I know. Surround, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the dro. On the dro. That don't sound right. Dro. I better try that again. Luckies, Luckies, I've been smoking the bestest smoke I ever saw. Hey, that's it. Saw. I got it now. Saw. Luckies, Luckies, I've been smoking the bestest smoke I ever saw. Surround, firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the dro. No, saw doesn't seem to rhyme either there. Oh, well.
Hey, Lamb. Hello, Lammy.
Sound like Lamb of Lemon Abner. Oh, hello, Zeke. You know, I was just going down to the pen to look over Esmeralda and Blue Boy. I don't know which one of my pigs to take to the fair.
Wouldn't you have more fun with your wife?
Why, Zeke, you've been reading Dr. Pierce's Almanac again.
Well, Lamb, I don't care which pig you take. I'll bet you $5 you don't win no prizes.
Okay, it's a bet. The bet, just a second. I'll get at my money. What's the matter, Zeke? Ain't you never seen a man's leg before? Now, come on down to the pen with me, Zeke, while I look them over.
Okay. Hey, Lamb, here comes your son up the road with some of them there farm hands.
Yep, they're always a-singing. Always a-singing. You ought to hear them around harvest time. Sit around a campfire and sing till it's time for bed. Never saw anything like it.
Starry-eyed and vaguely discontented, like a nightingale without a song to sing. Oh, why should I have spring fever when it isn't even spring? We keep wishing we were somewhere else, walking down a strange new street, hearing words that we have never heard from a girl we've yet to meet. I'm as busy as a spider spinning daydreams. I'm as giddy as a baby on a swing. I haven't seen a crocus or a rosebud or a robin on the wing, but I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be spring.
You know, Zeke, that son of mine's got a good voice.
Sure has, Lamb, sure has.
If he keeps it up, I'm going to take him to the big city, Azusa.
And don't forget Anaheim and Cucamonga.
When he's ready for it, when he's ready for it. Here they made some fellow the mayor of all three cities down there.
Who is it? You hear tell him,
But I feel so gay in a melancholy way that it might as well be spring. It might as well be spring. Sweet spring.
Well, Zeke, we're getting near the pig pens now.
Yep, and that reminds me. Have you been listening to that feller Jack Benny on the radio?
Nope, I'm always busy at that time.
Well, he's got a contest where he's giving away about $10,000. He's announcing the winners 2 weeks from tonight.
Darn fool, if you ask me. Well, here we are. Look at those pigs, Zeke. Aren't they humdingers? Look at Esmeralda.
Yeah. Look at that belly on Blue Boy.
Yep. Come here, Esmeralda. Esmeralda, come here. Doggone, she's a fine-looking sow.
I don't know. Blue Boy looks pretty good to me.
Yeah. Come here, Blue Boy.
Oink, 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 oink.
Look at him, Zeke. Weighs 2,800 pounds. Feel his ribs. Go ahead. Feel his ribs.
Okay.
Oink, oink, oink. He's so darn ticklish. Say, Zeke, how do you like this setup I got here in the barnyard?
Why, you're way behind the times, Lemmy, old boy. Now you take my cow barn, for instance. Now I got it all modernized. I got telephone.
Telephone?
Yep. Now when a cow feels like she ought to be milked, she just takes the receiver off the hook and calls us at the house.
Calls you at the house? Well, how can a cow dial the... Oh, I see. Well, come on, Zeke. Let's go back to the house, see how Ma's getting along. Huh?
All right.
Come on, we'll just walk down there, see Ma.
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high. And somewhere a bird who is bound to be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above.
To the show, I think I'm falling in love. Falling in love.
Hey, Ma, here's Zeke.
Hello, Zeke.
Hello, Mrs. Peabody. What you making?
Mincemeat. I'm taking it to the fair.
Mincemeat, huh?
Yep, and to give it just the right flavor, I put in some brandy.
Brandy?
Yep, 2 tablespoons full.
No, Mrs. Peabody. You spoil the mincemeat.
Hey, Pa.
What?
Some tricky writing.
You said it, Ma.
Well, excuse me, boys. I'm going upstairs and put on my new gingham dress.
Okay, hurry up.
Quick, Lem, hand me that bottle of brandy.
Now, wait a minute, Zeke. The way I wrote this play, you hate the taste of brandy.
Well, hand me that bottle. I'm going to ad-lib.
Okay, Zeke, but look, you go ahead and pour it into the mincemeat.
I'll pour this bottle in, and then you pour another one in.
All right, but let's hurry before Ma gets back. There we are. Now hide those empty bottles. I think I hear more coming.
Okay.
Well, Pa, I'm all ready to go to the fair. Let's get started.
I'm ready, too.
Before we go, maybe I better taste this mincemeat.
Now, wait a minute, Ma. Wait a minute. Let me taste it. You know how crazy I am about your mincemeat.
All right, go ahead.
Better taste it again. Better taste it once more.
Well, Pa, how is it?
Too much mincemeat.
What? What'd you say?
I said too much mincemeat. I mean...
He means too much mince meat.
That's what I said. Too much mince...
Better quit while you're ahead, Lamb. Better quit, Lamb.
Yeah. Well, come on. If we're all ready, let's go. Everybody, everything ready there, Si?
Yes, Pa. Put Esmeralda on the wagon and Blue Boy, too.
That's good. One of them is bound to win a prize. Well, come on, boy. Come on, Si. Come on, Lem. Let's go.
Okay.
Giddy up, darling. Giddy up. I bet this year's fair is going to be the best one yet. Come on up. Here we come.
Stars are bright above. The earth is aglow and new and with the show. Like the iron falling in love. Falling, falling in
Ladies and gentlemen, radio has been asked to inform the general public and employers about the assets of our veterans, not only as citizens, but as employees. There are many misconceptions about what the years of removal from civilian life did to our servicemen. The truth is that they've come home far better equipped for a good peacetime job than they were before. Their service training has given them many new skills, and every service job is related to a civilian occupation in some way. So here's a suggestion to employers for a New Year's resolution. Resolve to employ ex-servicemen in 1946. Thank you.
Remember, folks, the winners of the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest will be announced 2 weeks from tonight, January 27th. On tonight's program, Edgar Bergen and Charlie MacArthur were impersonated by Ollie O'Toole. That darn fool, Jack Benny, will be back in a minute. But first, here is my good friend, F.E. Boone.
At 49, American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
That's right.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
Why, sure. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Okay, Phil, okay. Rehearsal is over. The band can go home.
All right, fellas, you can go home now.
Mary, pick me up, will you? Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company. National Broadcasting Company.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
You said it.
Why, sure. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49, American.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
You bet. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. The Lucky
Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, just about 1 year ago, Jack Benny started on a trip to New York. He rushed down to the Union Station to find out about the chief or the super chief. But the only information he could get was...
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Last summer, Jack went to Germany to entertain our boys in the armed forces. As he waited for connections between Berlin and Nuremberg, he heard a voice say...
Dass diese Leute Tagfunk, erhuten Todesstunden, verboten für Anaheim, Azusa und Cucamonga.
2 years ago, when Jack was on a lonely island in the South Pacific, he was hiding behind a palm tree, watching the natives do their tribal dance.
Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Suddenly, one of the natives spied Jack behind the palm tree. He advanced toward him with a sharp bolo knife. It was a tense moment as the native said...
Got any gum, chum?
No. Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who just last week was appointed honorary mayor of these 3 California cities, Jack Benny.
Thank you, Don, and thank you, my loyal subjects. You may sit down now. Thank you.
Oh, Jack, that was certainly a great honor bestowed on you. How does it feel to be mayor of 3 cities?
Oh, it hasn't changed me a bit. I'm still the same lovable Jack Benny that nobody can stand. You know, Don, this is the first time in history that one man was ever mayor of 3 cities at the same time. It's quite an honor. You know.
I agree with you, Your Majesty.
Mary, don't overdo it.
Don't overdo it. What about you and those new cards you had printed? Fiorella H. LaBenny.
Well.
And walking around on your knees to make yourself look shorter.
Mary, I wasn't trying to imitate LaGuardia.
You were, too. You even tried to set fire to Betty Grable's house so you could be the first one there.
First one there. You're just jealous because I have influence now.
Some influence. Tell Don what happened this morning when a cop stopped us for speeding.
What was it, Mary?
Jack stuck his head out of the car and said, "Listen, buddy, you may not know this, but I happen to be the mayor of Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga."
And what happened?
The cop gave him 3 tickets.
Now, wait a minute. Apparently, you kids have no respect for the importance of my new office.
Now, Jack, you know that isn't true. When I heard you were mayor of these 3 towns, I even approached you with a business proposition.
Yes, Don, I know, and I've been thinking it over, but, well, I'm afraid I can't do it.
But, Jack, you have the authority.
I know, Don, but it's impossible. Now, there's no use talking about it.
What does he want you to do, Jack?
Don wants me to change the name of the main street in Anaheim to LSMFT Boulevard. Now, it just can't be done.
Well, I don't see why not.
Look, Don, would the American Tobacco Company change their slogan to Lucky Strikes are so Anaheim, so Azusa, so fully Cucamonga? Now, would they?
Well, I know how they could use the name Azusa.
How?
With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky Zusa 1.
Hey, that's pretty good, Don, but you could have made it even better.
How?
Cucamonga men who know tobacco best. It's Lucky Zusa 1. See?
Say, Jack, I've got one.
What is it?
I'll take a Lucky today, tomorrow, or Anaheim.
Hey, that's pretty good, too.
That's nothing, Jack. Listen to this one. Lucky Strikes are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Well, where's the joke?
Joke? That's a commercial, son.
Thanks for calling me son, you know. Come in.
Collect telegram for Jack Benny. $1.19.
Oh, here you are, son. $1.19 for the telegram, and here's $1 for you.
Gee, thanks very much.
I wonder who this telegram is from. It must be important if they send it here to the... Come in.
Pardon me, Mr. Benny, I forgot my bicycle.
You didn't forget it. I bought it. Now go.
Okay, but you're going to look silly on those 3 wheels.
This telegram's from Fred Allen. He says, "Dear Jack, have almost finished judging the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest letters. We'll have the winners in time for your next Sunday's broadcast. Stop. I know I've said a lot of nasty things about you, but after reading all those letters, I realize that I'm the only friend you've got." Stop. It's amazing how so many people can call you such big things with such small words. Some of them hyphenated yet.
Say, Jack, do you think Fred Allen will pick up one of his relatives as the winner of the contest?
Gee, I hope not. Although Allen's relatives sent in twice as many letters as anybody else.
Twice as many? How could they do that?
Mary, when you're swinging by your tail from a tree, you can write with both hands. And thanks for asking. Now, come on, Phil. Phil, let's have a band number. Phil.
Phil isn't here yet, Jack.
Good. Let's sneak the band number in before he gets here. Hey, you over there.
Me?
Yes, you. You lead the orchestra.
But I'm the janitor.
Just wave your broom. Those guys won't know the difference. Believe me. Now go ahead, will you? A Little Fond Affection, played by Phil Harris's orchestra and conducted by the janitor waving a broom, proving that Mr. Harris belongs to the wrong union. Say, janitor, how'd you ever learn how to lead a band?
I used to play with Phil Harris's orchestra.
You did? Well, what made you become a janitor?
I got ambition.
Oh, I should have known you were a musician. It's the first time I ever saw a broom with a mouthpiece. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction...
Hiya, folks. Your future looks bright because Harris is here and there's good news tonight. Oh, yes, there's good news tonight.
Well, the prima donna finally arrived. Good afternoon, Maestro.
Hiya, Jackson. Sorry I'm late.
Sorry. So, look, Phil, if you knew you were going to be late, why didn't you phone me?
Phone you? Are them things working?
Certainly. The government intervened. Now, when you dial O, you get President Truman. And, Phil, from now on, get here on time and cut out those loud entrances. I want a little respect around here.
Respect? What's eating him, Livy?
Him has just been made honorary mayor of Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Wow.
I begged you to accept my humblest apologies coupled with my heartiest felicitations. Your worship.
Thank you, Phil, but you don't have to curtsy.
You know, Jackson, this is quite an occasion. This calls for a drink.
Never mind.
But, Jack, Phil's going out of his way to be nice.
Out of his way. Mary, all you have to do is say, today is Tuesday, and Phil says, oh, boy, what an occasion. This calls for a drink. Believe me, if I were the mayor of this town, I'd fix guys like Phil by putting on a curfew.
Hey, Jackson, say that word again.
Curfew.
Gesundheit. Oh, Harris, you've got your own teeth, but you're clicking all the time.
Phil, who writes your material?
Madman Month.
I knew it couldn't be the Smiling Irishman. Now, let's get on with
Hey, Jackson, how do the people of Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga feel about you being appointed their honorary mayor?
Well, I don't know, Phil, but Rochester's down there right now sort of feeling out the pulse of the citizens. In fact, he's conducting a poll. Now, let's forget about me and get on with the program, because tonight, in answer to many requests, we're going to continue with our radio version of William Pearlberg's 20th Century Fox picture, State Fair.
Request?
Yes, our listener wants to know if my prize hog, Blue Boy, will win the blue ribbon at the fair. Now, Mary, you'll be Ma Peabody, my wife. Phil, you'll be Zeke, my neighbor. Larry, you'll be my son. And Don, once again, you'll be my...
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I don't want to play the part of a pig.
Well, why not?
It's not believable. I don't look anything like a pig.
Well, maybe... Don, take off your glasses a minute. There, that's better. And now we'll continue our play where we... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I'm glad you called. Did you talk to the people in Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga?
Uh-huh.
Well, what do they say about me being appointed honorary mayor?
Are you sitting down?
Yes. Now tell me, what do they say about me being mayor?
Boss, you know those contest letters you've been getting that upset you so much?
Yes?
Well, they're made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder language.
Rochester, I can't believe it. What was the overall opinion in the three towns?
Well, Anaheim is blaming Azusa, Azusa is blaming Anaheim, and Cuca is blaming Monga.
Cuca's blaming Monga, but that's all one town.
All I know is half the people are dressed in blue, the other half in gray, and their battle song is Love in Bloom.
Oh, my goodness. Are they shooting?
No, they're just beating each other over the head with violins.
Beating each other with violins?
Anybody around here with a bass fiddle is a general.
Rochester, where are you phoning from?
I ain't phoning. I'm using my walkie-talkie.
Walkie-talkie?
I'm in motion, boss. In motion.
Rochester, if things are that bad in Cucamonga, what happened in Azusa?
I don't know, but I mentioned your name in Anaheim, and 2 trees threw their oranges at me.
Oranges?
That was the naval artillery.
Now cut that out. Rochester, you're making this whole thing up. You can tell me about it when you get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I hope Rochester gets here on time to go on request performance. I don't want to lose the commission. Now, Larry, before we start our play, State Fair, put us in the mood by singing something from the picture.
Okay.
I saw you standing in the sun, and you were something to see. I know what I like, and I like what I saw, and I said to myself, that's for me. A lovely morning, I remarked, and you were quick to agree. She wanted to walk, and you nodded your head as you breathlessly said, that's for me. I left you standing under stars, the day's adventures are through. There's nothing for me but the dream in my heart, and the dream in my heart, that's for you. A lovely morning we remarked, and she was quick to agree. She wanted to walk, and you nodded your head as you breathlessly said, that's for me. I left you standing under stars. The day's adventures are through. There's nothing for me but the dream in my heart, and the dream in my heart, that's for you. Oh, my darling, that's for
That's for Me, sung by Larry Stevens and the Farmhands. Now we pick up where we left off last week. On our way to the state fair, Ma, Pa, Zeke, Sign, the pigs, and the mincemeat are all on the wagon. Let's go.
Giddy up, Dobbin. Come on, Nellie. Giddy up.
Take it easy on them horses, Pa. They're plugging as hard as they can.
Say, Lemmy, no wonder your horses are having such a hard time pulling this wagon. Look at what your son is doing back there.
Where? Son, stop dragging your head. Stop it.
Well, gee, Pa, Ma told me to do it.
Well, that's ridiculous. Dragging your head.
No, it ain't, Pa. When he drags his feet, he wears his shoes out.
Well, go right ahead, son. You need a haircut anyway. Say, Zeke, how do my pigs look back there?
Oh, they're all right, but I still say they ain't gonna win no prizes.
Oh, they ain't, huh? Just look at them beautiful pigs. Hello, Esmeralda. And how do you feel, Blue Boy?
Oink, 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 oink.
He ain't even looking at you, Pa.
Blue Boy, I'm over here. Put your glasses on, you silly pig. Yes, sir, those are two of the finest pigs in Kumquat County.
Maybe so, maybe, but I still say, Lemmy, they ain't gonna win no prizes.
Well, we got a $5 bet on that, ain't we?
Yeah, we got it bet, but you ain't put up your $5 yet.
Oh. Well, here's my money.
Hey, Lem, you must have had this $5 bill a long time.
What do you mean?
It's got a picture of Lincoln lying on a bearskin rug.
I got that when they first came out. They knew he'd grow up to be president.
Hey, Pa, look up ahead. All those tents and banners there.
Yep, we're almost there. Giddy up, Dobbin. Giddy up. Come on. Giddy up.
For singing, the stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love.
Gosh, Ma, ain't it exciting here?
It sure is, Pa.
All right, folks, step right up, and I'll guess your weight for a dime. One dime, win the Cupid doll.
Looky, right this way for the girly show.
All right, folks, now gather around. Here you are. Get your genuine solid gold 17 jewel switch watch move wristwatches for only 39 cents.
Hey, I'll buy one of them watches, mister.
Now, there's an intelligent man. Here's your watch, mister.
Okay, here's your money.
Now, gather around, folks. Get your genuine solid gold.
Hey, wait a minute. This watch don't look very shiny. It don't look like gold.
You say the watch ain't shiny? You say it ain't gold? Tell you what I'm going to do. For only 1 thin dime, the 10th part of $1, I'm going to send you a bottle of marble. Marble, the only jewelry polish on the market that contains irium.
Well, okay, if it's only a dime, give me a bottle. Here's a quarter.
And here's your bottle. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen. Get your...
Hey, what about my change?
Jewel Swiss movement wristwatches for
Hey, what about my change?
Get away from me, bub, you bother me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, these watches...
I ain't going away till I get my change. You're just a big crook.
You say you didn't get your change? You say I'm a crook? Tell you what I'm going to do.
You ain't going to do nothing.
Oh, come on, Lem. Stop making such a gall-darn shamil of yourself.
Okay, let's go over.
Say, Pa.
Huh? Son, we're off the wagon. Stop dragging your head.
Well, it ain't his fault, Pa. He's got the wrong tongue laced in his shoe.
Oh, yeah, doggone it, that happens. That happens every time he dresses himself. Now, what do you want, son?
I'm a-getting hungry.
Okay, you wait here with your ma and Zeke. I'll be back in a minute. Now, let's see. Where can I get something to eat? Ah, there's a hot dog stand.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like him and the whole red top.
Give me 4 Frankfurters, please.
4 puppies coming up.
Not so fast, mister. Is the meat fresh?
Ooh, is the meat fresh? When it arrives, we don't even cook it. We just take off the jockey and lead it into a bun.
Now, wait a minute. You mean these Frankies are made out of horse meat?
Yeah, come here a second. Confidential, and don't breathe this on anybody.
Uh-huh.
When you're going to the races and you see a horse running with blinders on his eyes, he don't know where he's going, but we do.
What?
Yes. You know, in one race in Santa Anita yesterday, the bugle gave a bugle, the bell gave a ring, 8 horses started, and only 3 came back.
Black Funny, what happened to the other 5?
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on
Now, wait a minute. I recognize you. Didn't I see you selling hot Frankies at the Rose Bowl game?
Yeah, it's quite possible. You know, every New Year's I'm spending in Pasadena.
I thought so. How'd you get way out here?
Well, I was rooting for USC, and the Alabama team chased me.
Well, it's a good thing. Good thing those Alabama boys didn't catch you.
Didn't catch me? Hoo. You think I always had the southern accent?
Well, you better give me my hot Frankies. My folks are waiting for me.
Good. Here you are.
Let me taste one. These don't taste so good. They're too tough.
You say they don't taste good? You say they're too tough? Tell you what I'm going to do.
Never mind. I'll take them anyway. Here's your money.
Thank you. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like him and the whole...
Well, here's your hot dog.
Say, Pa, I'm going to take my mincemeat over at the judge's stand. See you later. Come on, son.
Hey, Zeke. Now that Moore's gone, let you and me go over to the girlie show.
Well, now you're talking, Lemmy. Come on, let's go.
Looky, right this way, boys, and see Fifi Latour, the dancing girl. She shakes in every muscle. She shakes in every joint. If you think Mildred Pierce did something, step on the inside and see what Fifi does.
Come on, Zeke. Let's go in.
Okay, Lem.
Hey, I wonder if the dancing girl this year is going to have a balloon or 7 veils.
I'm prepared for either one. I got a pin and 7 matches.
Well, let's go in. 2 tickets, please.
There you are, and remember, no climbing on the runway.
Come on, Z. Here's a couple of good seats right here, Zeke.
Can't we get any closer?
We're on the stage now. Hey, Zeke, here comes Fifi going into her dance. Look, Zeke, she's only walking up and down the stage.
Yeah, but that kind of walking accentuates the positive.
You said it. Look out, she's winding up. Whoops. Look at her. She sure can do it. Look, she's dancing over this way again.
Hey, Lamb, pick up your hat.
Sure is a high kicker. Here she comes again. Look out! Hey, Zeke.
What?
I bet Moore's a better cook than she is anyway. Yes, sirree. Hey, shall we wait for the next show, Zeke?
Love it, love it.
Why, Lemuel Q. Peabody, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Now, you come right out of here.
Okay, Moore, let go of my ear. I'm a-coming.
While you boys are wasting your time in here, my mincemeat won first prize. And so did Blue Boy.
Yippee! You see, Zeke, I told you we'd win.
And, Pa, do you know what the first prize is?
What?
A round-trip ticket to Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga.
Well, I'll be doggone.
For singing the stars of pride above.
Independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen present at the tobacco auctions can see with their own eyes who buys what tobacco. They can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for the makers of Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Many things may change with the years, but here's one thing you can depend on always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. This is NBC, the...
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
Right you are.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49, American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, year after year, at market after market, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
Yes, sir. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky
Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, today is January 27th, the day that the winners of the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest will be announced. Last night, people all over the country went to bed wondering if they would win part of the $10,000. So let's go back to last night, to the home of the man who is going to give away all that money.
I don't know why I let myself get into this. That's a lot of dough. There ought to be some way to get out of it. I wonder if I could...
Oh, boss.
I could go to Mexico. Nah, that's too close. Say, I've got it.
Boss, if you're thinking what I think you are, it's impossible.
Impossible? What do you mean?
They can only send messages to the moon. People can't go there yet.
Rochester, I'm not running away. I'm just thinking about, my next summer's vacation.
Then why did you pack your bags this afternoon?
You must know I just threw some old clothes in those suitcases to send to the people in Europe.
I know, but the one you sent to France is addressed to Pierre Benny.
That goes to an uncle of mine in Paris. Now forget it.
Okay. But look, it's only $10,000. Why do you want to run away to Paris?
Look, Rochester.
No use hiding in those sewers, boss. They'll find you.
Rochester, cut that out. I told you I'm not going anywhere.
All I know is when I answered the phone this morning, a man said, "This is the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe," and he wasn't singing.
Look, Mr. Jones, if you're... Van Jones, rather. If you're insinuating that I'm worried about giving away the $10,000, you're sadly mistaken. The letters of the contest have all been read, the winners will be announced, and as far as I'm concerned, I'm not even thinking about the money. Now, it's getting late, so I'm going to bed.
My watch is slow. What time you got, boss?
$10,000. I mean, 10,000 o'clock. 10,000... Now, stop confusing me. I'm going up to bed.
So am I. Good night.
Good night. And, Rochester, don't put the cat out tonight. With this meat shortage, you can't tell what'll happen. Well, good night, Rochester.
Good night.
Rocket now leaving on track 2 for the moon. Rocket now leaving on track 5 for Mars, Venus, and Cucamonga. Bonsoir, monsieur. Comment allez-vous? Oui, Pierre Benny. We have been expecting you. We have a room for you in the sewer. $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, $10,000, Did that scream frighten you, Brutus? No, Caesar. Let's get out of my gap. All right, but let's not frighten him to death, because then he'll be one of us, and I can't stand him. So you're Jack Benny, the man that nobody can stand.
Stop laughing at me.
Nobody likes you, and you know it.
can't I get laughs like that on my program? Why?
Don't be impatient. You've only been on 14 years.
Stop tormenting me, do you hear? Stop!
We don't have to torment you. You're going to do it yourself. Tomorrow you have to give away all that money. And if you don't, do you know what they're going to do to you? They're going to tie you to a post, throw branches around it, cover you with gasoline, and then take your two old tired-up legs and rub them together.
What?
And then they're going to tie you to a horse and drag you all over.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Boss!
Huh? Oh. Well, I'm glad you came, Rochester. Just had an awful dream. I dreamt... Rochester, what are you doing with your suitcase?
I had the same dream, and I'm going with you.
Thanks for your loyalty. And take off that beret. We're not going to Paris.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's what happened last night. And now, to get on with the show, here's Larry Stevens to sing Symphony.
And it's clear to me, when you're near to me, you are my symphony, my symphony.
Very good, Larry. Very good. That was Larry Stevens
Okay,
singing...
Don, okay, I'm here. I'll take over now. That was Larry Stevens singing Symphony. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
The big ham.
What? What'd you say, Don?
I said I love Spam.
Oh. And now, get a load of Diet Smith Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight...
Oh, I know you don't, Jack. When anybody else is late around here, they have to have a good excuse.
Mary's right, Jackson. You're late.
Well, I couldn't help it. I was so tired. I didn't get much sleep. I tossed and turned all night.
Oh, that happens every time Margaret or Brian beat you at hopscotch.
What are you talking about? I beat her 3 out of 5. It was something else that upset me.
Say, Jackson, it couldn't be by a slight coincidence that you didn't sleep last night because today you have to give away $10,000. Could it, little Nancy?
What $10,000?
The contest money, you know.
Oh, that. I forgot about it.
Forgot about it. When Phil mentioned it, your
Phil?
I got to do it all over again.
I'll take the first line. I forgot about
it. Forgot about it? Mm-hmm. When Phil mentioned it, your face turned white, your lips turned blue, and your stomach turned over.
That wasn't worth going over it again. Mary.
And the way your Adam's apple popped out, I thought it was going to announce the time.
Announce the time. All right. Why shouldn't I be upset? Bad enough giving away all that dough without having a guy like Fred Allen tell me who to give it to. What a judge.
Well, Jack, I think Fred Allen's a great judge of humor.
You do, eh? Well, I'll say one thing. His program has helped the good neighbor policy.
Help the good neighbor policy? How?
Well, when Allen's program comes on the air, so many radios start clicking off that South America thinks we've taken up the castanets.
All right, but now that you're here, let's cut out this silly stuff and announce the winners of the contest.
Mary, I don't know who the winners are, and I won't know until Steve Bradley, my press agent, gets here. I think I'll call his house and see what's keeping him.
Say, Mabel, what is it, Gatesfield? Mr. Benny's line is flashing. Yeah, I wonder what Dorian Gray wants now. I'll take it. Yes, Mr. Benny. Steve Bradley at Crestview 67071. Huh? I'm sorry, Mr. Benny, but on local calls we can't reverse the charges. I'll call you back when I get the number. What did he want, Gertrude? He wanted I should get him a number. Say, Gertrude, did you enter Mr. Benny's contest? Well, I almost did. You see, I started to write in 50 words why I can't stand Jack Benny. Uh-huh. And by the time I finished writing, I sold it to Universal, and they're making a picture out of it starring Boris Karloff. What a character that Benny is. Ain't it the truth? I'll never forget the first time I went out with him. We were sitting in the park in the moonlight, holding hands, and suddenly he whispered in my ear and asked me for a lock of my hair. Gosh, how romantic. Romantic nothing. He made a toupee out of it. Why, Mabel Flapsaddle. You're just making that up. No, it's the truth. Say, Gertrude, did you ever go out with Mr. Benny? Sure, I did. And gee, I'll never forget our first date. He showed up wearing a pair of wooden shoes. Wooden shoes? Yeah, when he says Dutch treat, he ain't kidding. You said it. You know, Gertrude, one day Mr. Benny asked me if I'd like to be on his radio program. He did? Yeah. He wanted to put me in pictures, too, but that's an old gag. No, it ain't. Mr. Benny has a lot of influence. He got me a part in that picture last weekend. Last weekend? What did you do in it? I stuck the labels on the bottles. Gee, Gertrude, I saw the picture, but I didn't see you. I know. After the first day, they fired me and hired a wet sponge. What a career. Operator. Oh, Gertrude, did you get Mr. Bradley for me? Oh, he doesn't answer. All right, well, keep trying.
What happened, Jack?
I don't know. Bradley isn't home. I wonder if he could be at... Oh, there's the telephone.
Correct. Now, would you like to try for $8?
What?
I have a lady in the balcony, Doctor.
Ask her if she got a friend. Now, cut that out! Everybody wants to be a comedian. I don't know why it is, but every time you say something or else... Hey, that must be Steve Bradley. Hello?
Hello, is my daddy there?
Your daddy? Oh, this is Phil Harris's little girl. How are you, honey? This is Mr. Benny.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Are you really going to announce the winners of your contest tonight?
That's right.
Oh, goody. I can sure use the money.
Did you send in a letter?
I sent in 25 letters.
$25? My goodness, how did you think up so many things?
Well, one night Mommy and Daddy had some people over for dinner.
Uh-huh.
Your name was mentioned, and I wrote down everything they said.
Oh.
Mr. Benny, how did you ever learn to skin a flint?
Well, you take... Never mind, honey. I'll let you talk to your daddy. Now, Phil, your little girl's on the phone.
Okay.
And she told me that you and your friends have been talking about me.
Uh-oh. Hello, baby.
Hello, Daddy. I called to tell you
Now,
that...
just a minute, sweetheart. I want to tell you something.
What?
Don't ever tell people things that happen at home. Especially Mr. Benny. I might get fired.
But, Daddy, you said that after Mommy made 2 more pictures, you were going to quit anyway.
She hasn't made them yet. She hasn't made them yet.
Gee.
Now, what are you laughing about, honey?
I'll bet Mr. Benny would sure be mad if I told him what you did last Tuesday night.
Tuesday night? What did I do?
You listened to BOBHOPE.
Look, baby.
And you laughed, too.
Not so loud. Oh, honey, you're getting me in trouble. You're taking the bread and butter right out of your own little mouth. Now, what did you call me for?
Well, Daddy, you left home today without giving me my arithmetic lesson.
Your arithmetic lesson? Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. Well, look, baby, I'm sorry. Look, I'll give it to you right now over the phone. Have you got a paper and pencil?
Uh-huh.
All right, now listen, and we'll do it together. Hot not.
You're my hot shot.
Onesie, twosie, I love you, Z. That's all I got time for now. Bye, baby.
Goodbye, Daddy.
Say, Phil, that's a catchy little song. What is it?
Well, it's brand new, Jackson. It's written by Dave Franklin and Irving Taylor. It's never been on the air before.
Well, it's pretty cute. Hey, Don, come here. Let you and I try it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Phil. Phil, play it. You start it, Don. Good.
Onesie, twosie, I'm so choosy.
2Z, 3Z, free and easy.
3Z, 4Z on the drawzy. Let's keep smoking lucky. 4Z, 5Z for man and wifey.
5Z, 6Z, a blend that clicksy.
6Z, 7Z, tastes like heavensy. Let's keep smoking lucky. Every lucky user sings their praises true.
In Anaheim and Azusa and Cucamonga, too.
7Z, 8Z, they're just great Z.
8Z, 9Z, they're so fine, Z.
9Z, 10Z, take it again, Z.
LSMFTZ. You know, anybody can make up words to that song. You know, I'll bet a number like this is liable to... Hello?
Hello, boss. Have you given away the prize money yet?
No, why?
1Z, 2Z, no time to lose. 2Z, 3Z, listen to me. 7Z, 8Z, better not wait. Let's get going for Paris. It's just a little thought, boss. So long.
Well, the first time I First time I ever knew Rochester listened to my program.
Maybe he read that fine print in his contract.
Yeah. Anyway, it's a cute song. I bet it'll be a hit. I can't wait till I get home tonight and learn it on my violin.
No, Jackson. Let it live. It's so young.
Phil, when I learn a number on my violin, it always... Come in.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Long time no see, huh?
Well, it's about time you got here, Steve. I've been trying to get you on the phone. What took you so long?
Now, don't get excited, Benny. It was my new publicity stunt for you. I just hired an airplane and a pilot to write your name all over the sky, but I ran into a little trouble with him.
Trouble? What was wrong?
From force of habit, he kept getting his last job from Ola.
Oh.
Say, Steve, to hear the names of the contest winners.
Judge and had a long talk with him.
Did he mention any names?
Plenty. He called you a dirty no...
I mean the name...
Come on, tell us who Jack has to pay the money to.
Mary, if I can wait, you can, too. We won't announce the winners till the end of the program.
Oh, for crying out loud, as though you were going to...
Stop giving him ideas.
He didn't give me the idea. I've been thinking of it for weeks. It's the silliest thing I ever heard in all my 37 years. Phil, should think, though. You had a gleam in your eye.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Jack, Steve, tell us the name nervous. Now, come on.
All right, I guess you're all pretty anxious, so I won't keep you waiting.
I'll get it. What? Hello? Gertrude, I know next... Now, Gertrude, you talk a little more. What? Well, not. Goodbye. That Gertrude's cute when she gets...
Time, let Steve announce the winners.
All right. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks, Benny, so you're all wet.
Oh, my goodness. Hello? Oh, hello, Mabel. But, Mabel, I'm not a beast. I didn't mean to make Gertrude cry. Put her on the phone. Let me... Oh. Well, when she comes back, tell her to call. Goodbye. You never saw anyone as sensitive as Gertrude. Just say boo, she starts crying. Her mother was the same way. Well, go ahead, Steve. Let's hear the winners.
Okay. Judge has picked five judges, Peter Lorre and Goodman Ace. But you're going to hear them announced by the final judge himself, the Honorable Fred Allen.
What?
Take it away, New York.
Gentlemen, this is Fred Allen in New York. I wouldn't want precedent. But I know you've all been waiting for the winners of the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest, so here they are. The first prize, wake up, Mr. Benny, this isn't a dream now. The first prize, $2,500 in victory bonds, goes to Mr. Carroll P. Craig, Sr., 735 Radcliffe Avenue, Pacific Palisades, California. The second prize, $1,500 in victory bonds, goes to Mr. Charles S. Doherty, Hotel Bolton Square, Cleveland 6, Ohio. The third prize, a $1,000 victory bond, goes to Miss Joyce O'Hara, 1014 Dragoon Avenue, Detroit 9, Michigan. The additional 50 winners of the $100 bonds will be notified by telegram, and the bonds sent registered mail. P.S. If Mr. Benny should deliver any of these telegrams personally, please tip him generously, ladies and gentlemen. He's been through a terrible ordeal, I am happy to say. Good night, folks.
Your father's mustache. Well, the contest is over, and you want to know something, Mary? I don't feel bad at all. I feel like I've got something off my chest.
Or maybe it's your money belt.
Maybe. Play, Phil.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already done so, check over your wardrobes and get together all the clothing you can spare for the Victory Clothing Collection. Both summer and winter clothing is needed. Also shoes and bedding. For the millions of families who lost their homes and their belongings. Everything they owned in war-torn countries around the globe. These people are in great need, and every one of us can find useful articles that we can contribute. The drive ends Thursday, so pack up your bundle right away and take it to your post office, fire station, or police station. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here's my good friend F.E. Boone.
At 40, 49, American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. Here's what Mr. C.W. Jenkins, independent tobacco warehouseman of Bowling Green, Kentucky, said.
Anyone who knows tobacco will tell you that you can't have a good cigarette unless good tobacco goes into it. Season after season at the auctions, I've seen Lucky Strike by quality leaf. Tobacco that means a mild and better tasting smoke. I've smoked Lucky's for 24 years.
Quote, season after season, I've seen Lucky Strike by quality leaf. Unquote. Yes, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, 49, American.
Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina.
And
this is Basil Rysdale for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
There's real deep down smoking enjoyment for you in Lucky Strike. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Ladies and gentlemen, next Sunday we're going to have as our guests Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman and one of the world's greatest violinists, Isaac Stern. Now that the first three winners of the contest have been announced, I would like to announce as many of the names of the $100 bond winners as time will allow. First, Helena Williams, 1809 West Sherman, Phoenix, Arizona. Miss Ruth Payne, 909 Chester Avenue, Topeka, Kansas. Mrs. Dorothy Pickering, 28 Soundview Drive, Greenwich, Connecticut. Captain Alfred J. Helfond, 3311 Northeast 19th Avenue, Portland, Oregon. Mary E. Fleck, 208 North Princeton Avenue, Fullerton, California. E. Amale, 401 North Piedmont Street, Arlington, Virginia. Harris V. Patel, 27 South 1st Street, Bergenfield, New Jersey. Philip H. Clark, 1524 Osage Avenue, Bartlesville, Oklahoma. Mrs. Florence Livingston, Jamestown, Texas. M.G. Well, that's all we have time for, but you'll all get your telegrams and your bond. Thank you very, very much.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Let that famous chant remind you that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Right you are.
Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 49, American.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what Mr. Elvin Bradley Hicks, independent tobacco auctioneer of Wilson, North Carolina, said.
Season after season at the auctions, I've seen Lucky Strike buy fine, light tobacco. Tobacco that gives a better taste in smoke. I've smoked Lucky's for 17 years.
Yes, sir. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny is taking Mary to a concert at the Philharmonic Auditorium given by one of the world's greatest violinists, Isaac Stern. As we look in on Jack, he's at home dressing for the occasion.
Rochester, I still think they're a little too short. They barely reach my ankles.
Maybe I can let the cuffs out.
No, if you left the cuffs out, they'll be too long. Liable to drag. Gosh, I wish they fit better.
What's the difference, boss? After you put your pants on, who sees your underwear?
Yeah, I guess so.
You're certainly going to a lot of trouble getting dressed tonight.
Well, Rochester, all the important people in town will be at the concert. After all, Isaac Stern is one of the world's greatest violinists.
Oh, come now, boss. You'll play the violin as good as he does.
No, I don't, Rochester, no.
Oh, yes, you do.
I do not.
Well, I think so.
Rochester, you've never even heard Isaac Stern.
Well, take advantage of it, boss. Take advantage.
Oh, I see. Well, you know, Rochester, maybe if I had followed my musical career, it might be me giving that violin concert tonight. Me, Yasha Benny. I can just picture the scene. As I walk out on the stage, the spotlight falls on me. Me, Yasha Benny. Confidently, I lift my violin and tuck it under my chin. I raise my bow. 5,000 pairs of eyes are staring at me.
Say, Yasha, you better put your pants on.
Oh, yes, help me. You know, Rochester, it's a little unfair. I have to go through life being a clown, a buffoon, while inside, deep down inside, I have a yearning for the finer things.
You could have some of those things, boss, if you just loosen up a little.
I suppose so, but then, again, you do have to think of the future. After all, Rochester, I haven't got much money.
I don't know. Every time I turn your mattress over, Wall Street drops 3 points.
Rochester, let's drop the subject and just help me get ready for the concert. Hand me my dress shirt.
Here you are, boss. White tie or black?
A white tie, my tails, too. Haven't worn this suit in a long time. How do my tails look?
Pretty good, boss, but you shouldn't have had the tail starched.
Starched? Well, I figured it would hold them in place.
I know, but when you bend over, you look like a sparrow.
No, I never thought about that. Come in. Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, look at our little boss all dressed up. My. What new drive-in is opening tonight?
Phil, I'm not going to a drive-in. I'm going to the Philharmonic. Isaac Stern is playing.
Yeah? Against who?
Against nobody. He's a soloist. He plays the violin. You know, it wouldn't hurt you to go to a concert once in a while. Never saw a guy take less of an interest in his profession.
What do you mean, no interest? You know darn well that I'm a musician.
Phil, just because you have a picture of Petrillo tattooed on your chest doesn't mean you're a musician. You and that band of yours.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. You've been riding my boys long enough. My orchestra is not as bad as you so unprovocatively infer.
What? Huh?
No, you don't. I ain't going to try that one again.
No, Phil, go ahead. I'd like to see how it comes out the second time. I mean, go ahead.
Okay, my orchestra is not as bad as you so unprovocatively infer.
Say, that's pretty good. Phil, where'd you pick up that word? Phil, answer me.
Wait till I get this knot out of my tongue.
I thought it would throw you. Well, it's getting late. I got to leave now. Meet Mary in front of the auditorium. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Jack. This is Don Wilson.
Oh, hello, Don. What do you want?
Well, I heard you were going to Isaac Stern's concert tonight, and I was just wondering if you could get a couple of tickets for me.
Well, I don't think so, Don. It's been sold out for weeks.
Oh, gee, that's a shame. I'd love to go. I'd even pay double the price.
Well, I'm afraid it's... You would? Well... No, Mary's probably dressed already. I'm sorry, Don. There's nothing I can do for you.
Well, thanks just the same, Jack. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, Don, I want to congratulate you for being chosen by the editors as radio's best announcer.
Well, thanks, Jack, but I really can't take credit for that.
What do you mean?
Well, look at the wonderful material I have to work with. How can I miss with LSMFT, LSMFT?
But, Don, your diction
Lucky
has...
Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed.
Look, Don,
so free and
the
easy
diction,
on the draw.
the diction.
With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
Diction.
I've been smoking Lucky's for now to 25 years because they're made of the fine...
Don, goodbye.
Hey, Jackson, what did you hang up on him for? You probably hurt Don's feelings.
I guess you're right, Phil. I'll call him back and apologize.
The lighter, the naturally mild in tobacco. Thank you all for calling me back, sir. Goodbye.
Hurt his feelings. First place, how are you going to get through all that fat? Well, I got to run along now. Goodbye, Phil.
So long, Jackson.
And Rochester, you can have the rest of the night off.
Thanks, boss.
When will you be back?
Tonight, I only got 35 cents. You can't lose a weekend on that.
I guess not. Goodbye. Here I am, Mary. Here I am, right over here.
Okay, Jack, just a minute. I'm sorry, Sailor, but he showed up.
Mary, come here. Who are you talking to?
Oh, some sailor. His boat just anchored at Hollywood and Vine.
Well, here we are, Mary, at the Philharmonic. How do I look?
Certainly dressed swanky for the concert. White tie, top hat, and a bag of peanuts.
Well, I thought you might enjoy something after the show. You know? Let's go in.
But, Jack, the main entrance is around the corner.
I know, but I got to go backstage and see Isaac Stern first. Come on. I wonder where his dressing room is. Maybe it's around here someplace. This must be it right here.
Come in.
Mr. Stern?
Yes, I'm Isaac Stern.
Mr. Stern, this is Miss Livingston.
How do you do?
How do you do?
And I'm Jack Benny.
Jack Benny?
Yes. You see, when I heard you were giving a concert in Los Angeles, I sent you money for 2 tickets, knowing that you'd get me the best seats available.
Oh, yes, Mr. Benny. I have the tickets right here. Here you are.
Thanks. Wait a minute. These tickets are $1.10. I distinctly remember sending you...
I did my best, Mr. Benny, but the house was sold out, and they didn't have any more seats available at the price you requested.
Oh.
So I added 30 cents of my own money and bought
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Stern. I hope I didn't impose on you too much. You see, you being a concert violinist, naturally I felt that we have something in common. Yes, sir.
We have something in common?
Yes, Jack's violin has 4 strings, too.
Mary. Mary, please.
Jack, give Mr. Stern the 30-cent you owe him and let's go.
Oh, yes. Just a minute. There you are. 10, 20, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. There you are, Mr. Stern.
Thank you.
Okay, Jack, put on your shoe and let's go.
Yeah. Goodbye, Mr. Stern, and thanks for getting my tickets.
You're welcome. Goodbye.
Come on, Mary.
Tickets, please. Hold your own tickets.
There you are.
Thank you. Stairway to your left, please.
Come on, Mary. Oh, Usher, where are these seats?
Stairway to your left, please.
Come on, Mary. Oh, Usher, Usher, where are these seats?
Now, let me see. Row A, seats 3 and 5. You see that last aisle over there?
Oh, yes, good.
Well, take the stairway right next to it.
Oh, my goodness. Gosh, what a climb.
Oh, Jack, I can't go on. Give me another peanut.
Here you are. Oh, Usher.
Yes?
Are these seats in this balcony?
Yes, right over here.
Gee, this is awfully high, isn't it?
We used to think so, but now they can reach us by radar.
Don't be funny. Just show us to our seats.
Follow me. Here you are. Your seats are right here.
Thank you. Say, these seats are all right, Mary. I can relax and put my feet up on the railing.
And you better take your hat off. The spotlight will burn a hole through it.
I'll watch it. Say, Mary, we may be in the top balcony, but at least we're in the front row. Can you see the stage all right?
No, but I got a wonderful view of Catalina.
That's a painting on the wall. Here, have a peanut.
Gee, there's sure a lot of people here tonight.
Yeah, this place is certainly... Hey, Mary, look. Look way down there. Isn't that Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman?
Where?
Way down there below us, to the left of that cloud.
Ronnie, weren't we lucky to get such good seats?
We certainly were, Benita.
Well, I do hope Mr. Stern plays the Mendelssohn Concerto.
Well, now, let's see. He's going to play a sonata by César Franck. Then, oh, yes, here it is, the Mendelssohn Concerto. And he follows with La Campanella by Paganini.
Which one of those numbers do you like the best?
Oh, it doesn't make any difference to me. I just came here to get away from Chicory Chick Chilla Chilla. That I know he won't play.
No, Jack, that isn't Mr. and Mrs. Coleman.
I'm sure it is. Oh, Ronnie! Benita! Yoo-hoo!
Jack, everybody's looking up at us with their binoculars.
Let them look. They're jealous because we know the Colemans. Oh, Ronnie, yoo-hoo!
Ronnie, isn't that Jack Benny up there trying to get our attention?
Yes, it's embarrassing, but don't look up.
Well, maybe we should at least wave to him. After all, he is our next-door neighbor.
Benita, that is a situation which the housing shortage prevents me from doing anything about.
Going to so much trouble to attract your attention. He's dropping little bits of paper. He's dropping peanut shells.
If he spits, there's going to be trouble. Oh, what's he doing way up there anyway?
Well, perhaps his doctor recommended a higher altitude.
Where he's sitting is cheaper than the Alps.
It's higher, too.
Yeah, so it is.
Well, anyway, dear, he won't be throwing any more peanuts.
Oh, how do you know?
I just got hit on the head with the bag.
Remarkable. He must be using a Norden bum sight.
Isn't that awful, Mary? I just can't seem to attract their attention. Oh, Ronnie, Benita, yoo-hoo!
Jack, don't lean so far over the rail.
Ronnie, yoo-hoo!
Yes, isn't it awful? He just won't give it up.
I beg your pardon, sir, but I think there's somebody trying to get your attention.
No. My attention?
Yes, that man up there hanging from the rail by his heels.
Oh, yes. You know, Benita, I thought that the horn blows at midnight would keep him home for a couple of years. Well, then, I guess some people don't know when...
Ronnie, what was that thing that just fell in your lap?
Oh, for heaven's sake.
What is it?
A toupee.
A toupee. Do you think it belongs?
I'm afraid so. Look at the laundry mark. LSMFT. And look what it says right below it. If lost, will finder please read the lost and found columns in the Beverly Hills newspapers. The article in question will be referred to as a Cocker Spaniel with a cold nose and a part on the side.
Oh, look, Ronnie. They're starting to dim the lights.
Oh, darn it, I almost had their attention. Oh, look, honey, they're starting to dim the lights.
Don't get fresh, mister. I happen to be here with an escort.
Mary, it's me. It slipped off.
Oh. Well, put your hat on. You look awful. And be quiet. The concert's about to begin.
Yeah, here comes Isaac Stern now. encore. Bravo.
Yeah.
Love and bloom. Love and bloom.
For heaven's sake.
Chicory chick, chilla, chilla. Chicory chick. Quiet up there, quiet.
Have your checks ready for your coats, please. Have your checks ready for your coats.
Boy, here's my check.
Oh, no, you don't, Bob. I was... Ronnie.
Jack, old boy. What a surprise seeing you here.
Yes. Wasn't the concert wonderful?
It certainly was, and I loved the Mendelssohn Concerto.
Well, I did, too. However, I felt that he had just a little too much pizzicato in the andante. Didn't you?
No.
Oh. Well, it sounded that way by the time it got up to me.
Here are your coats, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, good night, Jack. My best to Mary.
Good night, Ronnie. Give my love to Benita.
I will. Oh, by the way, Jack, did you lose a Cocker Spaniel?
Why, yes.
Well, don't worry. Here, Lassie has come home.
Thank you. Goodbye, Ronnie.
You know, Benita, I think that's one of the finest concerts I ever heard.
It's absolutely wonderful. Give me a cigarette, will you?
Of course, I have some right here in my overcoat. Oh, I had some when I say, this isn't my coat. There must have been a mix-up at the cloakroom.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive I had. Certainly. Look at the label. Why, this is Jack Benny's coat.
Jack Benny's?
Yes.
Oh, well, tomorrow they will have to... Well, Ronnie, what are you looking at?
Huh? Oh, it's this address book I found in Benny's coat pocket.
Address book?
Yes. You know, he's always boasting about his influential friends. Well, listen to this first name. Gladys Zibisco, Gladstone 0338.
Gladys Zibisco.
Here's a note he's written alongside her name. It says, "Do not kiss too hard, has pivot tooth." And listen to this next name, Marcella Fink. And then he has in parenthesis, approach from the right. She's left-handed.
Oh, he has such interesting friends. Oh, what's that? Folded sheet of paper that just fell on the floor.
Well, Benita, look, it's one of his contest letters.
Oh, you mean the I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest?
Yes, and there's a little notation on it that says, this letter was written by Carroll P. Craig, Sr., and won first prize.
First prize? Oh, Ronnie, I wondered what the winning letter was right. Read it, please.
All right. It says, I can't stand Jack Benny because he fills the air with boasts and brags and obsolete, obnoxious gags. The way he plays his violin is music's most obnoxious sin. His cowardice alone, indeed, is matched by his obnoxious greed. And all the things that he portrays show up my own obnoxious ways. Now, you know, Benita, that's very clever.
Yes, it has such a good thought behind it.
Yes. And all the things that he portrays show up my own obnoxious ways. You know, Benita, maybe the fellow that wrote this letter is right. The things that we find fault with in others are the same things that we tolerate in ourselves.
That's so true, Ronnie.
It certainly is.
Isaac Stern was accompanied by Alexander Zokin. Jack will be back in just a moment, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
That says it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Of course.
LSMFT.
Many things may change with the years, but here's one thing you can depend on always. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina, and Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike, the cigarette of fine tobacco. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Certain facts are plain. It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Say, Jack, wasn't Isaac Stern wonderful?
Absolutely terrific.
Jack, I'll make you a sporting proposition.
What is it?
I'll break my leg if you'll break your violin.
I will not. After all, Mary, say, wait a minute. This isn't my coat. I've got on somebody else's coat.
What?
Look at the label. It's Ronald Coleman. Funny, I must have made a mistake at the cloakroom. I wonder what he's got in his pocket. Oh, for heaven's sake, Mary, look. Isn't this cute?
Well, what is it?
A yo-yo. That's sweet. Good night, son.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by... Let that famous chant remind you that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Sure thing.
That's right.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
At 47 out of 49, American.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
That's right. LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. And this fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From Palm Springs, California, the Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, may I recite a little poem? Last Thursday was St. Valentine's Day, the day when love is in bloom. It's also Jack Benny's birthday.
Nobody leave this room. Hello, folks. Thank you. And, Don, let me tell you something. I'm very proud of the fact that I was born in February, the same month as George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. Just think, Washington, Lincoln, and Benny. The first big three. George, Abe, and Jack. And you know, Don, it was just a stroke of luck that I arrived in February. I was supposed to be born in March.
In March? Well, then how come you were born in February?
Well, the stork was flying south for the winter, and he didn't want to come back just for me. It's a long trip, you know.
Well, anyway, Jack, congratulations on passing another milestone.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, how old are you now?
37. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
37? Why, Jack, you said you were 37 last year.
And now, ladies and gentlemen...
And the year before.
And now, ladies
And the year before that, you said you were 37.
Don, when you're happy with something, why leave it? Anyway, a lot you care. You didn't even come to my birthday party.
Well, I'm very sorry, Jack. I got your invitation, but I had to go back to Los Angeles.
Oh.
And, Jack, there was one thing about the invitation I didn't quite understand.
What was that, Don?
Well, it said, you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday, 15/34/11. What do those numbers mean?
They're the sizes of my shirts, underwear, and socks. I knew you'd want to bring something. I used to put RSVP, and what did I get? Nothing. So from now on, I'm not taking
Hello,
any...
Jack. How you doing?
Oh, hello, Mary. Hello. Say, Mary, Don and I were just talking about my birthday party. We had a lot of fun, didn't we?
Yeah, you should have been there, Don. We played charades and post office and spin the bottle.
Yeah.
And then we played blind man's buff. And you should have seen Jack when he was it.
What'd he do, Mary? Tie a handkerchief around his eyes?
No, he just turned out the lights. He figured he'd have fun and save money at the same time.
Same time. Your sister Babe would have fit in blind man's buff.
Then about 11 o'clock, we all got hungry, so Rochester brought in Jack's birthday cake.
Oh, birthday cake, huh? How'd it taste?
I don't know. By the time we took all the candles off it, I wasn't hungry anymore.
Mary, just be glad that I sent you an invitation to my party, that's all.
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you about that invitation. It said, you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday. SOS. What did SOS mean?
Short on socks. I always have to remind you. I always have to remind... Oh, for heaven's sake, that's the cue for Phil Harris. He's not even here yet.
Well, maybe he's at the Lone Palm getting potted.
I don't care where he is. We've got to get on with the show. Mary, you take his lines.
Oh, Jack, I can't read Phil's lines.
Mary, we can't hold up the show. Now go ahead and read Phil's part. I'll give you the cue again. Short on socks.
Okay, folks, here's your favorite pixie. Harris is here, and he's right from Dixie. Appreciate me. Appreciate me.
Phil, I wish you'd stop coming in here with those corny entrances. And another thing...
Hey, Jackson, I got a joke that'll murder you. Ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
Phil.
Go ahead, ask me.
All right, Phil. What did the wallpaper say to the wall?
You may be plastered, but I'll stick to you anyway. Oh, Harris, you're like a strong theater seat. You never let the audience down. Love it, love it, love it.
Now, Phil, the next time...
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who tuned in late, the part of Phil Harris is being played by Mary Livingston.
Well, it's no use, Mary. Even you can't say those kind of jokes. Let's have a song from Larry Stevens while we're waiting for Phil. Oh, Larry.
Here I am, Mr. Benny. Say, Mr. Benny, I want to thank you for inviting me to your party. I sure had a good time.
At my party? Larry, I didn't see you there. When'd you come in?
When you were playing Blind Man's Buff.
Oh, did I say hello to you?
No, but you kissed me twice.
Oh. Well, kid, when you get a little older and grow a beard, I won't make that mistake. Now, let's have a song, Larry.
Okay. By the way, Mr. Benny, there was one thing I didn't understand about that invitation you sent me.
What was that, kid?
Well, it said you are cordially invited to attend my birthday party on Thursday. GTD-TKWIN. What does that mean?
Go to Desmond's. They know what I need. Sing, kid. And thanks for the bicycle clip. It was just my size, by the way. Thank you very, very much.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. And since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. It doesn't show signs of stopping, and I brought some corn for popping. The lights are turned way down low. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. When we finally kiss goodnight, how I'll hate going out in the storm. But if you'll really hold me tight, all the way home I'll be warm. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. The snowman in the yard is frozen hard. He's a sorry sight to see. If he had a brain, he'd complain. Betty wishes he were me. Oh, the fire is slowly dying, and my dear, we're still goodbying. But as long as you love me so, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
That was Larry Stevens singing Let It Snow. The title is really Let It Snow, Let It Snow. You're supposed to say it twice. But we have a very long show, and if we take up too much time, the tobacco auctioneer at the end of the program will have to hurry, and you won't be able to understand a thing he says. So in view of the fact that we're trying to save time, I had to change the title of Larry's song from Let It Snow, to just Let It Snow. And now, folks...
That line was originally ladies and gentlemen, but the genius cut it down to folks.
Yes, we save wherever we can. That's why I changed the title of Larry's song...
Okay, folks, here's your favorite pixie. Harris is here, and he's right from Dixie. Appreciate me, you lovely sunshine
Phil, we couldn't wait for you any longer, so Mary did your routine. Now go sit down.
Wait a minute, Jackson. I got a joke that'll murder you. Ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
Phil, Mary did that joke.
I don't care who did it. Go on, ask me what the wallpaper said to the wall.
All right, Phil, we'll do it again. What did the wallpaper say to the wall?
You might be a little cracked, but I got designs on you. They ought to put a slot in your head because your brains are like money in the bank. Love it, love it, love it.
Yeah. What kind of language is that? How do you like that?
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of those who tuned in late, aren't you glad you're you?
Phil, you're supposed to do what we rehearse and not bring in any new stuff. I got designs on you. Where'd you get that joke?
Well, I hired myself a writer, Jackson. I found him right here in Palm Springs.
A writer?
Yeah, he lives right over here on the Indian reservation.
Phil, I know Palm Springs is crowded, but why is he living on... No, I can't ask him. Mary, you do it.
Okay, Phil. Phil, I know Palm Springs is crowded, but why is he living on an Indian reservation?
Because he's an Indian.
I knew it. Phil, I don't know where you find him, but I never heard of an Indian writer.
Well, I think you're wrong, Jack. Some Indians are very good writers.
Sure, Jackson, this guy I've got not only writes jokes, but he writes commercials.
What?
Go ahead, Don. Read him the one my writer gave you.
Okay.
Now, wait a minute. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Me, like 'em, Lucky Strike. Me, send 'em smoke signals. LS, MFT, yum. LS, MFT, yum.
T-yum?
Yes, sir. How? You betch'em. Lucky Strike, heap round, heap firm, heap fully packed, heap free and easy on the draw.
Don.
Me, heap big, Indian chief.
You big heap, that's all. Ugh. What's that?
Shh. Signal come from reservation. It say, with Sioux Indian who know tobacco best, it's Lucky Sioux to one.
Oh, is that Sue? Well.
Now, my good friend, L.A. Speed, rain in face.
Hiawatha, Minnetonka, Tippy, Cucamonga, Tomahawk, Wiggy, Wammy, Pet, Papoose, Soto, Iroquois.
Don, that was very good. Very good. Now, what are those horses' hoofs?
Commercial finished. Take 'em plug back to reservation.
Oh, me catch 'em on. And now, folks...
Ladies and gentlemen, for the benefit of you Indians who tuned in late, my face is red, too.
This is the craziest program we've done yet. What are we aiming at?
4:30. 7:30 in the east, you know?
Hey, Jackson, we better start getting sharp or we'll hear about it at 5:30. You know that's when Fred Allen comes on.
Phil, when you mention Fred Allen on this program, you must be closer to retirement than I think you are. I heard his program last week. While he was telling a joke, a long word got stuck in his nose sideways, and he held up the show for 5 minutes. Don't tell me about Allen.
Oh, Jack, you're just mad because his picture is better than yours.
Mary, that's no comparison. Everybody's picture is better than mine. Now, let's forget about that ill wind from Allen's Allen. It's time for a band number. Go ahead, Phil.
Okay, boys, filibuster.
That was Sweetheart, played by Phil Harris, and his sweetest music this side of Roger Stable's orchestra. And that's a...
For the benefit of those horses who tuned in late, Roger's Stable is a stable owned by Rogers.
Roger. Thank you. Now, come on, kids. Let's keep the show moving.
Well, what's the hurry, Jackson?
Well, I'm having some important people over for dinner tonight, and I don't want to be late. See, Rochester's calling for me. By the way, Mary, remind me to pick up some salami on the way home, will you?
Okay.
Oh, Jack, I meant to ask you about Rochester. Is it true that he was lost for 2 days out on the ocean?
Yes. He was out in a boat near Catalina.
Yeah, I read about it, Jackson. I heard it on the radio, too.
Yeah. Funny thing, I didn't know anything about it until it was all over.
You didn't?
No. When I found out about it last Wednesday, I was home taking my violin lesson. You know, I still have my music teacher, Professor LeBlanc. Anyway, here's what happened.
No, Monsieur Benny. Once more, you have made the same mistake.
I'm sorry, Professor LeBlanc. Shall I do it again?
Yes. And this time, please, take off your gloves.
Well, the strings are cold. All right.
Now commence. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Do not hold your bow too tightly. It will help you play more lightly. May it you're not so brassy. Your tongue in your not lassie. No. Mon Dieu, conscience, sacre bleu. Monsieur Benny, please tell me something. How long have you been playing the violin?
Well, ever since I can remember. I was a child prodigy.
I do not believe it.
That I was a prodigy?
No, that you were a child. Now, take it again, please.
Okay.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Play it bright and not so dull, sir. This what gave me my ulcer. This time soft just like a pillow. What have I done to Petrillo?
How was that?
Very good. Here.
Oh, boy, another gold star. You know, Professor, someday I may be a great violinist.
You should live so long, and you already did.
Now, listen.
Child prodigy.
Well, I was. My father made me start playing the violin when I was 7.
Oh, so your father made you take up the violin?
Yes.
And where is your father now?
In Florida.
The coward. And now, Monsieur Benny, I guess the hour is up.
No, it isn't, Professor. When we started the lesson, I set the alarm clock. It'll ring when the hour is up.
All right. For this I left Lockheed. Now, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and...
Well, how do you like that? He didn't even wait for me to pay him. Oh, well. I wonder if I should keep practicing. No, I can't stand it anymore. Oh, gee, I wish I hadn't told Rochester he could have a couple of days off. He does everything for me. So tired of sleeping with my clothes on. Well, I guess I'll turn on the radio.
I'm the Whistler. I walk by night.
Gee, that Whistler scares me. And I've got such a nice painting of his mother. I'll try and get something else.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you nearsighted? When you're having breakfast, do you get too close to your hotcakes? Do you get molasses on your glasses? Do you suffer from middle-age spread? Do your hips try to hurdle your girdle? If you suffer from these or any other ailments, why not try sympathy soothing syrup? Remember, sympathy spelled backwards is yatapamus. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
You get your tapamus, you get your tapamus, you get your tapamus, drives your blues away.
He must have a new quartet there.
And now, folks, here is our Utapamus news reporter with a special item.
Ladies and gentlemen, Rochester Van Jones, who has been adrift in the Pacific Ocean for the last 2 days, has been found by the Coast Guard and towed into port.
What?
Rochester is the butler of that famous comedian, Jack Bentley.
That's Benny.
Our quartet will now sing their version of that new song hit, Yes, We Have No Bananas, Butter, or Sugar.
I don't want to hear that. Oh, my goodness, Rochester adrift in the Pacific. I didn't even know he was on a boat. Well, thank heaven he's safe. When he gets home, I'm going to... Maybe that's him. Hello?
Long distance call for Jack Bentley.
That's Benny. I'll take it.
Very well.
Hello? Hello? Hello, is this Rochester?
You were expecting Navy ship work, Kelly?
Rochester, I just heard about you being in the ocean for 2 days. How are you?
Salty.
I know, but tell me what happened.
Well, boss, me and my friend Sam were about 20 miles off Catalina when we developed motor trouble. And you know I can't swim.
Uh-huh.
Then suddenly a big wave swept me overboard and I landed right next to a vicious-looking shark. So I got back to the boat fast.
Wait a minute. You just said you couldn't swim.
I didn't think I could run on water either, but I did.
Well, what happened then?
Well, when we weren't rescued after the first day, we realized we were in a tough spot. So we started sending out messages in bottles.
What did the messages say?
Send more bottles.
Rochester, I hope you weren't drinking out there.
Oh, no, boss. No, sir. But after the second day, we sure got hungry. And fortunately, a bird landed on back of the boat.
A bird? Good.
So I picked up my rifle, took aim, and I...
Rifle? Rochester, you wouldn't shoot a poor little bird.
No, I just wanted to frighten her enough to lay an egg.
Did you frighten her?
Did I? She laid 2 eggs, 3 strips of bacon.
Rochester, don't be ridiculous. A bird can't lay bacon.
Boss, when you got a gun in your face, you find out you got talent you never knew you had.
Never mind that. Now tell me, how did you get back to shore?
Well, the Coast Guard finally found us and towed us into the harbor.
Well, I'm glad it came out all right. It certainly was an unusual experience.
It sure was.
Rochester, what are you laughing at?
It's the first time I ever lost a weekend on water.
I thought. Anyway, Rochester, I'm glad you're safe, and hurry out here to Palm Springs.
I will. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well done. There you are. That's how I found out about Rochester. Ladies and gentlemen, this is American Brotherhood Week. Brotherhood. There's much more to it than the word itself implies. Many of us feel that we are practicing it if we have consideration and respect for our immediate circle of friends. Well, that's not enough. We should have it for all people everywhere. The color of a man's skin and the church he goes to is a mighty poor yardstick to use in measuring his character. And to have a contempt for an entire race because of color or creed is unthinkable. If you want to know how it feels, think back to when the Germans and the Japanese thought themselves superior races and said that all Americans were decadent, criminal, and stupid. Our anger and indignation flared at the thought of Americans being called decadent, criminal, and stupid. And yet, if we tolerate racial and religious discrimination, we are. I think I saw brotherhood at its best when I was overseas during the war. When men are fighting for their lives and the lives of their fellows, racial and religious issues are relegated to their proper place of unimportance. I never heard a wounded man complain about being carried back to a field hospital by a Negro, or ask whether the blood plasma he was getting was Catholic, Protestant, or Jewish. You know, a bullet is a very democratic thing. So let's remember and perpetuate these battlefield lessons and carry them through our lives to make a better world. There is a verse in the song America the Beautiful that should mean a lot to all of us. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crowned thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea, and crowned thy good with brotherhood. That is our heritage. Let's live up to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
A
man goes by what he knows. Here's what Mr. William Lee Branch, independent tobacco auctioneer of Winterville, North Carolina, said.
Sure, I smoke Luckies. Been smoking them for 18 years. Any tobacco man will tell you that the quality of a cigarette depends on the quality of the tobacco that goes into it. And I know from long experience that Lucky Strike buys fine quality tobacco.
Quote, I know from long experience that Lucky Strike buys fine quality tobacco. Unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's programmer, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49 out of 49, American.
And this is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, Jack, another program's over.
Yep, another program and another birthday. Just think, Mary. Next year at this time, I'll be 39.
39? Jack, you said this year you were 37.
Oh, yes, I'll be 38. I gotta watch that. Good night,
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
At 49, American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
That's right. Yes, sir.
And how?
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what Mr. Edwin Lee Moore, independent tobacco buyer and warehouseman of Greenville, North Carolina, said.
For many years, I've been in a good position to know the facts about who buys what tobacco at the auctions I follow every season. And in all this time, I've seen Lucky Strike buy light, naturally milder leaf that makes a milder, more enjoyable smoke. My own cigarette for 16 years has been Lucky Strike.
Yes, Mr. Edwin Lee Moore has been there. He knows. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
From the Plaza Theater in Palm Springs, the Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go out to Jack Benny's house here in Palm Springs. It's an hour before showtime, and Jack is taking a nap. Rochester is going quietly about his duties.
I'm always chasing rainbows, watching clouds drifting by. My schemes are just like all my dreams, ending in the sky. Some fellows seem to have the good things, but all I do is sit and pine. Some fellows make a 7 sometimes, but I can't even throw a 9. Believe me.
Rochester.
I'm always chasing rainbows.
Rochester.
Well, boss, I see you got your little blue eyes open. I hope my singing didn't wake you up.
Yes, it did, Rochester, but I just had the most wonderful dream.
Really?
You know, I dreamt I was listening to Fred Allen's program. He went down to Allen's Alley, knocked on all the doors, and there was nobody home. What a lull. And then I dreamt his program was so bad his sponsor came in and threw him off the air. Allen couldn't get another job, and he sank lower and lower. And then I dreamt he became a bum on Broadway, mooching nickels and dimes for something to eat. What are you laughing at?
If you'd have slept about 5 minutes longer, you'd have to send him flowers.
Yeah. Anyway, it was a wonderful dream. I wonder what he dreams about me.
He wouldn't waste his time on you, boss. He's still young enough to dream about the opposite sex.
Oh, no, he isn't. Say, Rochester, what time is it?
3:25.
Oh, my goodness, I told Miss Livingston to drop by here at 3:30. I better hurry.
What kind of show are you going to do today, boss?
Oh, just something informal, nothing special. Probably ad-lib a lot. You know.
Oh, Jack, come on. We'll be late for the show.
Right with you, Mary. See you after the broadcast, Rochester. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Gee, you look nice. Say, where were you last night?
Why, Jack, I was at the barn dance at Rogers' stables with... Oh, I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, come on, Mary. Who are you dancing with?
No, I'm not going to tell you.
Come on, Mary. Don't keep secrets from me. Who are you dancing with?
You dope, and you fell asleep.
Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. I had Ovaltine for dinner. Say, Mary, isn't Palm Springs a nice little town?
It's all right, I guess.
Yeah, look at that cute date shop. You know, this desert is famous for dates.
I know.
And look at this place next to it. Florist and date shop. Look.
Yeah.
Gee, it's such a cute town.
Pardon me, Miss Livingston. May I have your autograph?
Why, certainly.
Gee, thank you.
Oh, look, Mary. Look at that little place across the street. Cleaners, dyers, and date shop. I sent my suit there, and it came back so sticky. Before they press it, they put samples in your pockets. But this is the cutest little town, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, Miss Livingston, would you give me your autograph, please?
Well, surely. Here you are, honey.
Thank you.
Hey, Mary, look, here's the place where I bought my spurs.
Where?
Right here. Boots, saddles, harness, date shop. You know, Mary, there's something about this town that's so relaxing and restful. No wonder so many people come here.
Uh-huh.
Miss Livingston?
Yes?
Miss Livingston, would you give me your autograph, please?
Oh, I'll be glad to. Here you are.
Thank you very much.
You know, Jack, this is a cute little town.
What's cute about it? You know, Mary, you turned out to be the biggest ham I ever saw. Signing autographs all the time.
Oh, you're just mad because they didn't ask you.
I am not.
Oh, Jack, look at this place. Blacksmith shop and date parlor.
Oh, yeah, and look at the sign. Under the spreading palm tree, the village smithy stands. I bet the muscles on his brawny arm stand out like stuffed dates. Well, here we are at the stage door.
Oh, Jack, there's a little hot dog, man. Let's get a hot dog.
Okay, we have a few minutes' time.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like him and the roll red hot.
Well, I see you're still in town. 2 hot dogs, please.
Couple puppies coming up. Would you like to have them served the Palm Springs style?
What do you mean, Palm Springs style?
Well, that's with pickle, mustard, and suntan oil.
Just the pickle and the mustard, please.
Okay. Do you want the pickle in the middle and the mustard on top, or the mustard in the middle and the pickle on top?
Well,
Have you got any horseradish?
Horseradish doesn't go with hot dog.
I know. I just wanted to see where you'd put it.
Mary, we haven't time to fool around. Give me my 2 hot dogs, please.
Here you are.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like it.
on, Mary. Here's the stage. We better get on.
Oh, Harris, you're so pretty, it's too bad you're not Two-Faced. And now, ladies and gentlemen,
Mary, we must be late. Hey, Phil!
What? Jackson, hold it. I'm just going into a band number.
Gee, my watch must be wrong.
Yeah, you never should have bought it at that date shop.
I guess you're right. Go ahead, Phil. Go ahead. Come to Baby Do, played by Phil Harris and his melancholy music makers. Melancholy meaning half of them have heads like melons, and the other half look like collies. Except Frankie, the guitar player. He looks a little like a St. Bernard there.
Wait a minute, Jackson. Frankie may be shaggy, but he don't look like no St. Bernard.
Then why's he got a keg of brandy around his neck?
Because when he comes to an 8-bar rest, he ain't going to just sit there doing nothing.
Oh. Well, can't he just sit there and listen to the music?
That's what drove him to drink.
Oh, I knew it. What a band. Well, let's get on with the show now that I'm here. Oh, hello, Don. Where have you been?
I just stepped out to get a package of Luckies.
A package of Luckies? Where'd you get them?
In the lobby, out of that cigarette and date machine.
Oh. Well, Don, I wouldn't eat any of those dates if I were you. They're fattening, you know, and you're not exactly Tom Thumb, you know.
Well, I know, Jack, but since I've been down here in Palm Springs, I don't look so big.
That's only because they have so many mountains here. Take my word for it, you are, shall we say, a trifle obese? Yes, we'll say it. Obese.
I don't know, Jackson. There are plenty of guys that are obeser than Don.
Obeser? Phil, that word isn't even in Webster's dictionary.
How do you like that? I'm smarter than Webster.
Well, don't let Webster find it out. He'd probably be upset. Now, let's get out. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, my name is Strebe. I'm the manager of this theater and date shop.
Oh, hello, Mr. Strebe. Hello. Step right. This is the real manager. Step right up to the microphone, Mr. Strebe. Don't be nervous. A little closer, you know. After all, this is your theater, you know. You didn't have to pay to get in, you know. I had to rent the joint. Mr. Strebe, I'm glad you dropped in. I've been anxious to find out if you ran my picture here.
Yes, we did, Mr. Benny, quite recently.
Good.
No.
Oh. What do you mean?
Well, we ran your picture Saturday and Sunday, and it turned out to be a double feature.
Double feature?
Yes, The Horn Blows at Midnight on the screen and Lost Weekend at the box office.
Funny, I can't understand why the picture didn't do well, you know?
Neither can I. You know, this isn't like the East. When business is bad, we can't blame it on the weather.
Come to think of it, that picture did do better in the cooler climates.
Yeah, Warner Brothers got a letter from 3 Eskimos saying it was the best film they ever ate.
You said it.
Well, I'll be running along now. I just dropped in to see if there was anything you need.
Nothing at all, but thanks very much. Goodbye, Mrs. Strebe.
Oh, say, Mr. Benny.
How do you like that? A guy gets a laugh, you can't get rid of him. Now what?
Mr. Benny, I don't want to get personal, but I always thought you wore a toupee.
Well, this is Palm Springs. Everybody goes around with the top down.
Yeah. Goodbye, Mr. Strebe.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Benny.
Never mind. Goodbye. Everybody comes in here with jokes, no dates. Can't understand why he was so nervous at the microphone. I was right up here with him.
Yeah, but after the broadcast, you leave town. He has to stay here.
I suppose so. Well, it's time for a song. Where's Larry?
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
What are you going to sing tonight, kid?
A brand new novelty song called Pickle in the Middle.
Pickle in the Middle? Say, isn't that what the little hot dog man sings?
Yes, Carl Sigmund and John Tackaberry wrote a song around it.
Tackaberry. John Tackaberry. I've heard that name somewhere before.
He's one of your writers.
Oh, yes. He's the one with the lowest forehead. His nose makes a natural part in his hair. Let's hear the song, Larry. Come on, let's hear the
Nobody wants any peanuts today.
The peanut man, the ice cream man, shout their wares like nobody can, except one man, favorite funny old Frankfurter man, pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like 'em, and they're all red hot. Tasty little hot dog toasted right, with the bark as tender as its bite. Everybody's happy and the laughter runs high, till the sun gets pickled in a sauerkraut sky. What's a little raindrop when you've got pickle in the middle and the mustard on top? Peanuts, nobody wants any peanuts or ice cream today.
Pickle in the middle and the mustard on top. Just the way you like it, and they're all red hot. Tasty little hot dog toasted right, with a bark as tender as its bite.
What's a little raindrop when you got pickle in the middle, sizzling on the griddle, pickle in the middle and the mustard on top.
Pickle in the Middle, sung by Larry Stevens with the mustard on top. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce a guest, rather unusual to radio. The gentleman I'm about to present is a writer at Paramount Studios. He is also a noted critic and the author of articles which appear in the country's leading magazines. Also the author of 7 Lively Arts. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gilbert Seldy. Mr. Seldes, I'm very, very happy to have you on my program.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. May I ask you a question?
Why, certainly. Go right ahead.
Just why did you invite me to come over here today? What's the purpose of my appearance?
Mr. Seldes, did you or did you not write an article that appears in the March issue of Esquire magazine?
Mr. Benny, I write an article in every issue of Esquire.
Answer yes or no.
Yes.
Now, in this article, Mr. Seldes, did you or did you not state that radio comedy today is based primarily on sarcastic humor and insulting jokes?
I did.
He admits it yet. In that article, Mr. Seldes, you said that comedians have been insulting each other so much that radio has become a source of boredom.
That is correct. And to prove my point, Mr. Benny, take your program today. You insulted Phil Harris's orchestra. Miss Livingston ridiculed your dancing. And even the theater manager, who came in unprepared, had to make a slurring remark about your toupee.
Yes. He even panned my picture.
Well, that he couldn't help.
I see. Then, Mr. Seldes, what you meant by your article in Esquire is that you would like to hear a comedy program with a delicate neighborly motif. Something sweet and homey. Sort of a Ma Perkins with a band. Is that what you meant?
Well, I was only trying
I know what you were trying to do, Mr. Seldes. And if your program would sound the way you would like to hear it. Sit down, Mr. Seldes.
Thank you.
Jack, why make such an issue of it?
Because I'm here to defend radio. Radio to me is bread and butter in a swimming pool. All right, kids. Let's do a nice, sweet program like Mr. Seldes prefers. Phil, is the harpist ready?
Yeah, Jackson, the dame just came in.
All right, now we'll take it right from the very beginning. Ready, Don? Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Lucky Strike program. And now, dear listeners, from Palm Springs, one of the most beloved spots in the sunny state of California, we bring you your genial Sunday night host, Jack Life Can Be Beautiful Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. May I come into your home for just a short half hour? Thank you. Well, Don, hasn't our stay in Palm Springs been delightful?
Oh, it certainly has, Jack.
And, Don, I hope you won't mind commenting, but I just can't get over how thin you are. You're so unobese. Really?
Well, Jack, I may be less obeser, but I wish I had all your hair.
Well, you know how it is, Don. We just can't have everything. Can we? Well, look who's here. Mary Livingston.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Mary.
For it is Mary, plain as any name could be. But with society will say Marie.
My little Mary.
It was Mary, long before the fashions came.
There's something there that sounds so square.
It's a grand old name.
Oh, how I love it.
Mary is a grand old name.
Mary is a grand old name, and you're a grand little girl. How are you, sweetheart?
Oh, I'm just Ginger Peachy with the mustard on top.
You always are.
And doll face.
Yes.
I'll never be able to thank you for the beautiful necklace you gave me.
Oh, it was nothing.
Nothing, Jack. It's just like you to be so modest.
What kind of a necklace did he give you, Mary?
A string of 150 perfectly matched dates.
Well.
And imported from Anaheim.
Well, I always get the best, man. You know, I strung them myself on one of my violin strings.
Oh, Snoogey, you shouldn't have taken this. Now you won't be able to play it.
Well.
Just a minute, Mr. Benny. I didn't mean...
Sit down, Mr. Selden. You haven't seen anything yet. Wait till Phil Harris comes in with a glass of milk. Ah, here comes Philip now. Phil, aren't you a little late?
Yes, Jason, and I'm frightfully sorry. But on the way down here, I passed the most tempting little fruit juice stand, and I just couldn't resist having a glass of that sun-kissed orange juice.
Orange? Why, Phil, I thought you drank milk.
Only at parties to be sociable, Jason.
Oh.
You can't be an old deadhead, you know.
Of course not. Say, Phil, we've had so many requests from our listeners for you to sing a number on the program. How about doing one now?
All right, I'll sing 2 choruses of That's What I Adore About Dixie.
Oh, that'll be just 2.
2, what's that?
That's 4, the hard way. Go ahead, Phil.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Benny. Evidently, you didn't understand the point of my
Mr.
article.
Selby, you brought it on yourself. Now, sit down. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Say, Phil, before you do your number, I meant to ask you, wasn't your first violinist with the Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra?
Yes, for 7 consecutive, and I might add, lucrative years.
I thought so. And the gentleman there on the end, wasn't he associated with the Boston Symphony?
Yes, for 3 seasons he played obese.
That's oboe.
Thanks, Webster.
You're welcome, Phil. As a matter of fact, all your boys are symphony men, aren't they?
Yes.
And how come they all look like dogs?
Mr. Seldes, apparently you haven't read your article in Esquire. Now, go ahead, Phil. Let's have your...
Just a minute, Jack. First, do you mind if I say a few words about the one thing that is so near and dear to the hearts of each and every one of us?
By all means, Don.
In fact, Jack, I'd like to sing it and have you assist me.
Assist you?
Yes, with this bird whistle.
Oh, you mean like this?
Yes, that's it.
It's a deal. Go ahead, Don.
LSMFT is just the cigarette for me. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, LSMFT. With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2 to 1. So round, so firm, so fully
Very good, Don. Very good. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Phil, watch your baton. And now, And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, fudge, there's the phone. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, yes, Rochester. Why are you calling?
Something's gone wrong with the radio.
What do you mean?
Don Wilson got thin, you got hair, Mr. Harris drinks milk, and Mary's a grand old name.
Oh, well, Rochester, we're trying a new formula where everything is quiet and sweet.
Quiet and sweet?
Yes.
Well, boss, you better get loud and funny. Your swimming pool ain't paid for yet.
Yes, I guess you're right, Rochester. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Jack, we'll be back in just a minute, but first here is my good friend, Mr. F.E. Boone.
At 49, American.
LSMFT.
Remember that when it comes to your cigarette,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Yes, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
LSMFT.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's programmer, Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
You get real deep down smoking enjoyment when you smoke that smoke of fine tobacco Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Mr. Seldes, I want to thank you very much for being our guest here this evening. Now, we did the program both ways, our way and your way. Which did you like better?
Well, after being on your program, I admit my article was all wrong.
You do?
Yes, Jack, I think it's better when they insult you.
I knew you'd see it. Wait a minute, Mr. Seldes. Mr. Seldes.
He's gone, Jack.
Oh, well, I'll see him later. Good night, folks. It's over. It's over.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our show is still in Palm Springs. So let's go out to Jack Benny's house where we find Jack relaxing and reading the local newspaper.
Look at all these want ads. Here's one from Bullock's store. Wanted floor walker. Must have own carnation. Wanted fry cook. Apply Chi-Chi restaurant. Wanted stable boy. Had better have own carnation. Wanted gardener's helper at Deepwell Ranch. Apply between 2 and... Oh, this is silly. I'm sure my sponsor will pick up my option. But just in case he doesn't. Well, they've got a gossip column here, too. Tyrone Power, who was visiting here last week... Imagine that. Last night, Pauline Betts, famous tennis player. Oh, these columnists sure get around. Well, here's something about me. Jack Benny. I did not. Imagine saying I went into the post office wearing a bare midriff. Just happened that the laundry shrunk my shirt. Well, that finished the newspaper. Rochester, hand me those pamphlets I got from the Palm Springs Chamber of Commerce.
Here you are, boss.
Thanks. Listen to this. Palm Springs, the jewel of the desert, where the warm, radiant sun pours its golden treasure down on the happy and carefree inhabitants. Palm Springs, where the majestic peaks of the San Jacinto Mountains cast their spell of beauty for all to enjoy. Do you hear that, Rochester? And just think, Mother Nature gives us all these things free.
Yeah, it's a shame Mother ain't running the hotels, too.
Well, Mom's got enough to do. But I like Palm Springs. In fact, I'm thinking of buying a house here. I even asked a real estate man to come over this afternoon.
But, boss, property is so expensive down here.
I know it is, but if I can find just what I want, I'm willing to go up to $1,500. Yes, sir. What are you laughing at? $1,500 ain't peanuts.
I know, but down here, that's all it'll buy.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester, you're exaggerating.
No, I ain't, boss. You know that little house on the corner with the white fence around it?
Uh-huh.
That just sold for $80,000 and 2 pounds of butter.
Well, maybe it had it. There's the door. I'll get it.
Are you Jack Benny?
Yes?
Well, I'm Mr. Fulton, the real estate man.
Oh, yes. Step right in. Rochester, take his hat, coat, and empty the sand out of his shoes.
Now, Mr. Benny, just what type of house do you have in mind? Spanish, colonial, or French provincial?
Well, Mr. Fulton, I think a home should suit the individual. What kind of a house would fit me?
How about early American?
No, I don't think I'd like early American.
How about sold American?
Rochester! Gee, Mr. Fulton, I don't know what to do. Did you bring your pictures with you?
Yes, I did. Now, here's one of me when I graduated from...
I mean your house! Pictures of your houses.
Oh, yes, I always make that mistake. I guess it's because I have a head with 7 gables.
Oh.
And Garson's got every one of them.
Now, look, Mr. Fulton, let's get down to business. Show me some pictures of what you have to offer.
Gladly. Now, here we are. Here's a house that ought to interest you, and the price is $40,000.
$40,000 for a house? That's a lot of money. What about the ceiling?
And with the ceiling, it'll be $60,000.
Look, that's not what I mean. Anyway, it's much too expensive.
Oh, not for this house. It has a very novel innovation. A 300-foot spiral banister.
You mean a spiral staircase, don't you?
No, a spiral banister. That's for people who don't drink but want to know how it feels.
I don't think I'd like that.
That banister could save me a fortune.
Rochester, please. Show me something else, Mr. Fulton. Have you got a house with a swimming pool?
No, but that's no problem. I can build you a tile pool for only $10,000.
No, I don't want to go that high.
Well, I can build you a cement pool for only $2,500.
No, that's still too high for a swimming pool.
Why don't you just dig a hole and hire a tribe of Indians to do a rain dance?
What's so cheap about that? They're organized, you know. Anyway, Mr. Fulton, I don't think you have the kind of a house I want.
Well, let me show you one more. Here's a beautiful house, and it's only $70,000.
Well, it's a lovely place, but $70,000 is too much. Anyway, Mr. Fulton, thanks very much for dropping in. Maybe we can talk about it some other time.
All right. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Fulton.
Yes?
What's that yellow stuff running out of your pocket?
Oh, my goodness, it's butter. I just sold the house on the corner.
Oh, yes, I heard about it. Goodbye, Mr. Fulton.
Goodbye.
Well, Rochester, I better get down to the Plaza Theater. The broadcast will be on in a few minutes.
Say, that reminds me, boss, the manager of the theater called up yesterday.
What about?
Well, he said according to the rental contract, when you finish your program, you're supposed to leave and not hang around and watch the picture.
What's he complaining about? I stand up, don't I? Well, I got to get to the theater.
Shall I drive you, boss?
No, the wind will take me over today. So long, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Oh, played by Klondike Harris and his sweetest music this side of the Yukon. And you can have it. I sat up all night writing that joke.
I'll bet you hated yourself in the morning.
Not any more than usual. Say, Phil, Larry Stevens sang that number 2 weeks ago. How come you repeated it as a band number?
Why don't you tend to your comedy and keep your nose out of my business?
Well, it happens to be my business, too. After all, who's the star of this show?
I don't know, but when I see my paycheck every week, I know it ain't me.
Oh, stop complaining. You're getting a good salary.
What are you talking about? Alice gets more than I do for an autograph.
Then the moral of the story is learn to write. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Hey, Jack, we had to start the show without you. Where have you been?
Oh, I'm sorry I was late, Don, but you see, I'm thinking of buying a house here, and I was detained by a real estate man.
Oh, Jack, are you thinking of moving to Palm Springs?
Well, I was toying with the idea, Don. You know, I like it here. I've been having so much fun, horseback riding, playing golf every day. I played golf this morning, didn't I, Mary?
Uh-huh.
You know, Don, they got the nicest little 9-hole course here. You should have seen me this morning on that 4th hole. I put down my ball, picked up my club, and
he
then...
missed it once, he missed it twice, he missed it once again.
It's been a long... Mary! Certainly I missed it. You know, it's hard to hit a ball when it's not teed up properly.
Well, you wouldn't have that trouble if you buy some tees.
Mary, you mean to say that Jack doesn't use tees when he plays golf?
No, he waits for a gopher to stick his head out of a hole, and then he puts the ball on his nose.
Oh, Mary, I play a good game of golf, and you know it.
Oh, sure. Tell him what happened on the 5th hole.
Nothing happened. I did exactly what my golf teacher told me. I placed the ball in line with my left foot, brought the club over my right shoulder, and wham!
You broke his toe.
I did not. I killed the gopher. Now, hollered 4. If he doesn't know the rules, let him keep off the course. Anyway, I play a better game of golf than anybody in this gang. I beat Phil the other day.
Sure you beat me. Every time you took a 9 on a hole, you turned the scorecard upside down before you wrote it in.
Well, I could have beat you without that if I had knocked one ball out of bounds.
Yeah, what about that bad slice you made on your first drive?
Oh, that wasn't such a bad slice.
It wasn't, huh? The ball went 50 yards, made a U-turn, came back, and hit you in the stomach.
Mary.
Then you got so mad you were going to break your club against a tree.
Well, what stopped him?
When he drew his club back, he saw the price tag on the bottom, so he put it back in his bag.
You can make up more things. I still say I play a better I'll get it. Hello?
Say, boss, Mr. Fulton, the real estate man, came back and said they found a few termites in the house, so you can have it for $65,000.
Termites, Well, Rochester, you tell Mr. Fulton that I'm not paying any $65,000 for a house.
If he hasn't guessed that by now, he's been out in the sun too long.
I don't care where he's been. I'm not spending that kind of dough. Would you pay $65,000 for a house in Palm Springs?
I wouldn't pay $65,000 for a cabin in the sky.
Well, tell the man. Tell the man.
I did.
All right, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, kids, it looks like I'm not going to buy a house here. Anyway, let's get on with the show, because tonight we're going to do a very important sketch. And I want to start casting it immediately.
Say, Jackson, I thought you were going to do a sketch next week.
We are, Phil. We're going to do a sketch next week, too. And you'll never guess in a million years who our guest star is going to be.
Ray Milland.
There's no use trying. Yes, that's who it is, Ray Milland. The star of Lost Weekend. And to make him feel at ease, we're having a brass rail put around the microphone. Anyway, that's next week.
Ray Milland. Gee, I think he's a wonderful actor.
I can drink him under the table.
Phil, with him, it's bread and butter. With you, it's tomato juice and black coffee. Now, let's get on with the sketch we're going to do tonight. It's a murder mystery, and I'm going to be the chief of police of Palm Springs. Phil, you're going to be my sergeant. And, Don, you're also going to be a member of the force.
Well, what am I going to be, Jack?
Mary, you're going to play the part of a glamorous movie star who came to Palm Springs to be with her husband. And at the start of the play, he murders you.
Oh, Jack, if he murders me, I won't get any laughs.
All right, then you murder him.
Thanks, Ted.
Now, Larry Stevens.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
You're going to be on the police force, too.
Come on, keep moving, keep moving.
Not yet. Wait till it starts. And take off that Hoover button. I'll give you a badge. Now, Don, Larry, and Phil, as long as you're going to be on my police force, I'll have to swear you in. And since all you people in the audience will be witnesses, I'll have to swear you in, too. Now, come on, everybody. Raise your right hand and repeat after me. LSMFT.
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
So round, so firm, so fully packed.
So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Wait for me! With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
With men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
You thought you were getting in for nothing. Now, all right, kids, this play will go on immediately after a song by... Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny, I just talked to the owner, and you can have that house for $50,000.
Look, Mr. Fulton, a few minutes ago you wanted $70,000. Now it's $50,000. Why is the price coming down so fast?
Those termites are hungrier than we thought they were.
Well, in that case, I don't want the house.
Oh, don't worry about that, Mr. Benny. The termites will be out by tomorrow.
How do you know?
They're getting so fat.
They're not going to get fat off of me, so goodbye.
Goodbye.
Sorry I started looking for a place. Come on, Larry, let's have your song. That was Day by Day, sung by Larry Stevens. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we are going to offer a mystery melodrama entitled Murder at the Lone Palm, or Her husband asked for some wine, so she gave him both barrels. The scene opens at the Palm Springs police station. Police Captain O'Benny is in his office behind closed doors grilling a suspect. Curtain. Music. Now listen, you. You're dealing with Captain O'Benny this time, and I want to warn you, anything you say will be held against you. Now, you're accused of robbing the post office, sticking up a train, stealing the Hammerstein diamonds, and then you boldly held up the First National Bank and killed the cashier. Now, confess. You did it, didn't you?
No.
Okay, you can go. If he'd have said yes, I'd have hung him. Nobody puts anything over me.
There's the phone, Captain.
I'll get it. Hello, Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. Captain O'Benny speaking. What? Yes, we have some with the stuffing in the middle and the walnut on top. Oh, you want the walnuts in the middle and the stuffing on top? We're out of those. Try the city hall. Goodbye. Oh, Harris.
Yes, Chief.
You arrested 2 fellas last night. I want you to stop filling this jail with crooks. You understand?
Well, I got to do something with them.
During the height of the season, this jail is for tourists. I'm getting $12 a cell, American plan. You can catch crooks during the summer.
Morning, Chief.
Hiya, man. How are things?
A lot of drunks on my beat.
A lot of drunks on my beat, too.
Well, what do you know? Pickled beets.
Cut it out, O'Harris. I'll take it. Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. O'Benny speaking.
Hello, Chiefy. This is Missy LaRue at the Lone Palm.
Yes, yes. What is it, Miss LaRue?
Oh, get a good grip on your badge. My husband has just been murdered.
Oh, he has, eh? Do you know who murdered your husband?
No.
Have you got any ideas?
Well, now that he's dead, yes.
All right, Miss LaRue, I'm coming right over.
Okay, Chiefy, and bring a half a pound of dates.
We always do. Goodbye. Come on, man. Mitzi LaRue's husband has been murdered, and I'm going to find out who did it, or my name ain't... I'll take it. Palm Springs Police Station and Date Shop. Captain O'Benny talking.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I'm here with the owner, and you can have the house for $40,000.
40,000, eh? Well, I might be interested. However, I'd have to...
Talk fast. The termites are spreading mayonnaise on the telephone.
Well, that settles it. I don't want it. Goodbye. Now, come on, man. Let's go. And we'll find the murderer of Missy LaRue's husband, or my name ain't... All right, men. Here we are at the Lone Palm. Say, this is a pretty classy place, isn't it?
It certainly is. Look at that swimming pool.
How about it, Chief?
Why not? Oh, boy, that felt good. All right, come on, men. We got a mystery to solve. This is Miss LaRue's bungalow right here.
Come in.
Hello, Miss LaRue. I'm Captain O'Benny. I'm here to solve the murder of your... Wait a minute. Where's your husband's body?
In the backyard.
Wasn't he killed in this hotel room?
Yes, but checkout time is 3 o'clock.
Well, tell me everything you know about this crime.
I don't know anything. I was just sitting here popping my bubble gum.
You didn't hear a shot?
No, I really pop it, Pop.
Well, come on, O'Harris. Let's look around this room for clues.
Come on, keep moving. Keep moving.
Stevens, that's the body. Now, come on, O'Harris. Let's go.
Hey, Chief, look, there's a gun on the table and it's still smoking.
A smoking gun, eh? What do you got to say to that, Miss LaRue?
My gun's been smoking Lucky Strike for 9 hours.
That's not what I mean. Now, listen, men. She's a pretty smart dame. So let's give her the...
Hey, Chief!
The doorknob's moving. There's someone in that closet.
Where?
Right there.
You're right, Wilson. Stand back, everybody. We'll get him out of there. Now, come on. Come on out of that closet or I'll shoot.
Don't shoot. Don't shoot. It's me, Fulton.
Oh, the real estate man.
Are you the murderer? Well, what do you think I am with this knife in my hand? The man who came to dinner?
Oh, then you're the one that killed Mitzi LaRue's husband.
Yes, I did it. I did it, and I'm glad.
All right, then come clean. Tell me, why did you do it?
I'll tell you why. He was the toughest customer I ever had, that's why. I offered him a house for $70,000, and he didn't buy it. Then I came down to $60,000, he still said no. Then 50, then 40, then 30. And he kept saying no, no, no. Suddenly, something within me snapped. It was driving me mad.
Mr. Fulton?
I went crazy. So I took out my gun and let him have it. Bang, 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 bang.
Mr. Fulton!
I'm glad I did it. Glad I did it. And I'll do it again. I'll do it to anybody who refuses to buy a house.
Mr. Fulton!
I tried to sell you a house, didn't I? But you kept tormenting me. No, you kept saying. No, no. I came down from 70,000 to 60,000 to 50,000 to 40,000, but still you said no.
Mr. Fulton.
Now you're going to buy that house or I'll...
Chief. Don't worry, I'm armed.
Have you got a gun?
No, a pen. Where do I sign?
Right here on the dotted line.
There is no dotted line.
There is now.
Oh, yes, it's on my chest. There you are. The house is mine.
Thank you, Mr. Benny, and goodbye. Oh, Miss LaRue.
Yes?
You can tell your husband to get up now. We've made the deal.
Well, how do you like that? He tricked me into buying that house. All right, men. I've got a house now. And I'll get those termites out of there, or my name ain't...
You know that house you just bought from me?
Yes.
Well, I can get you $200,000 for it.
$200,000? Who in the world would pay that much?
The termites. They're putting up $1 apiece.
Well, let them have it. They've got most of it anyway. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Program.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 49 American.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. Excuse me, this is Kenny Delmar. Excuse me, I have a special announcement to make. Herbert Tarleton cigarettes are back. Good news for those who prefer a cork-tip cigarette. Herbert Tarleton is back, and there's something about them you'll like. Herbert Tarleton is back after being made only for the armed forces. Yes, Herbert Tarleton is back. That cork-tip cigarette, Herbert Tarleton, available now for you. Yes, Herbert Tarleton is back. And remember, there's something about them you like. There's something about them you like. This is Kenny Delmar. I trust you will welcome home Herbert Tarleton. There's something about them you like.
The Lucky Strike program starring Ray Milland with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who...
Wait a minute, Don. Wait a minute. What's the idea of saying the Lucky Strike program starring Ray Milland?
Well, Jack, I didn't see anybody get up and walk out.
I mean, that has nothing to do with it.
Oh, Jack, stop pouting. Your lower lip looks like a shoehorn.
I'm not pouting.
Well, you told us yourself that Ray Milland was going to be our guest.
That still doesn't entitle him to top billing. He's just a star in pictures. I'm a star of stage, screen, and radio.
He'll milk cows if you back him into Beverly Hills.
Now you're just being smart. I merely said that Don didn't have to give Ray Milan star billing when he's only going to be our guest.
Jack, I only did that as a matter of courtesy.
Don, if you want to be courteous, do it on the Ginny Sims show, not mine. And another thing.
Jackson, I know what you're beefing about. I've been with you for 8 years, and I've never had no star billing.
Well, you've been with me for 10 years.
I don't count the 2 years I was auditioning.
Look, just be happy you got the job. Now, let's get on with... Gosh, Ray Milan should have been here a half hour ago. I can't understand what's holding him up.
I saw his picture, Jackson. I couldn't understand what held him up either.
Yeah.
I saw the picture. I went to the box office, bought a ticket, and they gave me my change in pretzels.
Stop with the gags already. I'm going to call Ray's home.
Jack, you don't have to. Ray Milan just came in.
He did? Good. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce our guest. One of the finest actors in Hollywood, the star of The Lost Weekend, and winner of this year's Academy Award, Ray Milan.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Say, Ray, how come you're so late?
I'm sorry, Jack, but I stopped off at the newspaper office to put an ad in for a butler.
Oh, I thought you had a butler.
Oh, I have 3, as a matter of fact, but they want a 4th for bridge.
Oh, well, wouldn't it be cheaper to teach them gin rummy and let one of them go?
If it was Jack, he'd teach him solitaire and let 2 of them go.
Mary, please. Well, Ray, it certainly is a wonderful achievement, getting the Oscar. Tell me, how did it make you feel winning the Academy Award?
Oh, I don't know, Jack. I don't feel any different. I'm still the same sweet, modest, lovable fellow I always was.
Gee, if I ever won it, I'd be a louse. Gosh, Ray, what I wouldn't give just to see the Oscar.
Well, Jack, by coincidence, I just happened to have it with me.
Weighs 25 pounds. He just happens to have it with him. Let me see it, Ray.
Yeah, yeah?
Gee, isn't it cute? A bronze Oscar with a little ice bag on its head. You know, Ray, this may surprise you, but I've never won an Academy Award.
Why, Jack Benny, you haven't?
Why, Ray Milan, what a performance.
Mary, quiet.
Well, Jack, why don't you introduce me?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Ray, I want you to meet the members of my cast. This is Mary Livingston.
Hello, Mary. I'm glad to know you.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Milan. Would you consider going out with a girl who doesn't drink?
Mary, please.
Why, certainly, Mary. In fact, I like to go out with girls who don't drink. What are you laughing at?
Jack likes to go out with girls who don't eat.
And they're hard to find, sister. And Ray, this is Phil Harris.
Hello, Phil.
Amateur.
Amateur? Phil, you wouldn't appreciate this, but Lost Weekend was something new, something daring. I doubt if any other actor would have the stomach, the courage. I doubt if any other actor would have the courage to attempt a role like that.
Well, that shows you how much you know, Jackson. Right now, Gary Cooper's doing the same thing in Saratoga Drunk.
That's Trunk, Saratoga Trunk.
Well, I'm glad you told me. I ain't going to waste my cabbage going to see a lot of baggage.
Yeah, baggage. Now, Ray, the reason Phil, why are you staring at Ray like that?
Well, I'm just admiring the guy, Jackson. He does it and gets an Academy Award. I do it and get a hangover.
Well, it's still the weekend. Go get lost. Now, Ray, the reason I asked you
Jack,
to...
Jack,
Jack, do you mind if I ask Mr. Milan a favor?
Why, no.
What is it, Don?
Well, gosh, Ray, you're such a great actor and everything.
Oh, well.
And you're so sweet and modest and lovable.
I know.
Well, I read something in Shakespeare that I'd like to hear you do. You know, the speech that starts out, to be or not to be?
Oh, yeah, that's Hamlet's soliloquy. Why, certainly, Don. I'll be glad to do it.
Good. I copied the speech myself and made just a few minor changes.
Well, that's all right. Just give it to me and I'll be glad to read it.
Here you are.
Thanks.
Quiet, everybody.
LS or MFT? That is the question.
Here.
Whether 'tis noble in the minds of men who know tobacco best, to be so round, so firm, so fully packed.
Here.
Or to be so free and easy on the draw.
Here.
Where?
Here.
Oh.
And so, good citizen, remember, the quality of 40 paramount.
That's all American.
You work for your boss and I'll work for mine.
Oh, yeah. Now, Ray, the reason I asked you to come over here is because tonight, for our feature attraction, we're going to do our version of your picture, The Lost Weekend. Now, naturally, since I'm the star of this program, the leading role will be played by me.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. Don't you think that as long as I originated the part in the picture, I should also play it here?
I do not. I mean, just because you won an Academy Award has nothing to do with it. After all, when I was your age, I could have won an Oscar, too. Except there were no Academy Awards in those days.
There were no movies either.
No.
And darn few people.
Phil! They may have had awfully long arms, but they were still people. Anyway, Ray, I think I should play the lead.
But, Jack, that doesn't make sense. You brought me up here because of the Lost Weekend, and you give me nothing to do.
Well, maybe... Say, I've got a wonderful idea. Let's both play the part. We'll be twin brothers.
Twin brothers?
Yeah, we'll give them a double feature. We'll be the Burnham brothers. How about it?
Okay with me.
That's fine. Now, Phil, you'll be our older brother who tries to convince us that drinking is very evil.
Who's going to convince me?
Phil, it's just a part. After all, you know, I don't drink, and neither does Ray. Now, Mary, you're going to play Jane Wyman's part, the girl that Ray and I are in love with, but you can't make up your mind which one of us you want.
The UNO should have problems that easy.
Mary, don't be so sure. You know, you might have to take Ray. Now, this play will go on immediately after the... I'll take it. Hello?
Telephone call for Mr. Ray Milan.
Oh, just a minute. It's for you, Ray.
For me? Well, hello?
Hello, Mr. Milan. This is Rochester. I saw by an ad in the paper that you wanted a butler, and I called up to find out about it.
But aren't you already working?
I sure am.
Well, why are you dissatisfied with your present position?
Well, I've concluded that any relationship between the hours I work and the money I get is purely coincidental.
You consider yourself underpaid, huh? How much are you making now?
Well, frankly, I'm ashamed to tell you. But if I have a suit cleaned and go to a movie in the same week, one of them has to be on the installment plan.
Well, you spoke of long hours. What kind of hours have you been working?
From 8 in the morning till dark.
Well, those aren't such long hours for a butler working until dark.
Under normal conditions, no. But Mr. Benny has a sun lamp outside the kitchen window to fool me.
And that sun lamp fools you?
Not only me, his chickens have been laying 6 eggs a day.
I see. Well, if you go to work for me, you'll find that your duties won't be hard, but they'll be exacting.
Exacting?
Yes. For instance, I like my breakfast served in bed. But unlike other people, I can't wait. I want it there when I awaken.
Yes, sir.
Do you think you could have my breakfast ready the minute I wake up?
Yes, sir. I'll pull the cork out the night before.
Now, wait a minute. I think you have a mistaken idea about my drinking, Rochester, because I never...
Rochester? Ray, let me at that phone. Hello, Rochester, is that you?
Uh-oh.
Rochester, why did you call up Ray Milland looking for a job?
It was an accident, boss. I called up the Homeway Laundry and got this number by mistake.
The laundry? Then why'd you ask for Ray Milland?
I didn't. I asked for May Dillban.
May Dillban?
She's a starch girl on the fourth toe.
Rochester, that's a mighty weak story.
What do you expect on a moment's notice? A bestseller?
Stop being funny, and I'll talk to you when I get home. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Imagine doing a thing like that behind my back. Come on, Larry, let's have a song.
Come closer to me so I can see heaven in your eyes. Come closer to me so I can be close to paradise. Thrill me with your kisses. Let me learn what bliss is. Kiss me once and then we'll kiss and kiss again, and life will be divine. Come closer, my dear, so I can hear music in my heart. I've waited so long to hear the song that your love will start. Darling, I'll adore you, live my whole life for you. All I ask is this, please give me one more kiss and whisper you'll be mine. All I ask is this, please give me one more kiss and whisper you'll be mine.
That was Come Closer to Me, sung by Larry Stevens. Very good, Larry. I bought that record you made of that song, and it's swell.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, our version of the Academy Award-winning picture, The Lost Weekend. As our story opens, Ray and Jack Burnham, twin brothers, have been persuaded by their elder brother, Philip, to go to the country for the weekend. At the moment, the twin brothers are in their room packing. Curtain. Music.
Gosh, Jack, I don't know why we have to go away on this weekend.
Neither do I, but Brother Philip insists upon it. Are we all packed?
Oh, just about. Shirts, ties, sweaters, socks, quarts, fits, and pints.
Good. And put the bottles on the other side of the suitcase. My underwear is snapping at them. Now, let's see.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Brother
Philip. Those bottles again. Now, look, boys, you got to stop this drinking because we're all going out the country for a weekend, and the fresh air will do us a lot of good.
Well, I'm not going.
Now, sure you are. Think of it, fellas. Chickens, horses, rabbits, and the scent of new mown hay. Now, you've just got to go because it'll be a wonderful weekend.
Why do we have to go?
Because we want it on Truth or Consequences.
Oh.
Now, look, boys, I hate to keep lecturing, but don't you know how bad liquor is for you? Don't you realize that alcohol is your worst enemy? Liquor isn't good for you. Now, you should stay away from it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the opinions expressed by Mr. Harris are written in the script and are not necessarily his own.
right. We'll go to the country with you.
Well, you better get ready. We're leaving on the 7:15 train. Goodbye, boys.
Goodbye, Brother Philip. Gee, I hate to go away for a weekend.
Me too. I was figuring on losing this one.
Yeah. Quick, Brother Philip's coming back. Hide those bottles.
Okay, there.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Jane.
Hello, boys. I just saw Philip, and he told me you're all going away for the weekend.
Yes, we are.
You boys are so wonderful. You know, sometimes I regret that you two are twins. I just can't make up my mind.
Make up your mind. What do you mean?
Well, there are two of you and only one of me.
That's funny. We always see two of you.
Yeah.
Well, don't forget, boys, your train leaves at 7:15. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Brother Philip. We mean goodbye, Janie. Gee, what twins we are. We both make the same mistake. Quick, she's gone. Let's open the bottle.
Okay.
Oh, gee, look, we've only got 2 bottles left.
Well, let's drink one and hide the other.
Okay, I'll put it up there in the chandelier.
Good.
Oh, darn it, I can't reach it.
Well, give it to me. I'm higher than you are.
You are not. I can do it.
All right, but don't screw the bottle into the socket like you did the last time. When I turned on the switch, it blew out a powerhouse at Boulder Dam.
Don't worry, don't worry. There, the bottle's in the chandelier. Now, let's open the other one. And...
Oh, boys.
Yes, Brother Philip.
Jane and I are going to the... Wait a minute. Give me that bottle. I'm going to pour it down the sink.
Oh, no, Brother Philip. Don't pour it down the sink.
That's right, Brother Philip. Let Ray drink it. That stuff will eat out the plumbing.
Well, I don't care, boys. I'm not going to give it back to you. And remember, you're not to leave this room until it's time to go to the train.
We won't, Brother Philip.
Come on, Jack. He's gone. Let's go down to Nat's bar room and he'll give us a drink.
Okay. Come on, lads. Set 'em up. Set 'em up.
Yes, sir. Nothing doing. Not another drop until you paid the bill you ran up this afternoon.
How much do we owe you?
$18,000.
Oh.
All right. You can keep your old liquor. We're going to the country. Yeah.
Come on, Ray. Let's go.
All right. Hold me up.
No. You hold me up. I held you up yesterday. Smell that fresh air.
Yeah, isn't it awful?
That's what's wrong with this country. It's full of it. Come on, let's go down to the corner to Joe's bar.
That won't do us any good. I haven't got any money.
Neither have I.
Sweeter life for you.
Not a nickel. Let's try the other side of the street.
This singing won't get us any drinks. I'll go home and get my violin.
That's my line. I'm tired. Let's lie down here in the gutter.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Ray. Don't you want to put your head up on the curb?
No, I always sleep without a pillow.
My feet are cold. Pull up that manhole cover. There, now I'm comfy.
They can't keep me in here. I'm Napoleon. They can't keep me in here. I'm Napoleon.
Well, get on my back. I'm your horse.
Ray, where are we?
I don't know. Best ask that man in a white coat.
Oh, yes. Say, mister.
Yes?
Where are we?
You're in the alcoholic ward.
Alcoholic ward?
I want to get out of here. Let me out.
Yes, let's out of here.
Oh, you don't want to leave until you've seen the floor show.
Floor show?
Yes. In the middle of the night, you start seeing things. You won't see pink elephants. You're going to see red, white, and blue turkeys.
Oh, goody. They changed the bill.
And then you're going to see tiny rabbits in straw hats. Midget monkeys that come through the keyhole. You know, the kind of talent that's handled by Madman Munns. You'll see thousands of little snakes that knit themselves into a sweater. And that isn't all.
Stop it!
Oh, I can stop it, but you can. You're going to see beetles. 23 of them running in the Santa Anita Handicap. And 11 of them are in the field. There'll be grasshoppers 5 feet tall. And there'll be woodpeckers pecking on your head. Peck, 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 peck. Peck, 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 peck. Yes, sir, you bet. And how?
Stop it, stop it, stop it! Let us out of here!
Not before the floor show. And it'll start as soon as it gets dark. It's like the doctor was saying to me. Delirium is a disease of the night. Well, good night.
Ray, he's gone. Now's our chance to get out. There's an open window.
Okay, let's go.
Well, here we are, back in our room.
That's funny. We didn't even open the door.
No, we crawled in under it.
Oh, I see. You know, Jack, we'll either have to give up drinking or get our knees half soled.
Come on. Let's look for that bottle we hid. Let's see now. Where do we put it?
Maybe it's in this dresser.
Yes, the dresser. The dresser. Maybe it's behind the bookcase. No, it isn't here either. We gotta find that bottle.
Maybe it's behind the sofa. Help me move it out.
Yeah, the sofa. We gotta find that bottle. Wait a minute. The china closet.
Yeah, the china closet. Let's run.
Paper plates.
Jack, the bottle isn't there. I'm getting weak. I gotta have a drink.
Sit down and rest a while, Ray. Get your mind off it. I'll turn on the radio. There.
I'll sit down. But I gotta have a drink. I tell you, I gotta have a drink.
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot.
Cut that off! Oh, find that bottle. Find that bottle. I got to have a drink.
Wait a minute. It's getting dark out. Turn on the lights.
All right.
Well, there goes another powerhouse at Boulder. Here it is, Ray. We found the bottle. We found it.
Yeah, we found it. We found it.
Say, Ray, I was just thinking, wouldn't it be awful if Mother were here?
Yeah. There isn't enough for 3 of us.
Sorry we blew out the lights. Now we're in the dark. Can you imagine that guy in the hospital saying we were going to see little animals?
Yeah. Let me have a drink.
What'd you say?
I didn't say anything.
Oh. Give me another drink.
Huh?
I didn't say anything.
Do you mean to stand there flapping your wings and tell me you didn't say anything?
I haven't got wings.
Then what are you doing on the chandelier?
I'm not on the chandelier.
Well, there's something up on the... Look, it's a bat. It's a bat.
I see it. It's picking the straw hat off the little monkey.
Oh, the monkey! He's coming at me! He's coming at me! Keep him away from me! Keep him away from me!
Oh, this poor little animal. And here come more of them. They're coming through the keyhole. They're swarming around. They're getting closer. They're surrounding us. Ray, look out!
I can't help it!
Ray, they're coming at me now. The little animals at my throat. They're something. Do something. Do something. Ray, do something. Oh, thank heavens they're gone. Tell me, Ray. What did you do?
I threw my Oscar at him.
I knew those things would come in handy. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 years ago, Dennis Day left our program and went into the Navy. At about the same time, another boy was honorably discharged from the Army Air Forces, and we were very fortunate in getting him to pinch hit while Dennis was away. Of course, I'm referring to Larry Stevens. Now that the war is over, Dennis Day will be back with us next week. Larry, I want to thank you for the wonderful job you've done on our show. You were a great asset, and I'm sure that our listeners feel the same way I do.
Well, thank you, Mr. Benny. It sure has been grand being with you and your whole gang.
Well, it was grand having you. We'll be hearing you on the air and seeing you soon in the new 20th Century Fox picture, Centennial Summer. Good luck, kid.
Thank you, Mr. Benny.
Ray appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may be soon seen in the picture Kitty. Jack will be back in a minute, but first here's my good friend F.E. Boone.
At 49, American.
Remember, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what Mr. Roy Lee Daniel of Durham, North Carolina, 32 years an independent tobacco auctioneer, said.
I've seen Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, quality tobacco that's chock full of aroma, mildness, and good taste. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 15 years.
Yes, sir. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, American.
And Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. This is Basil Rysdale speaking for Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thanks, Ray Milan, very, very much for appearing on our program, and congratulations.
Gentlemen, as you all know, this is the month of March. And as I mentioned before, we're broadcasting from Marchfield. So here we are at Marchfield in the month of March.
Now, isn't that clever? Get it, fellas? Marchfield, month of March. It took 4 writers to think of that. Go ahead, Don.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, March is the month that comes in like a lion.
That's enough, Sergeant. Sit down. Sit down, then.
Yes, folks, it comes in like a lion and goes out like a lamb.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Lie down, Bob.
We can't bring you a lamb or a lion, but we can bring you an elk. And here he is, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And Don, I don't happen to belong to the Elks. This tooth I'm wearing on my watch chain is a souvenir of the First World War. An MP gave it to me.
An MP gave it to you?
Yes, one night I talked back to him, and he just happened to bump his knuckle on my tooth as he pulled his fist out of my mouth. He handed me my tonsils, too, but they didn't fit on my chain.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. An MP can arrest you, but he has no right to jam his fist in your mouth.
Don't worry, Don. I got even with him.
What'd you do?
I swallowed his flashlight.
Oh.
For the next 3 months, every time I sat down, my eyes lit up. I was the only guy that could read in bed after 9 o'clock. But let's not talk about me. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Bright Eyes. Hiya, fellas.
Well, Mary, how do you like it here?
Fine. I always enjoy visiting a naval base.
Mary, March Field isn't a naval base.
It is during the rainy season, brother.
Oh, yes. Hey, you know, fellas, we had that joke 5 years, but during the war, they wouldn't let us discuss weather conditions. For 5 long years, nobody knew it rained in California.
That's right. Rain is back and California's got it.
You said it.
Say, Jack, I meant to ask you going to take me to the dance tonight at the Officers Club?
Wait a minute, Mary. What about the date you've got with Colonel Coons? You know, you told me that at 8 o'clock tonight he was going to take his jet-propelled plane and fly all the way to New York and back. Isn't that right?
Yeah, but what am I going to do the rest of the evening?
Oh, yes. Say, those planes really go fast, don't they?
Fast? Yesterday, when one of those jet planes was getting ready to fly east, the crew chief said ready, the pilot said okay, and between O and K, he landed in Chicago.
You know, fellas, we wrote that joke 5 years ago, but they didn't have jet planes then. They got them now, though. About a month ago, one of those planes flew from Los Angeles to San Diego in 10 minutes and 17 seconds.
Gosh, that's almost as fast as the Riverside bus.
Yeah. Certainly is. Huh?
You know, Jack, I've been reading up on those new planes. They're going to have a lot of these jet-propelled P-80s in the AAF.
AAF?
Yes, the Army Air Forces.
Oh.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
Jack's a P-50 VPP.
P-50 VPP?
Past 50 vitamin pill propelled.
We wrote that 5 years ago. I was only 32 at the time. Yes, sir. And don't be so funny because...
Hiya, fellas. That Jackson is great, but here comes Harris like a P-38.
Well, if it isn't our own little grassy acres over here.
Grassy acres?
Yes, Phil, that's a spot here in camp that's just like you. It's green, pretty, and useless.
Oh, I'm not so green. I know what's going on. I'm hep. I ain't no paddlefoot.
Paddlefoot? What's that?
Well, that's an officer that commands an LSD.
LSD?
Large steel desk.
Oh, yes. The top of the desk is a landing strip for their feet. I know that.
Yeah. Say, Jackson, you're pretty sharp today.
You would be, too, if you'd get here for rehearsal.
What are you talking about?
Mary and I stopped in Riverside, and we saw you coming out of the Chi-Chi bar.
What did you say the name of that place was?
Chi-Chi.
Oh, bless you. I thought I was seeing double.
Well, for you, that isn't hard, you know? Anyway, Phil, we'll forget about that. Now, here we are at March Field, so let's show the boys we're glad we came down.
Well, you're right, Jackson. There's something about this place that really gets into you, especially when the wind blows.
What?
It gets in your shoes, gets in your hair, gets in your ears.
I know.
Well, I wrote that joke 5 years ago.
And it still fits. I know, yeah. Maybe so, Phil, but in spite of that, March Field is a great place, and the boys are very happy here. That's because there are so many things to do.
You're right, Jack. There are a lot of things for the boys to do, but there's only one trouble.
What's that, Mary?
If you like it, it's out of bounds.
Well, they have to have rules, Mary. After all, there's some important training going on here.
Important training?
Certainly, Phil. Haven't you seen the fellows here take these jet planes up and zoom and dive and roll and spin? That goes on for 3 months.
What happens after that, Jackson?
They get a license to drive a car in California. Say, I'm really hot today. You see, Phil, if you'd come to rehearsal, you'd... That's funny.
Well, what's the matter, Jack?
Look, that soldier sitting there in the front row. He hasn't laughed once through the entire show.
Maybe he's a spy for Fred Allen.
No, he hasn't got him in uniform yet. I'm going to find out what's bothering that fella. Hey, soldier. Hey, private, you there in the front row.
Me?
Yes, you. Come up here on the stage a minute. Phil, give him a hand, will you?
Okay.
That's it. Now step right over here.
Yes, sir.
Look, soldier, I've been watching you all through the show, and you haven't as much as smiled once. I'm curious to know why you're so sad.
Well...
Yes?
Why shouldn't I be sad? Today...
Yes?
Today they're going to give me my discharge.
What?
Today they're taking away my uniform and sending me home.
No, I know how you feel, but try and cheer up.
Well, that's right, soldier. It isn't so bad going home. Lots of soldiers like it. They force themselves.
Well, I'll bet you'll forget all about Marchfield in a few days.
What? Me forget about the wonderful times I've had here? All the fun I've had living in those beautiful barracks? Forget about the wonderful weather which kept me so nice and cool in the winter that I didn't thaw out till the sun fried me in August? You expect me to forget about the lovely dust storms I've enjoyed here?
Soldier!
No other dust in the country is as healthy as this dust.
Now, Private...
You expect me to forget about our cute little mess hall with 800 or 900 friends blowing in my soup?
Soldier, please.
You expect me to forget all those guys who were so sweet to me? My buddies, the lieutenants, the captains, the majors?
Soldier, take it easy. You got this thing all wrong. They don't just turn you out like that. They give you a button. You'll be proud of it. A beautiful bronze button.
But you can't buy any clothes. Where am I going to wear it?
Now, soldier, don't you worry about clothes. Things aren't as bad as you think they are. You see me after the show, and we'll have a little talk.
Oh, Jack, you're not going to sell him your suit.
Mary, he can have his choice. I brought 5 of them with me. I'll talk to you after the program, soldier. Now sit down and cheer up. All right, Phil, let's have a band number, and then we'll... I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, where are you? You should have been here an hour ago.
It isn't my fault, boss. I went off the road and got lost.
Well, where are you now?
The farmhouse.
Well, ask the farmer how to get to Marchfield.
The farmer isn't here.
Well, who is there?
The farmer's daughter, a soldier, and an MP.
MP, military police?
No, a minister from Pomona.
Oh, well, offer them my congratulations and come on out here.
Okay.
Now, remember, when you get to Riverside, you go through town, then turn right, and Marchfield is just 8 miles ahead. Now, leave the farmhouse right away and get out here.
But, boss, I can't leave till after the wedding.
Till after the wedding? Why not?
They're giving me a pound of butter to sing Oh, Promise Me.
Oh, well, give them 2 fast choruses and get out here. I'm waiting for you.
Okay.
What's the matter, Jack?
Something always... That was Personality, played by Phil Harris, and his Makes You Want to Be Transferred to Muroc Orchestra. What a band. And now, folks...
There he goes again. There he goes picking on the band. Livy, tell Jackson to lay off.
Phil's right, Jack. His boys may not be great musicians, but at least they're gentlemen.
Mary, just because they tip their hats when they pass a pool room doesn't mean they're gentlemen. Now, let's forget it.
Well, I'm not forgetting it, Jackson. My boys don't like that stuff. They're sensitive. The things you said about them at rehearsal made them cry.
Made them cry?
Yeah, they may look like that they're tough and they ain't got no feelings, but they'll cry at the drop of a bottle.
Only if it breaks, believe me. And the least you can do is tell Frankie, your guitar player, to do something about his appearance. That hair of his. The way it stands up, he looks like he was pardoned after they threw the switch. Now, let's get on. Come in. Yes?
Pardon me for interrupting your program, Mr. Benny, but there's a soldier here who's being discharged, and it's time for him to go home.
Oh, yes, Colonel. I was talking to him before. There he is in the front row.
Oh, yes. Come on, son. It's time to go home.
No, not yet. I don't want to go yet. Please don't make me go.
But, son, the limousine is waiting, and the chauffeur will drive you all the way home.
I don't care. I don't want to go yet.
But, son, we let you stay here for most of the program.
I know, but I don't want to leave until I hear the commercial.
Well, bless his little heart. Don, let him hear the commercial. We don't want to keep the limousine waiting.
Okay. LSMFT, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Oh, that's it, but not so fast. I want to enjoy it longer.
Yes, take it easy, Don. Huh?
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
There you are.
No, don't stop yet. Tell me more. I want to hear it. Please.
Go ahead, Don. Tell him more, kid.
All right.
Lucky Strikes are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobaccos. Yes, sir, you bet. For real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I'll go now. I'll go. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye.
Very much, Colonel.
Well, thank you, Mr. Benny. Now, just go right ahead with your program.
You know, kids, I was thinking, I'll bet a lot of people listen to our program just to hear the commercials.
My mother only listens to the commercials and my singing.
Oh, hello, Dennis. I didn't see you come in. What was that you said before, Dennis?
I said my mother thinks the only good parts on the show are the commercials and my singing.
She does, huh?
Yeah. She thinks you're the worst comedian on the air.
Oh, she does, huh?
Yeah. She thinks you're awful.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. When you say hello again, she gets sick to her stomach.
Now, wait a minute. I've always had trouble with your mother. When you first came to work for me, she came down to the studio and tried to make a big fuss. But she didn't scare me.
Well, you better stay away from her now, Mr. Benny.
Why?
She took boxing lessons from Ingrid Bergman.
All I know is your mother never did like me. Mary's mother hates me, too.
Oh, Jack, my mother does not hate you.
She does, too.
She does not.
Then why, Mary? Tell me, why does she go around telling everybody that I'm the cheapest guy in the world?
Because you are.
Oh. Well, she's lucky I am, or I'd sue her for everything she's got. Believe me.
Anyway, Mr. Benny, whether my mother likes you or not, I'm glad I'm back with you since I got out of the Navy.
Well, thanks,
and I like
kid.
this suit you sold me, too.
It's all right, kid.
But, gee, Mr. Benny, I never saw pants before with the pleats in the back.
Let's see. Dennis, you got the pants on backwards.
Oh, I guess I was in the Navy too long.
That's probably it. Say, Dennis, now that you're here, how about having... Oh, my goodness, that's Rochester. He's probably lost again. Mary, you answer it, will you?
Okay. Hello?
Hello, is my daddy there?
Your daddy? Oh, is this still Harris's little girl?
Uh-huh. Is this Mr. Benny's little girl?
No. No, this is Miss Livingston. You know, honey, I saw your mother yesterday at the beauty parlor. Gosh, she certainly is pretty.
Do you think she's prettier than my daddy?
Well, yes, I do.
Me too, but don't tell Daddy.
Well, don't worry. I'll keep it a secret. Just a minute, I'll call your daddy. Your daughter's on the phone, beautiful.
Okay. Hello, baby.
Hello, Daddy. Do you know what tomorrow is?
Tomorrow? No, what is it?
It's Mommy's birthday.
Oh, my goodness, that's right, and I didn't buy a thing for her.
Gee, Daddy, you're in a mess. Do you want me to leave the back door unlocked for you again?
No, honey. I'll get her something this afternoon. Look, what do you think Mommy would like for a birthday present?
Well, let's see. Why don't you get her a green dress to match the pool table you gave her for Christmas?
No, baby. You're all mixed up. She gave that to me.
Oh, Daddy, I'm writing Mommy a birthday card, and I got stuck. How do you spell birthday?
Well, how far have you gotten?
I just got B-I.
Well, it's B-I, look, just leave it that way. Mommy will figure it out.
Gosh, I thought you'd know how to spell it.
Well, certainly I know how to spell it, but I'm busy, honey. We're right in the middle of a program, and you ought to know that I haven't got time to fool with that stuff.
Gee, Daddy, you're so cute when you're mad.
Yeah. Hey, Jackson, how do you spell birthday?
B-I-R-T-H-D-A-Y.
Honey, it's B-I-R-T-H-D-A-Y.
Thanks, Daddy. And thank Mr. Benny, too. Bye.
Goodbye.
Phil, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Imagine not knowing how to spell birthday.
Well, I knew how to spell it, but you forget from year to year.
Now, Dennis, as I was telling you before, when you do your song, I'm going to... Oh, for heaven's sake, nothing but interruptions. I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, boss, it's me.
Oh, my goodness. Where are you now?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, for heaven's sake, don't tell me you're lost again.
Lost? I found roads that even Hope and Crosby don't know about.
What?
I passed Utopia twice.
Roger, have you any idea where you are now?
Wait till I look at the sign.
What does it say?
From the cradle to the grave, always use Burma shave.
I don't mean that. Now, Rochester, listen carefully. Come back to Riverside. Then go through the town, turn to the right, and you can't miss March Field.
Who can't?
You can't. Rochester, look, just ask somebody. Ask anybody how to get there.
Wait a minute, boss. A soldier just came in to use the phone. I'll ask him.
Okay.
Say, soldier, how do you get to Marchfield?
Marchfield, they're taking me away from there. I want to go back. Please.
What's going on there?
It's no use, boss. I'll have to find it myself.
Okay, goodbye.
Goodbye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day will sing a song written by Frank Lesser and dedicated to the memory of one of America's greatest war heroes, Roger Young. An entire company of his comrades would be spared shell fire from the enemy. Roger Young was just an ordinary guy before he enlisted, and in the Army he was just a private. But he was a hero, and he died a hero's death. In death, songs have been written about him. Ballparks and boulevards have been named in his honor. Alive, however, Roger Young would be just another GI, looking for a place to live, like most of his buddies. So it is only fitting and proper that one of the first of the many veterans' emergency housing projects to be completed is Roger Young Village, which will open on April 27th in Griffith Park, Los Angeles. Let us hope that naming this series of Quonset huts Roger Young Village will serve as a reminder that the boys are home now, and they must have the things in life that Roger Young and his comrades fought and died for.
Shines the name Roger Young, often died for the men he marched along. Through the everlasting glory of the infantry lives the story of Private Roger Young.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
Remember this all-important fact.
Thank all the officers and men stationed here at Marchfield for inviting us down here today. Had a swell time. And say, Mary,
What, Jack?
you know who's going to be our guest star next week? The MGM star, Van Johnson. Gee, I hope we bring her, too, by next Sunday. Good night, folks. Good night.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Right you are.
Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
At 49 American.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At the tobacco auctions they attend, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
This fine Lucky Strike tobacco means more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, to those of you who haven't been warned, at the close of his radio season, Jack Benny is contemplating a concert tour. So let's go out to Jack's house where we find him taking his violin lesson.
No, Mr. Benny. You better try the exercises once more.
All right, Professor LeBlanc.
Hello, come in. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Do not make it too legato. Grip your bow and play staccato. Softly like a birdie chirping. You sound like a horse that's burping. That's enough, Mr. Benny. Now, try intermezzo again.
Yes, sir.
No, Mr. Benny. What? Please, a violin is a delicate instrument. It has a heart. It has a soul. You have already broken its heart. Have pity on its soul.
I see.
You see.
Please, Professor, control yourself. Would you like a glass of water?
Yes. Put a little cyanide in it.
Not till we finish the lesson.
All right. Take the exercises once more.
Yes, sir.
Play it softly, play it tender. Where can I go to surrender? Make the notes a smoother mixture. This is worse than your last picture. My poor head is getting woozy. Onesie, twosie, I hate yousie. All right, Mr. Benny, all right. Now try intermezzo once more.
Yes, sir.
Sacre bleu.
I'm sorry, Professor.
Mr. Benny, the violin has only 4 strings. Your left hand has only 5 fingers. How can just the 9 of you make so many mistakes?
I'll try it again.
Please, and this time, just follow these simple instructions. Relax, be calm, and slide the bow delicately over the strings.
Is that all?
That's all. Now, commence. 1, 2. You see, it sounds better already.
They're fixing the strings. I'll try it again.
No. Let's call it a day. The lesson she is done.
Tut, Professor. Look at the clock. The lesson still has 14 seconds to go.
14 seconds.
That's right.
And then you will give me back my pants.
Yes, sir.
Very well. Commence. The bell, the alarm clock, the hour, she is up. The dancing, she is finished. I am liberated, free. And on the front de la patrie.
Professor! Control yourself! Control yourself! Stop kissing me! My goodness, these Frenchmen are so emotional.
Oh, forgive me, Monsieur Benet. I forgot myself.
Well, Professor, the lesson is over. You may go now.
But, Monsieur, you have forgotten something. You haven't paid me.
Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, Professor, would you like some lunch?
No, I want the money this time.
Well, I'll have to get it for you. Excuse me a minute, will you, please? Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack.
Come on in.
Well, thanks.
Don, what are you giggling about?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing. You didn't come over here. Don, what have you got behind your back?
Mary, Phil, and Dennis.
Peekaboo. Hello, Jack.
Hiya, Jackson.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Oh, for heaven's sake, I know Don is big, but how the three of you can hide behind him is beyond me.
I beg your pardon, but would you mind waiting on me first?
What?
I saw this line, so I got in it.
Look, miss.
I'll have size 9, 1 pound, or where it won't show.
Size 9, 1 pound, or where it won't show?
Yeah. Nowadays, when you see a line, it's either for nylons, butter, or a vaccination.
Oh, yes, but this happens to be a private residence.
Oh, I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, by the way, as long as you're here, would you like some lunch?
No, thank you.
Didn't even give me a chance to show her the menu.
Jack Benny, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Mary, what's wrong with serving lunch?
Imagine putting stools around your swimming pool and calling it the Seaside Cafe.
So what? I serve good sandwiches and draft beer.
That's right, Libby. Pickle in the middle and the beer on tap. Oh, Harris, that gag alone ought to get you a summer show.
Phil, that kind of stuff won't keep in the summer. You kids can laugh if you want to, but I have the best beer in town.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Dennis?
I'm going to deliver your keg of beer tomorrow.
You are? Why?
My mother sprained her back.
Oh, that's a shame. How did it happen?
Well, yesterday, when my mother was at work, my father waxed the floor in the kitchen. It was sure slick.
Oh, you mean when your mother stepped in, her feet went out from under?
I think so. We got our footprints on the ceiling.
Well, that's too bad. Did your father tape up her back?
No, her mouth. You should have heard what she was calling him.
I don't blame her. Anyway, kids, what's going on? How come you all dropped in together?
Well, we're going to the beach, Jack, and we thought you'd like to go with us.
The beach? No, I don't think so.
Oh, Jack, stop being afraid. What happened to you last year won't happen again.
What happened, Livy?
Well, Jack was lying on the sand, and 2 men came over and tried to bury him.
Yeah.
Tried to bury him? So what? They were only kidding.
Not when they were playing organ music at the same time.
Yeah, imagine those 2 undertakers coming down there looking for business.
Well, it was your own fault for lying on the beach in a tuxedo.
No, that wasn't a tuxedo. That was my old bathing suit, and the lapels were a little shiny. Anyway, kid, you run out to the beach. I got to stay home and practice my violin.
Hey, Jackson, you're not serious about that concert tour next summer, are you?
I certainly am, and no swing stuff for me. I'm going to play the classics. You know, that long-haired stuff.
Long-haired stuff?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You ain't got the talent or the toupee for it.
I'll get along. Don't worry. Now, look, kids, I'm kind of busy today, so if you're going to the beach, go ahead.
Okay, Jackson. Come on, kids. Let's go.
Say, Jack, is our program all set for Sunday?
All except Dennis's song. Just run over it once, will you, kid?
Yes, sir.
Monsieur Benny, I am waiting.
Oh, Professor LeBlanc, I forgot all about you. You want your money. I owe you for 6 lessons, don't I?
No, 5 lessons.
I thought it was 6.
No, 5. I am not charging you for the time I hit you on the head with the violin.
Oh, yes, that's right. Well, I'll get you the money as soon as I hear this song. Go ahead, Dennis. Let's have it. Professor, put your pants on, please.
I shall be loving you through all eternity. But if you don't believe me, wait and see. My heart will still be true when stars on high have flickered out little candles in the sky.
I still will feel the same as I do now. These little words I know can never show how true I'll be. But if you don't believe me, just you wait and see.
Very good, Dennis. Very good. That'll be swell on the show.
Can we go to the beach now, Mr. Benny?
Yes, go ahead, all of you. So long, kids. So long.
So long,
Jackson. See you later.
Say, Don, why don't you and Phil go in your car, and Dennis and I will follow you.
Okay.
Oh, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson.
Huh? Oh, Professor LeBlanc. You're not going to the beach with us, are you?
No. But before you leave, will you please go back in the house and remind Monsieur Benny to pay me for his violin lessons?
Oh, well, it's probably just slipped his mind. I'll go in and speak to him. You just wait here.
Thank you.
Oh, while you're waiting, here, have a cigarette.
Thank you.
You'll enjoy that, Professor. It's a Lucky Strike. And you know, Luckies are made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Please, Monsieur Wilson, go inside and speak to Monsieur Benny.
You know, Professor, the more you smoke Luckies, the more you're convinced that those letters LSMFT really stand for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
All I want is my money.
So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
I gave him 6 lessons, but I am only charging him for 5.
So for real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
5 lessons at $1.50. And I'm not even charging him for the concerts I gave at his seaside cafe.
Come on, Don, we're waiting.
Okay, right with you. Oh, Professor, you better go in the house and speak to Mr. Benny yourself. I have to leave now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. All I can do is try again.
Well, Professor LeBlanc, come on in. Gosh, how time flies. Seems only yesterday that I took my lesson.
It was today, and I want my money.
Oh, yes, your money. I forgot all about it. How much was it again?
For 5 lessons, $7.50. But if you give it to me now, I'll take $6.
No. I'm going to settle it for the full amount.
You are very kind.
Now, let's see. I owe you $7.50. Is that right?
Oui, monsieur.
Now, France owes us $4,606 million.
But I did not borrow that personally. This is not an international affair. Did I charge you for the Louisiana Purchase? What? All I want is to be paid for the violin lessons. You know.
I know. Just sit here, Professor. I'll go get the money.
Good.
I'll be back in a minute. Put your pants on. Yeah, Professor's a nice fellow. A little excitable, but he's more...
Say, boss.
Oh, what is it, Rochester?
Are you staying in for dinner?
Yes. I think I'll eat by the pool.
You can't do that, boss.
Why not?
The Elks are having a party out there tonight.
Oh, then I'd better have a bite now. What have we got in the icebox?
Well, we got some cold borscht, cheese blintzes, sour cream, bagels, and matzo balls.
Borscht, bagels, and matzo balls?
Yeah, we had them left over from St. Patrick's Day.
Good. Make up a big batch of hot biscuits with lots of butter.
Well, we're all out of butter, boss.
We are. We'll go over next door to the Ronald Coleman's and borrow some.
But, boss, every time we're short of something, you send me to the Colemans.
Oh, we haven't borrowed so many things from the Colemans.
We haven't. When the time comes to return them, it'll be easier to switch houses.
Rochester, stop wasting time. Now run next door and get some butter.
Okay.
I'll be in my room practicing my violin. I have to practice all afternoon for my concert. So call me when lunch is ready.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Monsieur Rochester.
Well, Professor LeBlanc.
Yes, Rochester, will you please do me a favor?
Sure. What is it?
Will you please tell Monsieur Benny I am waiting for my money?
How long you been waiting?
Since 12 o'clock.
You're a beginner. I've been waiting since 1937. Anyway, you better speak to him yourself. I gotta go next door and borrow a pound of butter. And, Professor.
Yes?
The lesson's over. Why don't you put your pants on?
Oh, Benita.
Yes, Ronnie.
Who was that you were talking to at the back door?
It was Mr. Benny's butler, Manchester.
Oh, well, what did Benny want this time? No, don't tell me. Let me guess. Was it the garden hose, a cup of sugar, or my tuxedo?
It wasn't your tuxedo.
Good. The last time he brought it back, the pockets were full of sand.
This time he wanted to borrow a pound of butter.
Butter? What does he think this is? Shangri-La? That's all the man ever does. Borrow.
Oh, darling, don't be unfair. Once in a while he's loaned us things. Remember last week he let you have his lawnmower?
Yes, but it wasn't much use to me. I could only mow half of our lawn.
Only half?
Yes, that's as far as the chain would reach.
Grumpy, darling. He means well.
Oh, I know. And I really don't mind Benny too much. But sometimes he wants to borrow the oddest things. Last week he asked for some sympathy soothing.
Sympathy soothing syrup?
You know, Benita, the sympathy spelt backwards is yatapamis.
Oh, yes. Yatapamis,
yatapamis, drive your blues away.
Ronnie, Mr. Benny's a pleasant enough chap. With all his borrowing, I sometimes wish we weren't next-door neighbors.
Yes, it is annoying, but living next door to him has its compensations.
Compensations? What do you mean?
Well, he does serve the biggest glass of beer in town for a nickel.
I know, but that big electric sign flickering on and off, it keeps me awake at night.
Yes, and what a corny sign. Benny's Seaside Cafe. Come in and drool by the pool.
Right under it says, put your stomach in our hands.
Oh, my goodness. Look what time it is. And I haven't started to work on that scene from If I Were King. You know, I'm doing it next week for that benefit performance.
Well, I won't disturb you, darling. You stay here in the library and rehearse, and I'll go into the other room.
All right. Now, let's see. Yes, I'd better start with this introductory poem. If I were king, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair? Beneath your feet, what treasures I would fling. The stars should be your pearls upon a string, the world a ruby for your finger ring. And you should have the sun and moon to wear if I were king. Let these wild dreams and wilder words take wing. Oh, Benita!
Yes, Ronnie?
Would you please put the cat out?
Ronnie, I let her out about an hour ago.
Well, then, for heaven's sake, let her in! She's in some kind of trouble. Now, let's see. Oh, yes. Let these wild dreams and wilder words take wing deep in the woods, I hear a shepherd sing.
Oh, Ronnie! I looked out the front door and the back, and I couldn't hear the cat anywhere.
Well, come in here and you will. Now, did you hear that?
Oh, Ronnie, that was Mr. Benny playing his violin next door.
Oh. Well, I should have known. Our cat hasn't sounded like that since she had a strep throat. Isn't it awful, Benita? You know, I must rehearse.
Well, darling, just go ahead, and if he starts again, don't pay any attention to him.
Well, I'll try. Yes, I'd better look over the love scene. Let's see. Here it is. Catherine is seated in the royal drawing room. I enter left, walk up stage, take her hand and speak. Darling, I love you. Love you because you are the loveliest woman alive. All my life I have read tales of love and tried to find their secret in the bright eyes about me. Tried and failed. But when I saw you, the old heaven and the old earth seemed to shrivel away. And I knew what love might mean. For your love, I would face torture. For your love, I would defy death. For your love, I'd reach the gallows. For your love, I'd eat marshmallows. No! What am I doing? Benita, I've got to have this stopped. Call the police. Call the fire department. Call Petrillo! I know, but he'll start again. And with that same old da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I tell you, darling, I can't stand it any longer.
Ronnie, calm down.
Something's got to be done. It can't go on. It can't go on.
Ronnie, there's the phone.
I tell you, if this doesn't stop,
Ronnie, the telephone.
Yes, I'll answer. Hello?
Oh, hello, Ronnie. This is Jack Benny.
Oh, it is, eh?
And, Ronnie, I'm trying to practice my violin lesson. So if you and Benita must argue, would you do it on the other side of the house?
Argue?
It's nothing to be ashamed of. I mean, it happens in the best of families.
Oh, Jack, you've got the wrong impression. Benita and I weren't arguing at all.
Now, Ronnie, you don't have to stand on ceremony with me. Even Rochester and I have our little tiffs, but we always patch it up, and I'm sure you will, too. I mean, it's not hard if you'll just make... How do you like that? He hung up on me. Imagine him being that mad at Benita. Oh, well, there's a job to be done, and I'm going to do it. Hello, Luella? Have I got a scoop for you? This time it's the Colemans. Uh-huh. Like cats and dogs. No, I don't know how it started, but he feels awful. He cried to me over the phone. That's right. You're welcome, Luella. What? No, don't mention my name. I don't want anybody else to know I'm a heel. Goodbye.
Ronnie, it's been quiet for 5 minutes now. I'm sure Mr. Benny's finished practicing. So go on rehearsing.
Yeah, all right, darling. Let me see. Where was I? Well, there's the door. I'll get it. Yes?
Excuse me, Monsieur Coleman, but you're a good friend of Monsieur Benny, are you not?
Well...
Would you please do me a favor?
A favor?
Yes. Monsieur Benny owes me $7.50. Would you mind speaking to him about it?
You mean to say that Mr. Benny owes you $7.50 and won't pay you?
That's right.
Well, I'll take care of it right away. Goodbye. Well, how do you like that, Benita? Benny owes him $7.50 and won't pay it. Give me that phone. Hello, Luella. Have I got something for you?
Ladies and gentlemen, you've seen a lot in the papers about a subject of universal interest, automobile driving. Until newer, safer cars are available, we should drive our present, overused cars with greater care, thereby protecting ourselves and others. During these jalopy years, help cut down accident rates by encouraging better driving. When newer, safer cars replace the old ones, we'll all be better off because the streets and open highways of tomorrow will be free from the high accident rates of today. Thank you very much.
CANT will be back in just a moment, but first, here is my good friend, L.A. Speed Riggs.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So remember.
LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Here's what Mr. Reuben G. Fleming, independent tobacco buyer of Middleburg, North Carolina, said.
Naturally, fine tobacco makes a fine smoke. And at auction after auction, I've seen fine mild leaf bought for American. For my own cigarette, I picked Lucky's. I've smoked them for 15 years.
Quote, at auction after auction, I've seen fine mild leaf bought for American. Unquote. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's programmer, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 49, all the way to 49, American.
Basil Rysdale speaking for the makers of Lucky Strike. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Make no mistake, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, in the near future, the United States government is making an atomic bomb test off Bikini Atoll in the Pacific. Among the ships to be used in this test is the famous old aircraft carrier, the Saratoga. And before this ship sails on her last voyage, we have been asked by the Navy to pay her tribute by broadcasting aboard. So next Sunday, our program will come from the hangar deck of the USS Saratoga in San Francisco Bay. I hope you'll all be listening. Good night, folks.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.